Introduction. Every inspirational self-help action book, including this one, should be evaluated by what happens to you, the reader, as a result of the book's power to motivate you to motivate yourself to desirable action. By this standard, success through a positive mental attitude is reputed to be one of the outstandingly successful, inspirational, self-help action books of this century. It has inspired countless thousands of men, women, and teenagers to acquire good physical, mental, and moral health, seek happiness, pursue wealth, and reach for high goals or other objectives that do not violate the laws of God or the rights of their fellow men. Something wonderful is going to happen to you if you are ready. To prepare yourself to be ready, understand clearly Andrew Carnegie's observation that all achievement, all earned riches, have their beginning in an idea. Before proceeding further, I'd like to give you a background of my co-author, Dr. Napoleon Hill. Think and Grow Rich. Think and Grow Rich, the book by Napoleon Hill, has motivated more persons throughout the world to acquire wealth and succeed in their careers than any book written in the 20th century. Its author was born in poverty in a log cabin in Wise County, Virginia, on October 18, 1883, and he passed away in Greenville, South Carolina, on November 8, 1970. As a boy, young Hill was blessed, inspired, and motivated to high achievement by his calm, patient stepmother who loved him dearly. It was she who motivated a problem child to develop character and motivate himself to work hard to become educated and an achiever. In 1908, while working for a magazine and attending college, young Hill was assigned to interview Andrew Carnegie, the great steel maker, philosopher, and philanthropist. Andrew Carnegie was so impressed with his interviewer that he invited him to his home as a guest. Hour after hour each day during the 3-day visit, the two men discussed philosophy. The elder romanced the lives of philosophers and the impact their philosophy had had on world civilization to the younger, who listened with rapture. In his discussions, Carnegie made it a point to express in simple, clear language the principles involved and the concepts of each of the philosophers he romanced. And he told something more: how to apply those principles in everyday living as they pertain to an individual, his family, his career, or any human activity. A challenge. Andrew Carnegie knew human nature. One way to motivate an aggressive extrovert with a high energy level who has drive and stick-to-itiveness, and whose reason and emotions are in balance, is to challenge him. The young guest was just such a person. And he was challenged. What is there in the climate of this great nation whereby I, a foreigner, can build a business and acquire wealth? Or anyone can achieve success? Asked Carnegie. And before Hill could answer, he continued, I challenge you to devote 20 years of your life to the study of the philosophy of American achievement and come up with an answer. Institute Roosevelt High School. Yes, was the quick response. Andrew Carnegie had an obsession. Anything in life worth having was worth working for. He was willing to give the young author his personal time to consult with him and letters of introduction to the outstanding Americans of his day, and to reimburse him for any necessary out-of-pocket expense, such as traveling to interview people. But it was clearly understood that Napoleon Hill would have to earn his own livelihood. In the following 20 years, Hill interviewed over 500 successful men. Among them were Henry Ford, William Wrigley Jr., John Wanamaker, George Eastman, John D. Rockefeller, Thomas A. Edison, Theodore Roosevelt, Albert Hubbard, J. Ogden Armour, Luther Burbank, Dr. Alexander Graham Bell, and Julius Rosenwald. And Hill did earn his own livelihood by applying many of the principles he learned from Carnegie and the men he interviewed. And in 1928 he completed the 8 volumes of The Law of Success, books that motivated thousands to acquire wealth or to become outstanding achievers. On the recommendation of Senator Jennings Randolph of West Virginia, Napoleon Hill became an advisor to two presidents of the United States, Woodrow Wilson and Franklin D. Roosevelt. He influenced certain decisions they made that affected the course of American history. When, exactly 20 years after the interview with Andrew Carnegie, The Law of Success was published, it had a worldwide impact. 7 years later, while B was an advisor to Franklin D. Roosevelt, he began writing the manuscript for Think and Grow Rich. It was published in 1937. More than 10 million people have read the book. A proto-tameable discovery. In 1937, Think and Grow Rich was given to me by Morris Pickus, a well-known sales executive, sales counselor, and lecturer. The philosophy in so many respects coincided with my own that I sent the book to every one of my sales representatives throughout the United States. At that time, I owned and operated Combined Registry Company, a national sales organization that specialized exclusively in the sale of accident insurance. Bingo! I hit the jackpot, for I made a profitable discovery. I found a working tool that would motivate sales representatives to motivate themselves to increase their sales and profits. And something more. To acquire wealth through responding to an inspirational self-help action book. Now, what has relating the story about Carnegie, The Law of Success, and Think and Grow Rich to do with success through a positive mental attitude, you ask? My answer: if it were not for each of them, the manuscript for this book would not have been written. But it was written, and it was first published in 1960 by Prentice Hall, Inc. LD. Think and Grow Rich contains the basic principles of Andrew Carnegie's philosophy of those contained in The Law of Success, and Napoleon Hill's philosophy and experiences, as well as stories about many people who acquired wealth and success after reading the 8 volumes of The Law of Success. Success through a positive mental attitude combines all these in essence, and has something more. It tells specifically how you can use the greatest machine that was ever conceived. A machine so awesome that only God Himself could create it. This machine is a human computer. It is your brain and your nervous system, from which the mechanical computer was designed. Success through a positive mental attitude instructs you on what to do and how to do it when it comes to tapping and using the powers of your subconscious mind. Where have you been taught to constructively use, neutralize, control, or harmonize with your passions, emotions, instincts, tendencies, feelings, moods, and habits of thought and action? Have you been taught how to aim high and achieve your goals, regardless of the obstacles? If your answer is no, you will be taught these things. If you read and then apply the principles in Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude, results are what count. Over the last 16 years, more than 4,200,000 hardbound copies of Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude have been printed. Our readers have had such phenomenal results in changing their lives for the better, meeting life's problems courageously, and bringing their desires into reality, that I was delighted when arrangements were made for Pocket Books to publish the paperback edition. For the books published by Pocket Books reach hundreds of thousands, and my chief goal, and Napoleon Hill's, was to motivate multitudes of people to free themselves from the slavery of their undesirable thoughts, habits, and actions, and to help them seek and acquire the true riches of life by fulfilling desires that don't violate the laws of God or the rights of their fellow men. Freedom torn the bonds that enslave them. In the preface by Og Mandino to this edition of Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude, you read, "I speak from experience. Many years ago, through my own stupidities and faults, I lost everything that was precious to me, my family, my home, and my job. Nearly penniless and with no guidance, I began to wander the country, searching for myself and for some answers that would make life bearable. Diana Softon asked. I finally found my answer in W. Clement Stone's and Napoleon Hill's Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude. Og Mandino is now famous as a lecturer and author of The Greatest Salesman in the World and other self-help books, and Norman Vincent Peale and other well-known authors have told me many times how they have inspired others to high personal achievement by quoting illustrations and principles from Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude. I was recently invited to dinner at one of Washington's famous restaurants by a friend. Jimmy, the waiter, rendered the most pleasant and effective service I have ever gotten at any fine restaurant in any part of the world. After dinner, as my party was leaving the restaurant, Jimmy asked me aside and said, "May I take half a minute of your time?" "Certainly," I responded. "I just wanted to tell you that success through a positive mental attitude saved my life," he said. Another man, Ted G., told me, "When I was on the Lee Phillips show, you said you were going to change my life. Well, you did, and here's a list of the changes that took place in 5 years. I went into business, and I'm doing very well. 2 of my daughters graduated from college, and 1 is still attending a private college, for beautiful attending college, for me to spend time with my family. All of us girls love foot. I had beautiful vacations and proposed to leave school, golf course, etc. I have had beautiful vacations and much more. Many thanks again for success through a positive mental attitude. It is always on my night table and I consider it one of my valued possessions." A doctor who practices in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, on 2 occasions when I met him said, "I thought you would be interested in knowing that one of my most effective prescriptions is a rigorous exercise regimen grounded in nature focused on long walks. I spend a fortnight taking them every summer, greatly enjoying them. To certain patients with psychosomatic illnesses is a special one. I prescribe a book, Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude." While there are several thousands of experiences that could be related, the greatest testimonial can be your experience when you learn and apply the principles in this book. Special instructions. When you read this book, read it as if the authors were your personal friends and were writing to you, and you alone. Underscore sentences, quotations, and words that are meaningful to you. Memorize self-motivators. Keep in mind that this is a book to motivate you to desirable action. Abraham Lincoln developed the habit of trying to learn from the books he read, the people he met, and casual events. These gave him ideas for reflection, and thus he was able to relate, assimilate, and use ideas as his own. You too can convert your creative thinking, artistic talent, knowledge, personality, and physical energy into success, wealth, health, and happiness. This book more than tells you how, it motivates you to try. Look for the message that is applicable to you. When you recognize it, pay attention, get into action. To direct your mind into desired channels, try to answer each question at the end of each chapter during your thinking and planning time. Chapter 1. Meet the most important living person. Somewhere in this book, you will meet him, suddenly, surprisingly, and with a shock of recognition that will change your whole life. When you do meet him, you will discover his secret. You will discover that he carries with him an invisible talisman with the initials PMA emblazoned on one side and MMA on the other. This invisible talisman has 2 amazing powers. It has the power to attract wealth, success, happiness, and health. And it has the power to repel these things, to rob you of all that makes life worth living. It is the first of these powers, PMA, that enables some men to climb to the top and stay there. It is the second that keeps other men at the bottom all their lives. It is NMA that pulls other men down from the top when they have reached it. Perhaps the story of S.B. Fuller will illustrate how it works. We are poor, not because there were 2 God, S.B. Fuller was one of 7 children of a Negro tenant farmer in Louisiana. He started to work at the age of 5. By the time he was 9, he was driving mules. There was nothing unusual in this. The children of most of the tenant farmers went to work early. These families accepted poverty as their lot and asked for no better. Young Fuller was different from his friends in one way. He had a remarkable mother. His mother refused to accept this hand-to-mouth existence for her children, though it was all she had ever known. She knew there was something wrong with the fact that her family was barely getting along in a world of joy and plenty. She used to talk to her son about her dreams. "We shouldn't be poor, SB," she used to say, "and don't ever let me hear you say that it is God's will that we are poor. We are poor, not because of God. We are poor because Father has never developed a desire to become rich. No one in our family has ever developed a desire to be anything else. No one had developed a desire to be wealthy." This idea became so deeply ingrained in Fuller's mind that it changed his whole life. He began to want to be rich. He kept his mind on the things he did want and off the things he didn't want. Thus, he developed a burning desire to become rich. The quickest way to make money, he decided, was to sell something. He chose soap. For 12 years he sold it, door to door. Then he learned that the company which supplied him was going to be sold at auction. The firm price was $150,000. In 12 years of selling and setting aside every penny, he had saved $25,000. It was agreed that he would deposit his $25,000 and obtain the balance of $55,000 within a 10-day period. Written into the contract was the condition that if he did not raise the money, he would lose his deposit. During his 12 years as a soap salesman, S.B. Fuller had gained the respect and admiration of many businessmen. He went to them now. He obtained money from personal friends, too, and from loan companies and investment groups. On the eve of the 10th day, he had raised $115,000. He was $10,000 short. Search Tour the Light. "I had exhausted every source of credit I knew," he recalls. "It was late at night. In the darkness of my room, I knelt down and prayed. I asked God to lead me to a person who would let me have the $10,000 in time. I said to myself that I would drive down 61st Street until I saw the first light in a business establishment. I asked God to make the light a sign indicating his answer. It was 11 o'clock at night when S.B. Fuller drove down Chicago's 61st Street. At last, after several blocks, he saw a light in a contractor's office. Instead of the man he thought, he walked in. There, seated at his desk, tired from working late at night, sat a man whom Fuller knew slightly. Fuller realized that he would have to be bold. "Do you want to make $1,000? asked Fuller straight out. The contractor was taken aback at the question. "Yes," he said. "Of course." "Then, make out a check for $10,000, and when I bring back the money, I'll bring back another $1,000 profit," Fuller recalls telling this man. He gave the contractor the names of the other people who had lent him money and explained in detail exactly what the business venture was. Let's explore his secret of success. Before he left that night, S.B. Fuller had a check for $10,000 in his pocket. Subsequently, he obtained controlling interest not only in that company, but in 7 others, including 4 cosmetic companies, a hosiery company, a label company, and a newspaper. When we asked him recently to explore with us the secret of his success, he answered in terms of his mother's statement so many years before, "We are poor, not because of God. We are poor because Father has never developed a desire to become rich. No one in our family has ever developed a desire to be anything else." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. "You see," he told us, "I knew what I wanted, but I didn't know how to get it, so I read the Bible and inspirational books for a purpose. I prayed for the knowledge to achieve my objectives. 3 books played an important part in transmuting my burning desire into reality. They were the Bible, Think and Grow Rich, and 3, The Secret of the Ages. My greatest inspiration comes from reading the Bible. If you know what you want, you are more apt to recognize it when you see it. When you read a book, for example, you will recognize opportunities to help you get what you want. S.B. Fuller carried with him the invisible talisman, with the initials PMA imprinted on one side and NMA on the other. He turned the PMA side up, and things happened. He was able to bring into reality ideas that were formerly mere daydreams. Now, the important thing to notice here is that S.B. Fuller started life with fewer advantages than most of us have. But he chose a big goal and headed for it. Of course, the choice of goal was individual. In these times and in this country, you still have your personal right to say, "This is what I choose. This is what I want most to accomplish." And unless your goal is against the laws of God or society, you can achieve it. You have everything to gain and nothing to lose by trying. Success is achieved and maintained by those who keep trying with PMA. What you try for is up to you. Not everyone would care to be an S.B. Fuller. Responsible for large manufacturing concerns, not everyone would choose to pay the costly price of being a great artist. To many, the riches of life are quite different. A skill in day-to-day living which adds up to a happy, love-filled life is success. You can have this and other riches too. The choice is yours. But whether success to you means becoming rich, as it did to S.B. Fuller, or the discovery of a new element in chemistry, or the creation of a piece of music, or the growing of a rose, or the nurturing of a child, no matter what success means to you, the invisible talisman with the initials PMA emblazoned on one side and NMA on the other can help you attract the good and desirable with PMA. You repel them with NMA. Every adversity has the seed of twice, O2, an equivalent or greater Benetwat. But what if I have a physical handicap? How can a change of attitude help me, you may ask? Perhaps the story of Tom Dempsey, a boy who was disabled at birth, will give you your answer. Tom was born without half a right foot and only a stub of a right arm. As a boy, he wanted to engage in sports as the other boys did. He had a burning desire to play football. Because of this desire, his parents had an artificial foot made for him. He was made of wood. The wooden foot was encased in a special stubby football shoe. Hour after hour, day after day, Tom would practice kicking the football with his wooden foot. He would try and keep on trying to make field goals at greater and greater distances. He became so proficient that he was hired by the New Orleans Saints. The screams of 6, 6, 9, 1, 0 football fans could be heard throughout the entire United States when, within the last 2 seconds of the game, Tom Dempsey, with his crippled leg, kicked a record-breaking 63-yard field goal. It was the longest field goal ever kicked in a professional football game. It gave the Saints a winning score of 19-17 over the Detroit Lions. "We were beaten by a miracle," said Detroit coach Joseph Schmidt, and to many, it was a miracle, an answer to a prayer. "Tom Dempsey didn't kick that field goal, God kicked it," said linebacker Wayne Walker. Interesting, but what does the Tom Dempsey story mean to me, you may ask? Our response would be, very little, unless you develop the habit of recognizing, relating, assimilating, and using universal principles and adopt them as your very own. Then, follow through with desirable action. And what are the principles you could apply from the Tom Dempsey story, whether or not you are physically disabled? They can be learned and applied by children and adults. Greatness comes to those who develop a burning desire to achieve high goals. Success is achieved and maintained by those who try and keep on trying with PMA. To become an expert achiever in any human activity, it takes practice. Certain specializations, so baseline expertise in physical health, administration, research, scientific research, computer programming, afforded apprenticeships, bachelor's degree. Effort and work can become fun when you establish specific desirable goals. With every adversity, there is a seed of an equivalent or greater benefit for those who are motivated with PMA to become achievers. Man's greatest power lies in the power of prayer. To learn and apply these principles, turn up your invisible talisman to the PMA sign. Both growing equal. When Henley wrote the poetic lines, "I am the master of my fate, I am the captain of my soul," he could have informed us that we are the masters of our fate because we are masters, first of our attitudes. Our attitudes shape our future. This is a universal law. The poet could have told us with great emphasis that this law works whether the attitudes are destructive or constructive. The law states that we translate into physical reality the thoughts and attitudes which we hold in our minds, no matter what they are. We translate into reality thoughts of poverty just as quickly as we do thoughts of riches. But when our attitude towards ourselves is big, and our attitude towards others is generous and merciful, we attract big and generous portions of success, a truly great man. Consider the example of Henry J. Kaiser, a truly successful person because his attitude towards himself is big. Companies identified with the name Henry J. Kaiser hold assets of more than $1 billion. Because he is generous and merciful to others, the speechless have been made to talk, the crippled have been restored to useful lives, and hundreds of thousands of persons have received hospital care at a very low cost. All this grew from seeds of thought planted within him by his mother. Mary Kaiser gave her son Henry the priceless gift. She also taught him to apply the greatest value in life. Unqualified pomp that appeared sorcery to the hardcore discipline. 1. The priceless gift. After her day's work, Mary Kaiser would spend hours as a volunteer nurse, helping the unfortunate. Often she said to her son, "Henry, nothing is ever accomplished without work. If I leave you nothing else but the will to work, I will have left you the priceless gift, the joy of work." 2. The greatest value in life. It was my mother, said Mr. Kaiser, who first taught me some of the greatest values in life. Among these were the love of people and the importance of serving others. Loving people and serving them, she used to say, is the greatest value in life. Henry J. Kaiser knows the power of PMA. He knows what it can do in his life and for his country. He also knows the force of NMA. During World War II, he built over 1,500 ships with such rapidity that he startled the world. When he said we can construct a Liberty ship every 10 days, the experts said, "It can't be done, it's impossible." Yet Kaiser did it. Those who believe they can't repel the positive, they use the negative side of their talisman. Those who believe they can repel the negative, they use the positive side. That is why we must be cautious when we use this talisman. Its PMA side can get for you all the rich blessings of life. It can help you to overcome your difficulties and to discover your strengths. It can help you step out ahead of your competitors, and, as with Kaiser, it can turn what others say is impossible into reality. But the NMA side is just as powerful. Instead of happiness and success, it can attract despair and defeat. Like all power, the talisman is dangerous if we do not use it properly. How the tuor saw 2O NMA repels. There is a very interesting story which illustrates how the force of NMA repels. It comes out of one of the southern states. There, where wood-burning fireplaces are still used to heat homes, lived a woodcutter who also was an unsuccessful person. For more than 2 years, he had supplied a certain homeowner with firewood. The woodcutter knew that the logs could not be larger than 7 inches in diameter if they were to fit this particular fireplace. On one occasion, this old customer ordered a quart of wood, but was away when it was delivered. On arriving home, he discovered that most of the wood was larger than the specified size. He called the woodcutter and asked him to have the oversized logs exchanged or split. "I can't do that," said the wood dealer. "It would cost more than the whole load is worth." With that, he hung up. So the homeowner was left with the job of splitting the logs himself. He rolled up his sleeves and set to work. About halfway through the job, he noticed that one particular log had a very large knothole which someone had plugged up. The homeowner lifted the log. It seemed unusually light and appeared to be hollow. With the hefty swing of the axe, he split the log. A blackened roll of tin foil fell out. The homeowner stooped down, picked up the roll, and unwrapped it. To his amazement, it contained very old $50 and $100 bills. Slowly he counted them. They amounted to exactly $2,250. The bills had evidently been in the tree for many years, as the paper was very brittle. The homeowner had PMA. His only thought was to get the money back to its rightful owner. He picked up the telephone, called the wood dealer again, and asked him where he had cut this load. Again, the woodcutter's NMA asserted its repelling power. "That's nobody's business but mine," he said. "If you give away your secrets, people will cheat you every time." Despite many efforts, the homeowner never learned where the logs came from or who had sealed the money inside. Now, the point of this story does not lie in irony. It is true that the man with PMA found the money while the man with NMA had not. But it is also true that good breaks do occur in everyone's life. However, the man who lives with NMA will prevent life's lucky breaks from benefiting him. And the man with PMA will so arrange his attitudes that he will turn even the bad breaks into advantages. On the sales staff of the Combined Insurance Company of America, there was a salesman named Al Allen. Al wanted to be the company's star salesman. He tried to apply the PMA principles found in the inspirational books and magazines he read. He read an editorial in Success Unlimited magazine entitled "Develop Inspirational Dissatisfaction." It wasn't long after that he had an opportunity to put into practice what he had read. He had a bad break. This gave him the opportunity to arrange his attitudes so that he could use the PMA side of his talisman effectively. He developed inspirational dissatisfaction. One icy winter day, Al cold canvassed every store in a city block in Wisconsin. He walked in unannounced and tried to sell insurance. On that day, Al did not make a single sale. Of course, he was dissatisfied. But Al's PMA turned this dissatisfaction into inspirational dissatisfaction. Why? You remembered the editorial he had read. He applied the principle. The next day, before setting out from the local office, he told his fellow salesmen about his failures the day before. He said, "Wait and see. Today I'm going back to call on those same prospects, and I'll sell more insurance than all the rest of you combined." And the remarkable thing is that Al did it. He went back to that same city block and again called on every person he had talked to the day before. He sold 66 new accident contracts. Now this was an unusual achievement, and it happened because of the bad breaks when Al trudged through the sleet and wind for 8 hours without selling a single policy. Al Allen was able to rearrange his attitudes. He was able to convert the negative kind of dissatisfaction that most of us would feel in similar circumstances of failure on one day into inspirational dissatisfaction, which resulted in success the next day. Al did become the company's best salesman and was promoted to a sales manager. This ability to turn the invisible talisman over and use the side which has the force of PMA rather than the side which has the force of NMA is characteristic of so many of our really successful people. Most of us are inclined to look upon success as coming in some mysterious way through advantage that we do not have. Perhaps because we do have them, we don't see them. The obvious is often unseen. Every man's PMA is his advantage, and there is nothing mysterious about it. Henry Ford, after he had achieved success, was the subject of much envy. People felt that because of good fortune or influential friends or genius or whatever they thought was Ford's secret, because of these things Ford was successful, and no doubt some of these elements played a part. But there was something more. Perhaps one person in every 100,000 knew the real reason for Ford's success, and those few were usually ashamed to speak of it because of its simplicity. A single glimpse of Ford in action will illustrate the secret perfectly. Years ago, Henry Ford decided to develop the now famous motor known as V8. He wanted to build an engine with the entire 8 cylinders cast in one block. He instructed his engineers to produce a design for such an engine. To a man, the engineers agreed that it was simply impossible to cast an 8-cylinder gasoline engine block in one piece. Ford said, "Produce it anyway." But, they replied, "It's impossible." "Go to work," Ford commanded, "and stay on the job until you succeed, no matter how much time is required." The engineers went to work. There was nothing else for them to do if they were to remain on the Ford staff. 6 months went by and they had not succeeded. Another 6 months passed and still no success. The more the engineers tried, the more the thing seemed impossible. At the end of the year, Ford checked with his engineers. Once again, they informed him that they had found no way to carry out his orders. "Keep working," said Ford. "I want it and I'll have it." And what happened? Well, of course, the engine was impossible at all. The Ford V8 became the most spectacularly successful car on the road, pulling Henry Ford and his company so far out in front of his nearest competitor that it took years for them to catch up. He was using PMA, and the same power is available to you. If you use it, if you turn your talisman to the right side, as Henry Ford did, you too can achieve success in bringing into reality the possibility of the improbable. If you know what you want, you can find a way to get it. A man of 25 has before him some 1,000,000 working hours should he retire at 65. How many of your working hours will be alive with the magnificent force of PMA, and how many of them will have the life knocked out of them with the stunning blows of NMA? But how do you go about putting PMA to work in your life rather than NMA? Some people seem to use this power instinctively. When it came to developing the Ford car, Henry Ford was one of these. Others have to learn. Al Owen learned by relating and assimilating what he read in inspirational magazines and books. Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude is such a book. You too can learn to develop PMA. Some people use PMA for a while, but when they receive a setback, they lose faith in it. They start out right, but some bad breaks cause them to flip the talisman wrong side up. They fail to realize that success is maintained by those who keep trying with PMA. They are like the famous old racehorse, John P. Greer. John P. Greer was a thoroughbred of great promise, such promise in fact that he was groomed, trained, and billed as the only horse that stood a chance of beating the greatest racehorse of all time. Man o' war. Don't let your mental attitude make you a has-been. In the Dwyer Stakes at Aqueduct in July of 1920, the two horses finally met. It was a magnificent day. All eyes were riveted on the starting post. The two horses got away evenly. Down the track they went side by side. It was clear that John P. Greer was giving Man o' War the race of his life. At the quarter mark they were even. The half mark, the three-quarter mark, and still they were even. At the 8th pole, neck and neck. Then, in the stretch, John P. Greer brought the crowd to its feet. Slowly he edged ahead. It was a moment of crisis for Man o' War's jockey. He made up his mind. For the first time in the great horse's career, The jockey nicked him solidly on the rump with his whip. Man-o'-War reacted, as though the jockey had set fire to his tail. He shot out ahead and pulled away from John P. Greer, as if the other horse were standing still. At the end of the race, Man-o'-War was 7 lengths ahead. Likewise, but the significant thing from our point of view was the effect of defeat on the other horse. John P. Greer had been a horse of great spirit. Victory was in his attitude. But he was so broken by this experience that he never really recovered. All of his races afterwards were weak, half-hearted attempts, and he never won again. People are not racehorses. But this story is reminiscent of far too many men who, in the boom years of the 1920s, started off with a wonderful attitude of success. They achieved financial success, and then, when the Depression struck in 1930, they experienced defeat. They were crushed. Their attitude changed from positive to negative. Their talisman flipped to the side that read NMA. They stopped trying. They, like John P. Greer, became has-beens. Some people seem to use PMA pretty much all the time. Others start and then quit. But others, the vast majority of us, have never really begun to use the tremendous powers available to us. What about us? Can we learn to use PMA as we've learned other skills? The answer, based on our years of experience, is a definite yes. This is the subject of this book. In the chapters that follow, we will show you how it can be done. The effort to learn will be worth it, because PMA is the essential ingredient in all success. Meet the most important living person. The day you recognize PMA for yourself is the day that you will meet the most important living person. Who is he? Why, the most important living person is you, as far as you and your life are concerned. Take a look at yourself. Isn't it true that you carry with you an invisible talisman with the initials PMA emblazoned on one side and NMA on the other? What exactly is this talisman, this force? The talisman is your mind's PMA, is a positive mental attitude. Positive mental attitude is the right mental attitude. What is the right mental attitude? It is most often comprised of the plus characteristics symbolized by such words as faith, integrity, hope, optimism, courage, initiative, generosity, tolerance, tact, kindliness, and good common sense. A person with positive mental attitude aims for high goals and constantly strives to achieve them. NMA is a negative mental attitude. It has opposite characteristics to PMA. After years spent studying successful men, the authors of Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude have come to the conclusion that a positive mental attitude is the one simple secret shared by them all. It was PMA that helped S.B. Fuller overcome the disadvantages of poverty. It was PMA that motivated Tom Dempsey, despite his crippled leg, to kick the longest field goal ever kicked in a professional football game. And it was certainly a positive mental attitude that enabled Henry J. Kaiser to build a Liberty ship every 10 days. It was Al Allen's ability to turn his talisman right side up that motivated him to return to his prospects, the very ones who had refused him the day before, and set a new sales record. Do you know how to make your invisible talisman work for you? Perhaps you do. Perhaps you don't. Perhaps you have developed and strengthened your PMA until life is bringing you every worthwhile wish. But if you haven't, you can and will learn the techniques whereby you can release your power of PMA through its magic in your life as you continue to read this book. A positive mental attitude, what it is, and how it may be developed and applied, is described throughout this book. It is the one essential principle of this book's 17 principles for achieving worthwhile success. Achievement is attained through some combination of PMA with one or more of the other 16 success principles. Master them. Begin applying each of them as you recognize them while reading, success through a positive mental attitude. When you make each principle a part of your life, yours will be a positive mental attitude in its most powerful form. And the payoff will be success, health, happiness, wealth, or whatever definite aims you may have in life. These will be yours, provided you don't violate the laws of infinite intelligence and the rights of your fellow men. Such violations are the most repellent forms of enemy. In Chapter 2, you will find the formula by which you may keep your mind positive. Master that formula, apply it in all that you do, and you will be on your way to the attainment of your every desire. Call it now. 1. Thoughts to steer by. Meet the most important living person. That person is you. Your success, health, happiness, wealth depend on how you use your invisible talisman. How will you use it? The choice is yours. Your mind is your invisible talisman. The letters PMA, positive mental attitude, are emblazoned on one side, and NMA, negative mental attitude, on the other. These are powerful forces. PMA is the right mental attitude for each specific occasion. It has the power to attract the good and the beautiful. NMA repels them. It is a negative mental attitude that robs you of all that makes life worth living. Self-question. How can I develop the right mental attitude? Be specific. Don't blame God for your lack of success. Like S.B. Fuller, you can develop a burning desire to succeed. How? Keep your mind on the things you want and off the things you don't want. How? Like S.B. Fuller, read the Bible and inspirational books for a purpose. Ask for divine guidance. Search for the light. Ask for the most optimistic possible future, and use every day's possibilities to make your life better. Self-question. Do you believe it's proper to ask for divine guidance? Every adversity has the seed of an equivalent or greater benefit for those who have PMA. Sometimes the things that seem to be adversities turn out to be opportunities in disguise. Tom Dempsey discovered this as a cripple. Self-question. Will you engage in thinking time to determine how you can turn adversities into seeds of equivalent or greater benefits? Accept the priceless gift, the joy of work. Apply the greatest value in life. Love people and serve them. Like Henry I. Kaiser, you will attract big and generous portions of success. You can, if you develop PMA. Self-question. Will you search to find out how you can develop PMA as you continue to read this book? Never underestimate the repellent power of a negative mental attitude. It can prevent life's lucky breaks from benefiting you. Self-question. PMA attracts good. How can I develop the habit of PMA? You can profit by disappointment if it is turned into inspirational dissatisfaction with PMA. Like Al Allen, develop inspirational dissatisfaction. Rearrange your attitudes and convert a failure of one day into success on another. How do you think you can develop inspirational dissatisfaction? Bring into reality the possibility of the improbable by acquiring PMA. Say to yourself, as Henry Ford said to his engineers, keep working. Self-question. Have you the courage to aim high and strive daily to keep your goal before you? Don't let your mental attitude make you a pass-bean. When you become successful and a depression or any other unfavorable circumstance arises, which causes you a loss or defeat, act on the self-motivator. Success is achieved by those who try and maintained by those who keep trying. With PMA, this is the way to avoid being crushed. Universal principles in self-motivator form. Every adversity has the seed of an equivalent or greater benefit. Greatness comes to those who develop a burning desire to achieve high goals. Success is achieved and maintained by those who try and keep on trying with PMA. To become an expert achiever in any human activity, it takes practice, 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 practice. Now, man's greatest power lies in the power of prayer. Chapter 2. You can change your world. We now know that PMA is a positive mental attitude, and we also know that a positive mental attitude is one of the 17 success principles. When you begin to apply a combination of these principles with PMA in your chosen occupation or to a solution of your personal problems, you are on the right track and headed in the right direction towards getting what you want. To achieve anything worthwhile in life, it is imperative that you apply PMA, regardless of what other success principles you employ. PMA is the catalyst which makes any combination of success principles work to attain a worthwhile end. It is NMA, combined with some of the same principles, that is the catalyst which results in crime or evil, in grief, disaster, tragedy, sin, disease, death, are some of its rewards. 17 Success Principles. The authors have for many years given lectures, instructed classes, and conducted a correspondence course on the 17 Success Principles. The title of the course, The Science of Success. These 17 principles are: 1. A positive mental attitude. 2. Definitiveness of purpose. 3. Going the extra mile. 4. Accurate thinking. 5. Self-discipline. 6. The mastermind. 7. Applied faith. 8. A pleasing personality. 9. Personal initiative. 10. Enthusiasm. 11. Controlled attention. 12. Teamwork. 13. Learning from defeat. 14. Creative vision. 14. Budgeting, time, and mental health. 17. Maintaining sound physical and mental health. 17. Using cosmic habit force. 14. These 17 success principles are no creation of the authors. They were extracted from the lifetime experiences of hundreds of the most successful persons our nation has known during the past century. As long as you live, from this day forward, you can analyze your every success and every failure. That is, if you imprint these 17 principles indelibly in your memory. You may develop and maintain a permanent positive mental attitude by making it your responsibility to adopt and apply these 17 principles in your daily living. There is no other known method by which you may keep your mind positive. Analyze yourself courageously now and learn which of these 17 principles you have been using and which of them you have been neglecting. In the future, analyze both your successes and your allures, using the 17 principles as a measuring device, and very soon you will be able to lay your finger on what has been holding you back. If you have PMA and don't succeed, then what? If you use PMA and don't succeed, it may be because you are not using each of the principles that are necessary in the combination for success to attain your specific goal. You may wish to check the stories of S.B. Fuller, Tom Dempsey, Henry J. Kaiser, the woodcutter, Al Allen, and Henry Ford, to recognize which of the 17 success principles each person applied or neglected to apply. You might analyze someone you know who is a has-been in real life. As you read the case histories in the chapters which follow, do the same thing. Ask yourself, which of the 17 success principles are used, which are omitted? At first, it may be difficult to understand and apply the principles, but as you continue to read success through a positive mental attitude, each of these principles will become more clear to you. You will then be able to use them. When you get to Chapter 2.0, you will be able to check yourself accurately by the 17 success principles. There you will find a self-analysis chart under the heading Success Quotient Analysis. Has the world given you a raw deal? The students who have enrolled in the PMA Science of Success course have often been people who considered themselves failures in some area of their lives. The very first question such a person might be asked when he enters the class is, why? Why are you taking this course? Why haven't you had the success you would like to have? And the reasons which they give tell us a tragic story about the causes of failure. I never really had a chance to get ahead. My father was an alcoholic, you know. I was raised in the slums, and that's something you can never get out of your system. I only had a grammar school education. These people are all saying, in essence, that the world has given them a raw deal. They are blaming the world and circumstances outside themselves for their failures. They blame their heredity or their environment. They start out with a negative mental attitude, and of course, with that attitude they are handicapped. But it is NMA that is holding them down, not the external handicap which they give as the cause of their failure. A lesson learned Torum a child. There is a wonderful little story about a minister who, one Saturday morning, was trying to prepare his sermon under difficult conditions. His wife was out shopping. It was a rainy day, and his young son was restless and bored with nothing to do. Finally, in desperation, the minister picked up an old magazine and thumbed through it until he came to a large, brightly colored picture. It showed a map of the world. He tore the page from the magazine, ripped it into little bits, and threw the scraps all over the living room floor, with the words, "Johnny, if you can put this all together, I'll give you a quarter." The preacher thought this would take Johnny most of the morning. But within 10 minutes, there was a knock on his study door. It was his son with the completed puzzle. The minister was amazed to see Johnny finished so soon, with the pieces of paper neatly arranged and the map of the world back in order. "Son, how did you get that done so fast?" the preacher asked. "Oh," said Johnny, "it was easy. On the other side, there was a picture of a man. I just put a piece of paper on the bottom, put the picture of the man together, put a piece of paper on top, and then turned it over. I figured that if you got the man right, the world would be right." The minister smiled and handed his son a quarter. "And you've given me my sermon for tomorrow, too," he said. "If a man is right, his world will be right." There's a great lesson in this idea. If you are unhappy with your world and want to change it, the place to start is with yourself. If you are right, your world will be right. This is what PMA is all about. When you have a positive mental attitude, the problems of your world tend to bow before you. You were born a champion. Have you ever thought about the battles you won before you were born? Stop and think about yourself, says Amram Scheinfeld, an expert on genetics. In all the history of the world, there was never anyone else exactly like you, and in all the infinity of time to come, there will never be another. You are a very special person. And many struggles took place that had to be successfully concluded in order to produce you. Just think, tens of millions of sperm cells participated in a great battle, yet only one of them won, the one that made you. It was a great race to reach a single object, a precious egg containing a tiny nucleus. This goal for which the sperms were competing was smaller in size than the point of a needle, and each sperm was so small that it would have to be magnified thousands of times before it could be seen by the human eye. Yet it is on this microscopic level that your life's most decisive battle was fought. The head of each of the millions of sperms contained a precious cargo of 24 chromosomes, just as there were 24 in the tiny nucleus of the egg. Each chromosome was composed of jelly-like beads, closely strung together. Each bead contained hundreds of genes, to which scientists attribute all the factors of your heredity. The chromosomes in the sperm comprise aft the hereditary material and tendencies contributed by your father and his ancestors. Those in the egg nucleus, the inheritable traits of your mother and her ancestors. Your mother and father themselves represented the culmination of over 2 billion years of victory in the battle to survive. And then one particular sperm, the fastest, the healthiest, the winner, united with the waiting egg to form one tiny living cell. The life of the most important living person had begun. You had become a champion. Over the most staggering odds you will ever fight. Don't turn to shame. Have to face. For all practical purpose, you had inherited from the vast reservoir of the past all the potential abilities and powers you need to achieve your objectives. You were born to be a champion, and no matter what obstacles and difficulties lie in your way, they are not 1/10 so great as the ones that have already been overcome at the moment of your conception. Victory is built into every living person. Take the case of Irving Ben Cooper, who was one of America's most respected judges. But this was very far from the way young Ben Cooper thought of himself as a young boy. How a Torrightened boy developed PMA. Ben grew up in a near-slum neighborhood in St. Joseph, Missouri. His father was an immigrant tailor who earned little money. Many days there simply wasn't enough to eat. To heal their small home, Ben used to take a coal scuttle and walk down to the railroad tracks that ran nearby. There he would pick up pieces of coal. It embarrassed Ben to have to do it. He'd often try to sneak through the bad streets so children from school wouldn't see him. But they often did. There was one gang of boys in particular who found great sport in ambushing Ben on his way home from the tracks and beating him up. They would scatter his coal all over the street and send him home with tears streaming from his eyes. Thus it was that Ben lived in a more or less permanent state of fear and self-despising. Something happened, as it always must, when we break the pattern of defeat. The victory within us does not assert itself until we are ready. Ben was inspired to positive action because he read a book. It was Robert Coverdale's Struggle by Horatio Alger. In it, Ben read the adventures of a youngster like himself who was faced with great odds, but who overcame these odds with the courage and moral strength which Ben wished to possess. In an attempt to prove his capabilities and enterprise, Ben sent away prisoners of war to the main German prisons. The boy read every one of the Horatio Alger books he could borrow. As he read, he lived the part of the hero. All winter he sat in the cold kitchen, reading stories of courage and success, unconsciously absorbing a positive mental attitude. Some months after he had read his first Horatio Alger book, Ben Cooper was again making a trip down to the railroad tracks. Off in the distance, he saw 3 figures dart behind a building. His first thought was to turn and run. Then he remembered the courage that he had admired in his book heroes, and, instead of turning, his hand gripped the coal scuttle more tightly, and he marched straight ahead, as if he were one of the Alger heroes. It was a brutal fight. The 3 boys jumped Ben all at the same time. His bucket dropped, and he started flailing his arms, with a determination that caught the bullies by surprise. Ben's right hand smashed into the lips and nose of one of the boys, his left hand into his stomach. To Ben's surprise, the boy stopped fighting and turned and ran. Meanwhile, the other 2 boys were hitting and kicking him. Ben managed to push one boy away and knock the other down. He jumped on the second boy with his knees, while he plowed punch after punch into his stomach and jaw, as if he were mad. Now there was just one boy left. This was the leader. He had jumped on top of Ben. Ben managed to pull him aside and get on his feet. For a second, the 2 boys stood and looked each other squarely in the eyes. And then, bit by bit, the leader stepped backwards. He, too, ran away. Perhaps it was righteous indignation, but Ben picked up a chunk of coal and threw it at the retreater. It wasn't until then that Ben realized that his nose was bleeding and that he had black and blue marks on his body from the punches and kicks he had received. It was worth it. It was a great day in Ben's life. In that moment, he overcame fear. Ben Cooper wasn't much stronger than he had been a year earlier. His attackers were no less tough. The difference came in Ben's own mental attitude. He had faced danger in spite of fear. He decided that no longer was he going to be pushed around by bullies. From now on, he himself was going to change his world. And of course, this is exactly what he did. Identify yourself with a successful image. The boy gave himself an identity. When he fought the 3 bullies on the street that day, he was not lighting as frightened, undernourished Ben Cooper. He was fighting as Robert Coverdale or any other of the plucky and daring heroes of Horatio Alger's books. Identifying one's self with a successful image can help break the habits of self-doubt and defeat, which years of NMA set up within a personality. Another, and equally important successful technique for changing your world is to identify yourself with an image that will inspire you to make the right decisions. It can be a slogan, a picture, or any other symbol that is meaningful to you. What will your picture say to you? The president of a Midwest concern operating internationally was visiting his San Francisco office. He noticed a large photograph of himself on the wall of the office of Dorothy Jones, a private secretary. "Dottie, that's a rather large picture for this size room, isn't it?" he asked. Dorothy responded, "When I have a problem, do you know what I do?" Without waiting for an answer, she demonstrated by placing her elbows on her desk, propping her head on the fingers of her folded hands and looking up at the picture. "Boss, how the heck would you solve this problem?" she asked. Dottie's remarks seem rather humorous, yet the essence of her idea is startling. Perhaps you have a picture in your office, your home, or in your wallet that could give you the right answer to an important question in your life. Yours may be a picture of your mother, father, wife, husband, of Benjamin Franklin or Abraham Lincoln. It may be that of a saint. What will your picture say to you? There is one way to find out. When you are faced with a serious problem or decision, ask your picture a question. Listen for the answer. Another essential ingredient for changing your world is to have definiteness of purpose, one of the 17 principles of success. Definiteness, o tway purpose, is the starting point of tway all achievement. Definiteness of purpose, combined with PMA, is the starting point of all worthwhile achievement. Remember, your world will change, whether or not you choose to change it, but you have the power to choose its direction. You can select your own targets. When you determine your definite major aims with PMA, there is a natural tendency for you to use 7 of the success principles: personal initiative, self-discipline, a creative vision, organized thinking, controlled attention, concentration of effort, budgeting of time and money, enthusiasm. Robert Christopher had definiteness of purpose with PMA. Now let's see how the natural tendencies for these additional principles manifested themselves in this success story. For, like many boys, Bob's imagination was stimulated while he read Jules Verne's thrilling, imaginative story, Around the World in 80 Days. Bob told us, "I used to daydream a great deal, but when I grew older, I read 2 books on motivation, Think and Grow Rich and The Magic of Believing. Around the World in 80 Days. Now, why couldn't I go around the world on $80? I believed that any given aim could be accomplished if I had faith and confidence that it could be. That is, if I started from where I was to get to where I wanted to be. I thought." And then Bob took his fountain pen from his pocket and wrote on a piece of notepaper a list of the problems with which he would be faced. Also, he made notes of what he thought were workable answers to each. Now, Bob Christopher was an expert photographer, and he did have a camera. It was a good one at that. When he reached his decision, he went into action. Entered a contract with Charles Pfizer Company, a large pharmaceutical company, to collect soil samples from the various countries he intended to visit. Obtained an international driver's license and a set of maps in return for a promised report on Middle East road conditions. Picked up Siemens papers. Obtained a letter from the New York City Police Department to prove that he had no criminal record. Arranged for a youth hostel membership. Contacted a freight airline which agreed to transport him by plane over the Atlantic on his promise to obtain photographs which the company intended to use for publicity. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. And when his plans were completed, this young man of 26 left New York City by plane with $80 in his pocket. Around the world on $80 was his definite major aim, and here are a few of his experiences. Had breakfast at Gander, Newfoundland. How did he pay for it? He photographed the cooks in the kitchen, and they were pleased. Bought 4 cartons of American cigarettes at Shannon, Ireland that cost him $4.80. At that time, cigarettes were as good as money as a medium of exchange in many countries. Arrived at Vienna from Paris. The fee: 1 carton of cigarettes to the driver. Gave the conductor 4 packs of cigarettes to take him from Vienna to Switzerland on a train through the Alps. When they reached the post, Bridget's pockets were empty of tobacco. Rode a bus to Damascus. A policeman in Syria was so proud of the picture that Bob had taken of him that he ordered the bus driver to take him. Took a photograph of the president and staff of the Iraq Express Transportation Company. This earned him a ride from Baghdad to Tehran. In Bangkok, the owner of a very fine restaurant fed him like a king, for Bob gave him the information he wanted, a detailed description of a specific area and a set of maps. Was brought from Japan to San Francisco as a crew member of SS The Flying Spray. Around the world in 80 days? No. Robert Christopher went around the world in 84 days. But he did accomplish his objective. He went around the world on $80. And because he had definiteness of purpose with PMA, he was automatically motivated to use an additional 13 of the 17 success principles to achieve his specific goal. The starting point of all achievement. Let us repeat. The starting point of all achievement is definiteness of purpose with PMA. Remember this statement and ask yourself, what is my goal? What do I really want? Based on the people we see in our PMA Science of Success course, we estimate that 98 out of every 100 persons who are dissatisfied with their world do not have a clear picture in their minds of the world they would like for themselves. Think of it. Think of the people who drift aimlessly through life, dissatisfied, struggling against a great many things, but without a clear-cut goal. Can you state right now what it is that you want out of life? Fixing your goals may not be easy. It may even involve some painful self-examination. But it will be worth whatever effort it costs, because as soon as you can name your goal, you can expect to enjoy many advantages. These advantages come almost automatically. 1. The first great advantage is that your subconscious mind begins to work under a universal law. What the mind of man can conceive and believe, the mind of man can achieve with PMA. Because you visualize your intended destination, your subconscious mind is affected by this self-suggestion. It goes to work to help you get there. 2. Because you know what you want, there is a tendency for you to try to get on the right track and head in the right direction. You get into action. 3. Work now becomes fun. You are motivated to pay the price. You budget your time and money. You study, think, and plan. The more you think about your goals, the more enthusiastic you become, and with enthusiasm, your desire turns into a burning desire. 4. You become alerted to opportunities that will help you achieve your objectives as they present themselves in your everyday experiences. Because you know what you want, you are more likely to recognize these opportunities. These 4 advantages are illustrated by an early experience of the man who was later to become editor of the Ladies' Home Journal. Edward Bok came from Holland as a boy with his parents. He was imbued with the idea that someday he was going to run a magazine. With this specific goal before him, he was able to seize upon an incident so trivial that with most of us it would have passed unnoticed. He saw a man open a package of cigarettes, take a slip of paper from it, and drop the paper on the floor. Bok stooped and picked up a scrap of paper. On it was a picture of a famous actress. Below the picture was a statement that this was one of a series. The cigarette buyer was urged to collect the complete set of pictures. Bok turned the piece of paper over and noticed that the back side was perfectly blank. Bok's mind, filled as it was with a purpose, sensed an opportunity here. He reasoned that the value of the picture enclosed in the package of cigarettes would be greatly enhanced if the blank side were devoted to a brief biography of the person pictured. He went to the lithograph firm, which printed the enclosure, and explained his idea to the manager. The manager promptly said, "I'll give you $10 each if you will write me a 100-word biography of 100 famous Americans. Send me a list and group them. Presidents, famous soldiers, actors, authors, and so on." This is the way Edward Bok got his first literary assignment. The demand for his short biographies became so great that he needed help, so he offered his brother $5 each if he would help him. Before long, Bok had 5 journalists busy turning out biographies for the lithograph presses. "Bok," he was the editor, "you have success born in you." Notice that none of the men we have been talking about had success handed to him on a platter. At first, the world was not particularly kind to Edward Bok or Judge Cooper, and yet each carved from the raw material around him a career of great satisfaction, and each one did it by developing the many talents he found within himself. Everyone has many talents towards surmounting his special problems. It is interesting to note that life never leaves us stranded. If life hands us a problem, it hands us also the abilities with which to meet the problem. Our abilities vary, of course, as you are motivated to use them. And even though you are in ill health, you can nonetheless lead a useful and happy life. You may fear ill health is too great a handicap to overcome. If this is true, take courage from the experience of Milo C. Jones. Milo had not tried to acquire wealth when he had good health, and then he became sick. When he became sick, the odds were stacked heavily against him. Here's the story of his experience. When Milo C. Jones had been in good health, he had worked very hard. He was a farmer, and he operated a small farm near Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. But somehow he seemed unable to make his farm yield much more than the bare necessities for himself and his family. This kind of existence went on year after year. Then suddenly, something happened. Jones was stricken with extensive paralysis and confined to his bed. Here was a man who, late in life, became completely incapacitated. He was barely able to move his body. His relatives were certain he would be permanently unhappy as a hopeless invalid. And he would have been, had not something more happened to him. And he made it happen. It brought the kind of happiness to him that comes with achievement and financial success. What was it Jones used to bring about this change? He used his mind. Yes, his body was paralyzed, but his mind was unaffected. He could think, and he did think and plan. One day, while engaged in thinking and planning, he recognized the most important living person with the magic talisman, with PMA on one side and NMA on the other. He saw clearly that he was a mind with a body. He made his own decision right then and there. PMA attracts wealth. Milo C. Jones chose to develop a positive mental attitude. He chose to be hopeful, optimistic, happy, and to convert creative thinking into reality by starting right from where he was. He wanted to be useful. Enby wanted to support his family instead of being a burden to them. But how could he turn his disadvantage into advantage? He didn't let this vital problem stop him. He found the answer. First, Jones counted his blessings. He discovered that he had so very much for which to be thankful. This thankfulness led him to search for additional blessings, which he might enjoy in the future. And because he was searching for, among other things, a way to be useful, he found and recognized that for which he was looking. It was a plan, and it required action. So, Jones went into mental action. He revealed the plan to members of his family. "I am no longer able to work with my hands," he began, "so I have decided to work with my mind. Every one of you can, if you will, take the place of my hands, feet, and physical body. Let's plant every tillable acre of out-farming corn. Then let's raise pigs and feed them the corn. Let's slaughter the pigs while they are young and tender and convert them into sausages. And then we can package and sell them under a brand name. We'll sell them under a brand name. We'll renew our membership every 2 years." And then he chuckled as he said, "They'll sell like hot cakes." And they did sell like hot cakes. In a few years, the brand name Jones, Little Pig Sausages, became a household byword. And these 4 words became a symbol that tantalized the appetites of men, women, and children throughout the nation. And Milo C. Jones lived to see himself a millionaire. He had achieved something even more through a positive mental attitude, for he bad-flipped his talisman to PMA, and thus, although he was physically handicapped, he became a happy man. He was happy because he was useful, a formula to help you change your world. Fortunately, not every life is faced with such great difficulties. Yet, everyone has problems, and everyone reacts to motivating symbols through suggestion or self-suggestion. A most effective form is a self-motivator, deliberately memorized for the purpose of flashing from the subconscious to the conscious in time of need. What, then, is a formula that can help you change your world? Memorize, understand, and repeat frequently throughout the day. What the mind of man can conceive and believe, the mind of man can achieve with PMA. It is a form of self-succession. It is a self-motivator to success. When it becomes a part of you, you dare to aim higher. Bill was a sickly farm boy in the southeastern Missouri country. A dedicated grammar school teacher motivated young William Danforth to change his world. The teacher did this with a challenge. "I dare you. I dare you to become the healthiest boy in school." "I dare you" became William Danforth's self-motivator throughout life. He became the healthiest boy in his school. Before he died at the age of 85, he helped thousands of other youths develop good health, and something more: to aspire nobly, to adventure daringly, and to serve humbly. During his long career, B never lost a day at work because of illness. "I dare you" motivated him to build one of America's largest corporations. The Ralston Purina Company, "I dare you" motivated him to engage in creative thinking and turn liabilities into assets. "I dare you" motivated him to organize the American Youth Foundation. Its purpose is to train young men and women in Christian ideals and to prepare them for the responsibilities of life. "I dare you" motivated William Danforth to write a book entitled "I Dare You." Today, this book is inspiring boys and girls, men and women, to have the courage to make this world a better world to live in. What a remarkable testimony to the power of a self-motivator to develop a positive mental attitude. You yourself ever tempted to blame the world for your failures? If so, pause and reconsider. Does the problem lie with the world or with you? Dare to learn the 17 success principles. Dare to memorize self-motivators. Dare to apply them with the full assurance that they will work for you just as effectively as they are working every day for hundreds of others. Perhaps you don't know how. Perhaps you need to learn to think more accurately. Be guided by Pilot Star. No. 2. Then turn to Chapter 3. Its purpose is to help you clear the cobwebs from your thinking. Pilot. No. Thoughts to steer by. 1. You can change your world. To achieve anything worthwhile in life, it is necessary to set high goals for yourself and want to achieve them. Have you thought about the high goals you would like to achieve? 2. Imprint the 17 success principles indelibly in your memory. Have you memorized them? 3. Do you tend to blame the world? If you do, memorize the self-motivator. If the man is right, his world will be right. Is your immediate world right? 4. You were born to be a champion. For all practical purposes, you have inherited from the vast reservoir of the past all the potential abilities and powers you need to achieve your objectives. Are you willing to pay the price to develop your abilities and use the powers within you? 5. Identify yourself with a successful image, as Irving Ben Cooper did. Who will you select? 6. Ask yourself an important question. What will your picture say to you? Listen for the answer. 7. Definiteness of purpose with PMA is the starting point of all worthwhile achievement. Have you selected some definite, specific, desirable goal? Will you keep it in mind daily? 8. When you determine your definite aims, there is a tendency for several additional success principles to begin to operate automatically to help you achieve them. 9. Everyone has many talents for surmounting his special problems. What special talents do you think you have that you can develop? 10. Here is a formula that has helped many to change their world. What the mind of man can conceive and believe, the mind of man can achieve with PMA. Have you memorized this formula? Chapter 3. Clear the cobwebs from your thinking. You are what you think, but what do you think? How orderly are your thought processes? How straight is your thinking? And how clean are your thoughts? There are certain mental cobwebs that clutter up the thinking of almost everyone, even the most brilliant minds. Negative feelings, emotions, passions, habits, beliefs, and prejudices. Our thoughts become entangled in these webs. Sometimes we have undesirable habits and we want to correct them, and there are times when we are strongly tempted to do wrong. Then, like an insect caught in a spider's web, we struggle to get free. Our conscious will is in conflict with our imagination and the will of our subconscious mind. The more we struggle, the more we become entrapped. Some persons give up and experience the mental conflicts of a living hell. Others learn how to tap and use the powers of the subconscious through the conscious mind. They are victorious. And success, through a positive mental attitude, teaches you how to tap and use these powers. An insect may not be able to avoid being caught in the spider's web, and when once trapped, it is unable to free itself. There is one thing, however, over which each person has absolute, inherent control, and that is his mental attitude. We can avoid mental cobwebs. We can clear them, and we can sweep them away as they begin to develop. We can free ourselves when once enmeshed, and we can remain free. You do this by accurate thinking with PMA. Accurate thinking is one of the 17 success principles revealed in Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude. To think accurately, you must use reason. The science of reasoning, or accurate thinking, is called logic. One can learn it from books written specifically on this subject, such as The Art of Clear Thinking by Rudolf Flesch, Your Most Enchanted Listener by Wendell Johnson, Introduction to Logic by Edwin Leavitt Clark. These books can be of immense practical help, but we don't act from reason alone. An action based on common sense is the result of more than just reason. It depends upon habits of thought and action, intuitions, experiences, and other influences such as tendencies and environment. One of the cobwebs of our thinking is to assume that we act from reason alone, when in reality every conscious act is the result of doing what we want to do. We make decisions. There is a tendency when reasoning to draw conclusions favorable to the strong inner urges of our subconscious mind, and this tendency exists in everyone, even the great thinkers and philosophers. In 31 BC, a Greek philosopher who lived in a city on the Aegean Sea wanted to go to Carthage. He was a teacher of logic. Therefore, he contemplated reasons in favor of making the voyage and reasons against it. For every reason as to why he should go, he found that there were many more reasons why he shouldn't. Of course, he would be seasick. The boat was so small that a storm might jeopardize his life. Pirates with swift sailing vessels were lying in wait off Tripoli to prey upon merchant vessels. If his ship were captured by them, they would take his worldly goods and sell him into slavery. Discretion indicated that he should not make the trip, but he did. Why? Because he wanted to. It so happens that emotion and reason should be in balance in everyone's life. Neither should always hold the controlling hand. So, sometimes it is good to do what you want to do instead of what reason fears. As to this philosopher, he had a most pleasant journey and arrived back home safely. Then there was Socrates, the great Athenian philosopher who lived from 470 BC to 399 BC. He has gone down in history as one of the outstanding thinkers of all time. Wise as Socrates was, there were cobwebs in his thinking too. As a young man, Socrates fell in love with Xanthippe. She was very beautiful. He wasn't good-looking, but he was persuasive. Persuasive individuals seem to have the ability to get what they want. Socrates was successful in persuading Xanthippe to marry him. Are you seeing only the mote in the other two yellows' eye? After the honeymoon was over, things didn't go along so well at his house. His wife began to see his faults, and he saw hers. He was motivated by egoism. He was selfish. She was always nagging him. Socrates reportedly said, "My aim in life is to get on well with people. I chose Xanthippe because I knew if I could get on well with her, I could get along with anyone." That is what he said, but his actions disproved his words. It is questionable that he tried to get on well with more than a few. When you always try to prove to persons whom you meet that they are wrong, you repel rather than attract, as Socrates did. Yet he said that he endured Xanthippe's nagging for his own personal self-discipline, but he would have developed real self-discipline had he tried to understand his wife and to influence her. Through the same considerate attentions and expressions of love that he used in persuading her to marry him. He didn't see the beam in his own eye, but he saw the mote in Xanthippe's eye. Of course, Xanthippe wasn't blameless either. Socrates and she were just like many husbands and wives living today. After their marriage, they neglect to continue to communicate their true feelings of affection, understanding, and love to each other. They neglect to continue to employ the same pleasing personalities and mental attitudes that made their courtship such a happy experience. Negligence is a cobweb too. Now, Socrates didn't read success through a positive mental attitude. Neither did Xanthippe. Had she done so, she would have known how to motivate her husband so that their home life would have been a happier one. She would have seen the beam in her eye rather than the mote in Socrates's. She would have controlled her own reactions and been sensitive to the reactions of her husband, both that had been keeping her held. In fact, she might have even proved the fallacy of his logic after she read Chapter 5, entitled Dr. Dre with the Victoria's Secret. And something more. Still clutching the book, and because the story of Socrates proves he saw only mote in Xanthippes' eye, we shall tell you about another young man. He learned to see the beam in his own eye. But before we do, let's see how the habit of nagging develops. You see, when you know the cause of a problem, you can often avoid it, or you can find your own solution to that problem, if you already have it. S.I. Hayakawa, in Language and Thought and Action, wrote, "In order to cure what she believes to be her husband's faults, a wife may nag him. His faults get worse, so she nags him some more. Naturally, his faults get worse still, and she nags him even more. Governed by a fixated reaction to the problem of her husband's faults, she can meet it only one way. The longer she continues, the worse it gets, until they are both nervous wrecks, their marriage is destroyed, and their lives are shattered." Now, what about the young man? It was the first evening of a PMA Science of Success class when he was asked, "Why are you taking this course?" "Because of my wife," he responded. Many of the students laughed, but not the instructor. He knew from experience that there are many unhappy homes when husband or wife sees the other's faults, but not his or her own. He restored happiness to his home. It was 4 weeks later, in a private conference, that the instructor asked the student, "How are you coming along with your problem?" "It's solved." "That's wonderful, but how did you solve it?" I learned, when I am faced with a problem that involves misunderstandings with other persons, I must first start with myself. When I examined my own mental attitude, I discovered that it was negative. My problem was really not with my wife after all, it was with me. In solving my problem, I found that I no longer had one willer. Now, what if Socrates had said to himself, "When I am faced with a problem that involves a misunderstanding with Xanthippe, I must first start with myself"? And what would happen if you would say to yourself, "When I am faced with a problem that involves a misunderstanding with another person, I must first start with myself"? Would your life be a happier one? But there are many other cobwebs that interfere with happiness. Oddly enough, the one that is the greatest hindrance is the very tool of thought itself: words. Words are symbols, as S.I. Hayakawa tells us in his book. And you will find that a one-word symbol can mean to you the sum total of a combination of innumerable ideas, concepts, and experiences. You will also see, as you continue to read Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude, that the subconscious instantaneously communicates to the conscious mind through symbols. Through one word, you can motivate others to act. When you say to another person, "You can," this is suggestion. When you say to yourself, "I can," you motivate yourself by self-suggestion. But more about these universal truths in the next chapter. First, let's recognize that a whole science has grown up around the important discoveries made about words and the communicating of ideas through words, the science of semantics. And Hayakawa is an expert in this field. He tells us that to find out what a word really means on the lips of another person, or even on your own lips, is essential in the process of accurate thinking. But how does one do this? Just be specific. Start with a meeting of the minds, and many needless misunderstandings will be avoided. One word can cause an argument. The uncle of a 9-year-old boy was visiting in the home of the boy's parents. One evening when the father came home, the following dialogue developed. Exercises for better sleep after 18 hours of sleep. What do you think of a boy that lies? I don't think very much of him. And I know one thing certain. My son tells the truth. He told a lie today. Son, did you tell your uncle a lie? No, father. Let's clear this thing up. Your uncle says you lied. You say you didn't. Just exactly what did happen? He asked, turning to the uncle. Well, I told him to take his toys down to the basement. He didn't do it, and he told me that he did. Son, did you take your toys to the basement? Yes, father. Son, how do you explain this? Your uncle says that you didn't take your toys to the basement, and you say that you did. There are several steps leading from the first floor down to the basement. About 4 steps down is a window. I put my toys on the windowsill. The basement is the distance between the floor and the ceiling. My toys are in the basement. The argument between the uncle and his nephew was due to the definition of one word: basement. The boy probably knew what his uncle meant, but he was lazy and hadn't wanted to run all the way downstairs. When he was faced with punishment, the boy tried to save himself by using logic to prove his point. Now this may be intriguing, but more motivating will be the story of a young man who didn't know what the most important word symbol in any language means. And what is the most important word in any language? That word is God. Not so long ago, a student from Columbia University called on the Reverend Harry Emerson Fosdick, Minister Emeritus of the Riverside Church of New York City. The student had hardly gotten through the door before he said, "I'm an atheist." When he sat down, he repeated defiantly, "I don't believe in God." Call him. Let's start with a meeting of 2 or 3 minds. Now, fortunately, Dr. Fosdick was also an expert in the field of semantics. He knew from long experience that he could never really communicate with another person unless he understood exactly what that other person meant by the words he used. He also knew that it was necessary for the other person to comprehend his meaning. So instead of taking offense at the student's brash remark, Dr. Fosdick expressed a genuinely friendly interest in him and then asked, "Please describe to me the God you do not believe in." The young man had to think, as everyone has to think when he is asked a question that doesn't cause a reflex yes or no answer. Dr. Fosdick knew that the right question could sweep strong cobwebs of negative thinking out of the youth's mind. After a little while, the student began to try to describe the God he didn't believe in. In so doing, he gave the minister a very clear picture of the God he rejected. "Well," said Dr. Fosdick when the student had finished, "if that is the God you don't believe in, I don't believe in him either. So we are both atheists. Nevertheless," he continued, "we still have the Oini, universe on our hands. What do you make of it? Its formation, its meaning?" Before the young man left Dr. Fosdick, he discovered that he was not an atheist at all, but a very good theist. He did believe in God. Now, Dr. Fosdick had not been thrown by the undefined use of a word. In this instance, he helped sweep away the cobwebs of the young man's thinking by asking him questions. The simple, clear response as to what the young man didn't believe in was enough to allow a meeting of the minds. The second question directed the youth's thoughts into the proper channels, and it gave Dr. Fosdick an opportunity to explain his meaning of the universal God. "You mean the universal God?" Froglegs taught him logic. As we have seen, the student reached 2 entirely different conclusions. Each was based on a different premise. Cobwebs will interfere with accurate thinking and cause you to reach a wrong conclusion when you start with a false premise. W. Clement Stone had an amusing experience with this, which he describes as follows. "As a boy, I enjoyed eating frog legs. One day at a restaurant, I was served jumbo frog legs and didn't like them. Then and there, I decided that I didn't like large frog legs. Some years later, I was at a quality restaurant in Louisville, Kentucky, and saw frog legs on the menu. My conversation with the waiter was as follows. 'Are these small frog legs?' 'Yes, sir.' 'Are you sure?' 'I don't like the large ones.' 'Yes, sir.' If they're the small ones, that'll be fine for me. Yes, sir. When the waiter brought the entree, I saw that they were jumbo frog legs. I was irritated and said, "These aren't the small frog legs." I asked if they were the exact size for the passport, and the waiter said they were. "These are the smallest we could find, sir," the waiter responded. Rather than be unpleasant, I ate the frog legs, and I enjoyed them, so much that I wished they had been larger. I learned a lesson in logic. In analyzing the matter, I realized that my conclusions about the merits of large and small frog legs had been based on the wrong premise. It wasn't the size of the frog legs that made them distasteful. It was the fact that the jumbo frog legs I had eaten the first time hadn't been fresh. I had associated my distaste for jumbo frog legs with size rather than with spoilage. Now we see that cobwebs prevent accurate thinking when we start with the wrong premise. So many persons think inaccurately when they allow all-embracing word symbols to clutter up their minds with false premises. Such words or expressions as always, only, never, nothing, every, everyone, no one, can't, impossible, either, or are most frequently false premises. Consequently, when they are so used, their logical conclusions are false. Necessity plus PMA can motivate you to succeed. Now, there is one word which, when used with PMA, motivates a person to honorable achievement. When used with NMA, it becomes the excuse for lies, deception, and fraud. Necessity is the word. Necessity is the mother of invention and the father of crime. Inviolable standards of integrity are fundamental to all worthwhile achievement and are an integral part of PMA. You will read many success stories throughout this book in which persons are motivated by necessity, and in each case you'll find that such persons achieved success without transgressing an inviolable standard of integrity. Lee Braxton is such a man. Lee Braxton of Whiteville, North Carolina, was the son of a struggling blacksmith. He was the 10th child in a family of 12. "So you might say," says Mr. Braxton, "that I became acquainted with poverty early in life. By hard work, I managed to get through the 6th grade in school. I shined shoes, delivered groceries, sold newspapers, worked in a hosiery mill, washed automobiles, and served as a mechanic's helper." When he became a mechanic, it appeared to Lee that he had risen as far as he could go. Perhaps he had not yet developed inspirational dissatisfaction. In due course he married, and together he and his wife scrimped along. He was used to poverty, and it now seemed to him that it was impossible for him to break the ties which held him down. Although he was poorly paid and just barely supporting his family, the Braxtons were already having a terrible time making ends meet when, to complete the picture of defeat, he lost his job. His home was about to be taken from him because he was unable to meet the mortgage payments. It seemed a hopeless situation. But Lee was a man of character. He was also a religions man, and he believed that God is always a good God. So he prayed for guidance. As if in answer to his prayer, he received the book Think and Grow Rich from a friend. This friend had lost his job and his home in the Depression, and he had been motivated to recoup his fortune after reading Think and Grow Rich. Now Lee was ready. He read the book again and again. He was searching for financial success. He said to himself, "It seems to me there is something I have to do. I have to add something. No book will do it for me. The first thing I must do is develop a positive mental attitude regarding my abilities and my opportunities. I must certainly choose a definite goal. When I do, I must aim higher than I have in the past. But I must get started. I'll begin with the first job I can find." And he looked for a job and found one. It didn't pay much to start. But it wasn't many years after he had read Think and Grow Rich that Lee Braxton organized and became president of the First National Bank of Whiteville, was elected mayor of his city, and engaged in many successful business enterprises. You see, Lee had aimed high, In fact, very high. He had taken as his major purpose the goal of being rich enough to retire at the age of 50. He achieved this goal 6 years ahead of time, retiring from active business with substantial wealth and a fine independent income at the age of 44. Today, Lee Braxton is leading a useful life. He is devoting his entire efforts to helping Oral Roberts, the evangelist, in his ministry. Now, the jobs that he took and the investments he made in climbing from failure to success are not important here. What is important is that necessity motivates a man with PMA to action, without transgressing recognized inviolable standards. An honest man won't deceive, cheat, or steal because of necessity. Honesty is inherent in PMA. Necessity, NMA, and crime. Now, contrast such a man with the many thousands of persons with NMA who are imprisoned because of stealing, embezzling, or other crimes. When you ask them why they stole in the first place, their answer invariably is, "I had to." And that's how they landed in prison. They allowed themselves to become dishonest because cobwebs in their thinking caused them to believe that necessity forces one to become dishonest. Some years ago, Napoleon Hill, while doing personal counseling in the prison library in the federal penitentiary at Atlanta, had several confidential talks with Al Capone. In one of these talks, the author inquired, "How did you get started in the life of crime?" Capone answered with one word, "necessity." Then tears came into his eyes and he choked up. He began to tell of some of the good things he had done, which the newspapers had never mentioned. Of course, these seem insignificant compared to the evil that is attributed to his name. That unfortunate man wasted his life, destroyed his peace of mind, undermined his physical body with deadly disease, and spread fear and disaster in the path he followed, all because he never learned to clear the cobwebs of his thinking regarding necessity. And when Capone told of his good deeds, which he implied offset to some great degree the wrongs he had done, he clearly indicated another cobweb which was preventing him from thinking accurately. While a man can neutralize the evil he has done by true repentance, followed by a life of good deeds, Capone was not such a man. But there was such a man. He was a teenage problem child, yet his mother never lost hope, even though many of her specific prayers for him seemed unanswered, and she never lost faith, regardless of her son's escapades or wrongdoing. He was a teenage problem child. This young man became an educated, intellectual, passionate, and sensual teenage problem child. He took pride in being first, even in evil. It is said that he disobeyed his parents and teachers, lied and deceived, committed petty thefts, cheated in gambling, indulged in alcoholic and sexual excesses. Yet, because of his mother's constant and earnest picas to him to mend his ways, he struggled to find himself even before he reached the lowest point in his moral life. Sometimes he was filled with shame by the knowledge that men with less education were able to resist temptations which he thought he was powerless to resist. And because he was educated, and because he was searching, he studied the Bible and other inspirational books of his day. Even so, he lost many battles with himself, and then one day won the battle that turned the tide to the personal victory. This is what happens when a person keeps trying. It was during a period of remorse, when he was overcome with self-condemnation, that he overheard a conversation in which one voice said, "Take up and read." He reached for the nearest book, opened it, and read, "Let us walk honestly, as in the day, not in rioting and drunkenness, not in chambering and wantonness, not in strife and envying." But 701 strikes were echoed as they rang out throughout the building from all the bells among the literary rounds. "Every morning with you I will walk in the garden with my disciples. Each morning I will say to myself, I proclaim Jesus Christ and make not provision for the flesh, to fulfill the lusts thereof. It often happens After a person suffers a serious defeat in a personal battle with himself, he may at that point be ready. His remorse can be so emotional and sincere that he is motivated to take immediate action and through perseverance make the change that keeps him on the road to a complete victory. Now this young man was ready, and once he made his irrevocable decision, he had peace of mind. He believed that divine power would help him overcome the sins which he had previously fought in vain, and he developed a deep spirituality. His subsequent life proved this by results. The young man devoted himself to God and the service of his fellow men. It is because of what he had been and what he became that he is considered a man who has had a most powerful influence in giving hope, even to the hopeless. Augustine was his name, and he was made a saint. It is well known that the power of the Bible has been instrumental in changing even the attitudes of human derelicts, from negative to positive. And because of the special power in this written word, they were inspired to clear the cobwebs from their thinking. Thus they became clean in thought and habit. Many, like Saint Augustine, have been moved to deep repentance, and like him, they have been motivated to devote their lives to the service of God and mankind, and many great evangelists climbed from these ranks. Now there are some good people of strong religious faith who also read their Bibles, but say to us, don't try to interfere with God when we recommend other inspirational books. Cobwebs prevent them from trying to extract the good wherever it can be found. You don't try to intertour with God. Now these good people fear that it is sacrilegious to dare to explore the powers of the mind God has given them, to choose, to plan, and to control their future. Many books of inspiration are written to motivate the reader to direct his thoughts, control his emotions, and ordain his destiny, and they often help the reader to comprehend the truths of the Bible. This is true, for example, in such a non-fiction bestseller as The Power of Positive Thinking. In his book, Norman Vincent Peale endeavors to motivate the reader to better himself. To do so, he quotes directly from the good book, in which such people do believe. Some of the quotations Dr. Peale uses, and which it would be wise to memorize, are, "As he thinketh in his heart, so is he. If thou canst believe, all things are possible to him that believeth. Lord, I believe, help thou mine unbelief, according to your faith be it unto you. Faith without works is dead. What things soever ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. If God be for us, who can be against us? Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you." You have just seen several mental cobwebs as we have pointed them out to you. Some of these are 1. Negative, A. Feelings, A. Emotions, A. Passions, A. Habits, beliefs, and A. Prejudices. 2. Seeing only the mote in the other fellow's eye. This is 3. Arguments and misunderstandings due to semantic difficulties. 4. False conclusions resulting from false premises. 5. All-inclusive, restrictive words or expressions as basic or minor premises. 6. The idea that necessity forces dishonesty. 7. Unclean thoughts and habits. 10th. 8. Fear that it is sacrilegious to use the powers of your mind. And so you see, there are many varieties of cobwebs, some small, some large, some weak, some strong. Yet if you make an additional listing of your own, and then examine the strands of each cobweb closely, you will find that they are all spun by enemy. And when you think about it for a while, you will see that the strongest cobweb, spun by enemy, is the cobweb of inertia. Inertia causes you to do nothing, or, if you are moving in the wrong direction, keeps you from resisting or stopping. You go on and on. Ignorance is the result. 2:12. Inertia. That which seems logical to the person who is ignorant of the facts or know-how may be illogical to the man who does know. When you make decisions because you refuse to keep an open mind and learn the truth, that is ignorance. And NMA keeps alive and grows fat on ignorance. Eliminate it. Success through a positive mental attitude indicates clearly how you can eliminate it. The man with PMA may not know the facts or have the know-how. He may not understand, yet he recognizes the basic premise that truth is truth and is not false regardless of his lack of knowledge or understanding. He therefore endeavors to keep an open mind and to learn. He must base his conclusions on what he does know, yet be prepared to change them when he becomes more enlightened. Will you dare to clear the cobwebs from your thinking? If your answer is yes, then let Pilot No. 3 guide you as you move forward into Chapter 4. You will be ready to see with an open mind. You will be ready to explore the powers of your mind. And when you do, your exploration will lead you to a great discovery. But only you can make it for yourself. BLB 1. No. 3. Thoughts to steer by. 1. You are what you think. Your thoughts are evaluated by whether your attitude is positive or negative. Take a look at yourself. Are you 1. A good person? 2. Evil? 3. Healthy? 4. Psychosomatically ill? 5. Wealthy? 6. Poor? If you are, then 1. You have good thoughts. 2. Your thoughts are of good health. 3. Your thoughts are of good health. 4. Your thinking makes you so. 5. Your thoughts are of riches. 6. Your thoughts are of poverty. 2. Negative. Feelings, emotions, passions, prejudices, beliefs, habits. You clear these mental cobwebs by turning your talisman from NMA to PMA. 3. You can clear the mental cobwebs of negative passions, emotions, feelings, tendencies, prejudices, beliefs, and habits by flipping your invisible talisman from NMA to PMA. You will learn how as you respond to what you read in Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude. 4. When you are faced with a problem that involves a misunderstanding with other persons, you must first start with yourself. Acceptance and honesty start with individuals. 5. One word can cause an argument, develop misunderstanding, generate unhappiness, and end in misery. One word with PMA, when compared to the same word with NMA, brings opposite effects. One word can bring peace or war, yes or no, love or hate, integrity or dishonesty. 7. 6. Let's start with a meeting of the minds. When Dr. Fosdick brought about a meeting of the minds, the young man himself concluded that he was not an atheist. He did believe in God. 7. Froglegs taught him logic. When you reason by inference, be certain that your major and minor premises are correct. 8. Such all-inclusive restrictive words as always, only, never, nothing, everyone, no one, can't, impossible, should be eliminated as premises in reasoning until you are certain that they are correct. 9. Necessity is the word. Does necessity motivate you to high achievement through your personal honesty and integrity? Or does necessity motivate you to try to get results through deception or dishonesty? 10. A teenage problem child. You may know one, but don't give up hope. He may not become a saint, but someday B may make his world and your world, a better world to live in. 11. Direct your thoughts, control your emotions, and ordain your destiny. Memorize and repeat frequently the self-motivators quoted from the Bible on page 45. 12. Learn to separate facts from fiction. Then learn the difference between important facts and unimportant facts. Chapter 4. Will you dare to explore the powers of your mind? You are a mind with a body. Because you are a mind, you possess mystical powers, powers known and unknown. Dare to explore the power of your mind. Why explore them? When you make the discoveries that are awaiting you, they can bring you 1. Physical, mental, and moral health, happiness, and wealth. 2. Success in your chosen field of endeavor, and even a means to affect, use, control, harmonize with powers known and unknown. End footnote. And dare to investigate all non-physical forces lying outside the realm of known physical processes. Forces which you can use when you learn how to apply them. And this will not be so difficult for you, no more difficult than turning on a television set for the first time. For a little child can tune into his favorite television program. Now, when he does, he neither knows the construction of the broadcasting station or his receiving set, nor the technology involved. But that's all right, for everything that a child needs to know is how to turn the right knob or push the right button. It is the same with yourself or similar situations. You will see in this chapter how you can turn the right knob or push the right button to get what you want from the most effective electrical machine ever conceived. Although this particular machine is the sublime handiwork of divine power, you own it. How is it made? Well, among other things, it is comprised of over 80 trillion electrical cells. Naturally, it has many component parts, and each part is in itself an electrical mechanism, and one part is an electrical marvel. Yet it weighs only 50 ounces. Its mechanism consists of over 10 billion cells, which generate, receive, record, and transmit energy. What is this wonderful machine that you own? Your body. You are and will be the same you, even though you lose an arm, an eye, or other parts of your body. And the electrical marvel? Your brain and your nervous system. It is the mechanism through which your body is controlled and through which your mind functions. And your mind, it too has parts. One is known as the conscious, and the other the subconscious. They synchronize. They work together. Scientists have learned a great deal about the conscious mind, yet it has been less than 100 years since we began to explore the vast unknown territory of the subconscious. Even though primitive man has deliberately used the mystical powers of the subconscious from the beginning of man's history, and even today the Aborigines of Australia and other primitive peoples do so to a very great extent. Let's start exploring now. Day by day, in every way, I'm getting richer and richer. Let's begin by accompanying Bill McCall of Sydney, Australia, on a journey from failure and defeat to success and achievement. Note: it was at the age of 19 that Bill started a business of his own, hides and skins. He failed. At the age of 21, he ran for federal Congress. And again, he failed. Now it seems that instead of crushing him, these and other defeats motivated this young Australian to develop inspirational dissatisfaction. So he began searching for rules of success. You see, Bill McCall wanted to become rich, and he thought he could find rules for acquiring wealth in inspirational books. Therefore, While checking the inspirational book section of the library, Bill became intrigued by the title, Think and Grow Rich. He borrowed the book and began to read. He read it once, and then he read it again, and even though he read it the third time, Bill McCall was unable to understand exactly how he could apply the principles whereby some of the richest men in the world acquired their wealth. He told us, I was reading Think and Grow Rich for the fourth time while walking leisurely along a business street in Sydney. And then it happened. It happened suddenly. I stopped in front of a meat market window and glanced up, and in that very fraction of a second, I had a flash of inspiration. He smiled as he continued. I exclaimed aloud, "That's it! I've got it!" I was startled at my emotional outburst. So was a lady who was passing by. She stopped and looked at me in amazement. I hurried home with my new discovery. He continued, seriously. You see, I was reading Chapter 4, entitled Autosuggestion. The subheading was, The Medium for Influencing the Subconscious Mind. Now I remember that when I was a boy, my father read aloud from Émile Coué's little book Self-Mastery Through Conscious Autosuggestion. He then looked at Napoleon Hill and said, "It was you who pointed out in your book that if Émile Coué was successful in helping individuals avoid sickness and in bringing the sick back to good health through conscious autosuggestion, autosuggestion could also be used to acquire riches or anything else one might desire. Get rich through autosuggestion. That was my great discovery. It was a new concept to me. Criterized the principles. It almost seemed as if he had memorized them from the book itself." End of. You know, conscious autosuggestion is the agency of control through which an individual may voluntarily feed his subconscious mind on thoughts of a creative nature, or, by neglect, permit thoughts of a destructive nature to find their way into the rich garden of his mind. When you read aloud twice daily the written statement of your desire for money with emotion and concentrated attention, and you see and feel yourself already in possession of the money, you communicate the object of your desire directly to your subconscious mind. Through repetition of this procedure, you voluntarily create thought habits which are favorable to your efforts to transmute desire into its monetary equivalent. Let me say again, it is most important that when you read aloud the statement of your desire, through which you are endeavoring to develop a money consciousness, you read with emotion and strong feeling. Your ability to use the principles of autosuggestion will depend very largely upon your capacity to concentrate upon a given desire until that desire becomes a burning desire. When I arrived home, out of breath for running, I immediately sat down at the dining room table and wrote, "My definite major aim is to be a millionaire by 960. Still looking at Napoleon. It'll be continued. You mentioned that a person should be specific as to the amount of money he wants and set a date. I did. Now, the man to whom we were talking was not the young Bill McCall who failed at the age of 19. He became known as the Honorable William V. McCall, the youngest man ever to become a member of the Australian Parliament, as the former chairman of the board of directors of the Coca-Cola subsidiary in Sydney. And, as to riches, he became a millionaire, and quite as rich as some of the men he had read about in the book from which he got the inspiration to explore the power of his subconscious mind with self-suggestion. Incidentally, he became a millionaire 4 years ahead of schedule. Day by day, in every way, I am getting better and better. You will note we use the word self-suggestion as being synonymous with the term conscious autosuggestion, used by Émile Coué. McCall remembered that when he was a boy, his father benefited from a great discovery found in a book of his day, a discovery that every man, woman, and child can effectively employ when he finds it for himself. Like Bill McCall and his father, you too can properly employ the power of conscious autosuggestion. End of section 13. Now, conscious autosuggestion was revealed to Emile Coué because he dared to explore the powers of his own mind and the minds of others. Before he made his great discovery, he used hypnosis to cure the physical illnesses of his patients. But after making his great discovery, which was in reality based on a simple natural law, he abandoned the use of hypnosis. And how did he find and recognize this natural law? Emile Coué's great discovery was made when he found the answer to some questions he asked himself. They were: Question: No. 1. Is it the suggestion of the doctor, or is it the suggestion in the mind of the patient that effects a cure? Answer: Coué proved conclusively that it was the mind of the patient that subconsciously or consciously made the suggestion to which his own mind and body reacted. Without either unconscious autosuggestion or conscious autosuggestion, external suggestions are not effective. Question: No. 2. If the suggestion of the doctor stimulates internal suggestion of the patient, why can't the patient use healthful, positive suggestions on himself? And why can't he refrain from harmful, negative suggestions? The answer to his second question came quickly. Anyone, even a child, can be taught to develop a positive mental attitude. The method is to repeat positive affirmations, such as, day by day, in every way, through the grace of God, I am getting better and better. Throughout success through a positive mental attitude, you will see many self-motivators, which you can I use for your own self-suggestion. And if by now you don't know how to use self-suggestion, you will begin to complete this book when death's door is about to open. There are over 450,000 children born out of wedlock in the United States each year, and over 1.5 million teenagers enter penal institutions for car thefts and other crimes. These personal tragedies could, in many instances, be avoided if A. Parents learned how to employ suggestion properly, and B. If their sons and daughters were taught how effectively to use spiritual self-suggestion. Through the proper use of suggestion, these young people could be motivated to develop inviolable moral standards through their own conscious autosuggestion. And they would know how to neutralize or repel the undesirable suggestions of their associates in an intelligent manner. Of course, every individual responds to unconscious autosuggestion throughout his life, more often than he does to conscious autosuggestion. In such instances, he responds to habit and the inner urge of the subconscious. When a man with PMA is faced with a serious personal problem, self-motivators flash from the subconscious to the conscious to aid him. Especially true in times of emergency, especially when death's door is about to be opened. Such was the case with Ralph Wepner of Toowoomba, Queensland, Australia, one of our PMA Science of Success course students. It was 1:30 in the morning. In a small hospital bedroom, 2 nursing sisters were keeping vigil beside Rafe's body. At 4:30 the afternoon before, an emergency call had been made to his family to rush to the hospital. When they arrived at his bedside, Rafe was in a state of coma as the result of a severe heart attack. The family was now out in the corridor, each one worrying or praying in his own special way. In the dimly lit bedroom, 2 nursing sisters worked anxiously, one on each wrist, trying to feel a pulse beat. Because Ray had not come out of the coma during this entire 6-hour period, and the doctor had done all that he felt he could, the doctor had left the room. He had gone to visit one of his other hospital patients, who was also in a critical condition. Ralph couldn't move, talk, or feel anything, yet he could hear the voices of the sisters. He could think quite clearly during portions of this period. He heard one sister excitedly state, "He's not breathing. Can you pick up a beat?" The answer was, "No." Again and again he heard the question and answer, "Can you now pick up a beat?" "No. I'm all right," he thought, "but I must tell them. Somehow I must tell them." At the same time, he was amused at the sisters for being fooled like that. He kept thinking, I'm quite all right. I'm not going to die. But how can I tell them? And then he remembered the self-motivator he had learned. You can do it, if you believe you can. He tried to open his eyes, but it seemed the more he tried, the more he failed. His eyelids wouldn't respond to the command of his will. He tried to move his arm, his leg, his head, but he couldn't feel any reaction at all. In fact, he didn't feel a thing. Again and again he tried to open his eyes, until at last he heard the words, I saw one eyelid flicker. He's still there. I felt no fear, Ralph says, and still thought how amusing it was. Periodically one sister called to me, Are you there, Mr. Wepner? Are you there? To which I would try to respond by moving my eyelid to tell them that I was all right, I was still there. This went on for a considerable time, until through constant effort, Ralph was at last able to open one, then both eyes. It was then that his doctor returned. With wonderful skill and persistence, the doctor and nurses brought him back to life. Hidden persuaders. But it was the autosuggestion, you can do it if you believe you can, that he had memorized from the PMA Science of Success course that helped to rescue him when he was at death's door. Now, the books we read and the thoughts we think affect our subconscious minds, but there are also unseen forces that likewise have powerful effects, even though they are subliminal, below the realm of consciousness. These unseen forces can be from known physical causes or from unknown sources. Before discussing the unknown, let's illustrate with an example that is now common knowledge since the publishing of Hidden Persuaders by Vance Packard. The story first appeared in American newspapers and later was picked up in magazines. Let's consider a report that appeared in a leading national magazine on the subject of subliminal advertising. The report tells of an experiment conducted in a New Jersey movie theater, in which advertising messages were flashed on the screen so fast that the viewers were not consciously aware of them. During a period of 6 weeks, more than 40,000 persons unknowingly became subjects of this test while attending the theater. Flashed on the screen by a special process that made them invisible to the naked eye were 2 advertising messages concerning products that were available in the theater lobby. At the end of the 6 weeks, results were tabulated. Sales of one of the products had soared over 50%, while sales of the other product rose almost 20%. The inventor of the process explained that, although the messages were invisible, they still had taken effect on many in the audience. Because of the ability of the subconscious mind to absorb impressions that are too fleeting to be registered consciously. When this story appeared in the press, the public was horrified. By this attempt to channel our thinking habits, our purchasing decisions, and our thought processes, by the use of subliminal suggestion, people were afraid. They feared brainwashing in its most subtle form. Yet it is amazing to us that someone didn't take the PMA approach. Subliminal suggestion can be employed for desirable objectives too. Everyone knows that power can be used for evil or for good, depending upon how it is directed. Now that the experiment has proved its purpose, it doesn't take much imagination to see what the beneficial results to the viewers would be should the following self-motivators be flashed on a movie screen. God is always a good God. Day by day, in every way, through the grace of God, you are getting better and better. Have the courage to face the truth, but the mind of man can conceive and believe. The mind of man can achieve with PMA. Every adversity has the seed of an equivalent or greater benefit for those who have positive mental attitude. You can do it if you believe you can. This would be a PMA approach, provided, of course, the consent of the audience was obtained in advance. Another illustration of a known physical force affecting the subconscious mind can be shown by the effect of radar on navigators. Why did the SS Andrea Doria and the SS Valcam sink? When the Andrea Doria, captained by Pierre Clamay, and the Stockholm, under Captain H. G. Nordenson, collided approximately 50 miles off Nantucket Island, 50 persons died. The Andrea Doria was sighted by the radar operator of the Stockholm when they were 10 miles apart. The Grace Line luxury liner, the Santa Rosa, under Captain Frank Savwick, collided with the tanker Valchem on March 26, 1959, 22 miles off the New Jersey coast. 4 crewmen were killed. Second mate Walter Wells, the radar operator on the Santa Rosa, claimed he had made 2 plottings of the tanker Valchem's course. No satisfactory explanation of the true cause of these collisions has resulted from the investigations in either of these instances. Could the waves from the radar instruments have been the real cause? Perhaps Sidney A. Schneider has the answer. As a young teenager, Sidney A. Schneider of Skokie, Illinois, became interested in hypnotism when he observed his older brother, a university student, successfully place his first subject under hypnosis. Sidney became an expert hypnotist. During his business career, he became a radio operator and an engineer in electronics. In the Second World War, Sidney Schneider was a vital part of the system known as IF, information, friend or foe. His job was to see to it that every ship leaving our country was equipped with radar. He noticed that radar operators sometimes went into a trance. They weren't aware that they had been in a trance when they came out of it. Because of his knowledge of hypnosis and electronics, Schneider concluded that the fixed attention of the naval employees took place when the waves from the radar machine were synchronized with the brain waves of the operator. On this theory, he changed the waves on the radar instrument and eliminated the recurrence of the trances. Sidney Schneider told us that he converted his conclusions regarding the principle that placed the seaman operating radar in a trance into the brainwave synchronizer, a machine which he invented after the war. What is the brainwave synchronizer? It is an electronic instrument designed to induce various levels of hypnosis by subliminal and photic stimulation of the brainwaves. The instrument can be used alone or combined with a tape recording of the therapist's verbal suggestions. No physical connections or attachments are placed on the patient. Results are obtained at any distance in which the light in the machine is visible. The apparatus induces light to deep hypnotic levels in over 90% of the subjects in an average time of 3 minutes. In an experiment with the brainwave synchronizer, none of the persons involved was informed about the machine or what it could do. Neither were they told that they were subjects of an experiment, yet 30% of them were hypnotized to various degrees, ranging from light to deep states. Well, and how does the brainwave synchronizer work? We asked. It is like a television transmitter, Schneider said. The human brain produces pulses, waves of electricity, in several frequency ranges. This knowledge has been applied in the field of medicine since 1929, and the invention of the electroencephalograph, commonly known as the EEG machine, an apparatus for recording brainwaves. My machine operates much like a television system, Schneider continued. The reason the picture on your receiving set does not drift up or down is that the pulses generated within the set synchronize with corresponding pulses generated by the transmitting television station. The receiver is forced to operate at a rate controlled by the transmitter, and the picture must obey. Like the transmitter of a television station, the brainwave synchronizer also produces synchronizing pulses, and through photic stimulation, the waves sent from the synchronizer cause the frequency of the brainwaves also to lock in step. At this point, hypnosis can be achieved. Just compare your brain to a receiving set and the brainwave synchronizer to a television transmitter, and you will see as you continue to read that in addition to comparing your brain to a receiving set, you can compare it to a television transmitter also. A little knowledge becomes a dangerous thing. We have just explored some of the unseen forces from known physical causes. Now let's proceed further into the realm of the unknown, the thrilling field of psychic phenomena, such as 1. ESP. Awareness of or response to an external event or influence not apprehended by sensory means. Here are included awakening, telepathy, thought transference, clairvoyance, the power of discerning objects not present to the senses, precognition, seeing into the future, pre-inductive, postcognition, seeing into the past. 2. Psychokinesis, the effect of the mind on an object. Now let's be realistic and keep our feet firmly on the ground. Let's explore the unknown with common sense. You'll be in danger unless you use good logic and avoid the gathering of cobwebs in your thinking. Facts should be your stepping stones over the river of doubt. Therefore, let an experienced guide direct you along safe paths. And we will introduce you to such a guide. But before we do, let's talk about the past. Thomas J. Hudson's famous book, The Law of Psychic Phenomena, when published in 1893, became a bestseller. The book is published today in paperback by the Hudson Cohen Publishing Company, Monterey, California. It contained many thrilling stories of reported psychic experiences. The imaginations of tens of thousands of people who read this book were stimulated. Some were ready, some were not. From then on, public interest in psychic phenomena made rapid progress, but many persons, not properly prepared, injured themselves by becoming crackpots. This was due to the awesomeness and magnetic interest a little knowledge of psychic powers generated within them. There is a noticeable tendency of some persons who are not properly educated and mature in their thinking, and not very well adjusted emotionally, to become fascinated with this intriguing study. It is easy to understand why so many religious leaders, scientists, and persons responsible for the welfare of the people found the study of psychic phenomena an anathema. 1. Imaginations ran rampant and threatened the sanity of the people. 2. Fact and fiction seemed to be indistinguishable. 3. Hypnotism by amateurs and vaudeville entertainers, as well as the trickery and frauds practiced by fakirs, mediums, and charlatans, abused the minds of the public. 4. Basic religious principles were twisted in a direction that led to evil. Anything associated with psychic phenomena became repellent. It was taboo. In spite of the dangers, taboos, and social or professional ostracism, there were courageous, honorable men with good common sense who had the courage to explore for the truth. But it remained for the long, courageous fight of Dr. Joseph Banks Rhine, formerly of Duke University, inspired and assisted by his wife, Dr. Louisa E. Rhine, to clothe the study of psychic phenomena with respectability. This is due to the impeccable character of Dr. Rhine and to his 30 years of controlled laboratory experiments based on mathematical laws. His task was a difficult one because spontaneous psychic phenomena are not apt to occur in a laboratory. Such phenomena occur when least expected, and most often when a person is under the greatest emotional strain or possessed of an intensified obsessional desire, often simultaneously with the death of a loved one. Westinghouse invests in ESP communication. It is apparent that any writer on the subject of psychic phenomena today endeavors to have the protection of a part of the cloak of Dr. Rhine's respectability by referring to Dr. Rhine and Duke University to make his own theories digestible. We are no exception. We urgently suggest that if you are interested further, you read The Reach of the Mind and the other books of which Dr. Rhine is the author or co-author. Our recommendation: let Dr. Joseph Banks Rhine be your guide. And how successful has Dr. Rhine's work been in breaking down the resistance to investigation and belief in these strange mind powers? A fair test, it would seem to us, lies in the fact that hard-headed businessmen are convinced and are making experiments of their own. In an interview, Dr. Peter A. Castruccio, director of the Westinghouse Astronautics Institute, confirmed that Westinghouse scientists are engaged in research to find a means of using telepathy and clairvoyance for long-distance communication. Dr. Castruccio had many lengthy visits with Dr. Rhine before a decision was reached to engage in this great experiment. And will the search for ways and means to harness telepathy and clairvoyance and make them commercially feasible be successful? Let us answer this as follows. Not too long ago, people were scoffing at ideas that were unbelievable to them then, but are taken for granted today. A. Matter being turned into energy, and energy into matter. A. Everyday necessities like television, for example. Everyday necessities like television, for example. And what about the electronic computer that was designed from the human computer, the human brain, and the nervous system? Everyone was conceived, believed, and achieved by men with PMA, machines that operate with the speed of light, 18630 miles per second, machines that can calculate 400 arithmetical operations per second and detect and correct their own errors. Machines that became a reality because man built into them electrical circuits which, in many respects, function like the known electrical activity of the nervous system of your own physical body. Our answer. What the mind of man can conceive and believe, the mind of man can achieve with PMA. But no machine or man-made invention is as marvelous as the wonderful human computer you own, your brain, and your nervous system, with their power of electrical activity. Man is more than a body with a brain. You are a mind with a body. A mind possessing, and also affected by, powers known and unknown. A mind composed of two parts, the conscious and the subconscious. Here we have stressed most the concept of the subconscious mind, its powers and the forces known and unknown that affect it. But what about the conscious mind? That is equally important. And you will read about it in the next chapter entitled, "And Something More." Now, if your reaction to what you have read has not given you an insight on how you can turn the right knob or push the right button to get what you want from the machine you own, dare to explore the powers of your mind. Be guided by Pilot No. 4 and Something More. Pilot No. 4. Thoughts to steer by. 1. You are a mind with a body. Your body is an electrical machine. Your brain is a mechanism that is an electrical marvel. Doodle.Margot. Acceptance of the belief that it has always been done this way and everything will always be done this way. 2. 3. Conscious autosuggestion and self-suggestion are synonyms and are contrasted with the word autosuggestion, an unconscious activity. Autosuggestion automatically sends messages from the subconscious to the conscious mind, as well as to parts of the body. The subconscious mind is the seat of habit, memory, inviolable standards of conduct, etc. 4. Day by day, in every respect, I am getting better and better. Self-affirmations repeated with frequency, rapidity, and emotion affect the subconscious mind and cause it to react. Bill McCall acquired wealth through the use of self-suggestion. 5. Kua's great discovery was, you can use healthful, positive suggestions to help yourself, and you can also refrain from negative, harmful suggestions. 7. You can do it if you have PMA and believe you can. 8. Hidden persuaders. Take the PMA approach. 9. Your brain sends out energy in the form of brain waves, and this energy is power which can affect another person or an object. Explanation and location of this fact, and how to use it, are important. 10. A little knowledge may be a dangerous thing. Dare to explore the powers of your mind. When you enter the dangerous, unexplored territory of psychic phenomena, let Dr. Joseph Banks Rhine be your guide. Chapter 5. And something more. Have you sincerely tried and still failed? Perhaps you failed because there was something more that was needed to bring you the success you were seeking. Euclid's axiom says, "The whole is equal to the sum of all the parts and is greater than any of its parts." This can be related, assimilated, and applied to every result or achievement. Conversely, any part is smaller than the whole. Therefore, it's important that you add all the necessary parts to complete the whole. A negative mental attitude is one of the primary causes failure. You may be needlessly ignorant of facts, universal laws, and powers. You may know many of them but fail to apply them to a specific need. You may not know how you can affect, use, control, or harmonize with powers known and unknown. When you seek success with PMA, you keep trying. You keep searching to find something more. Failure is experienced by those who, when they experience defeat, stop trying to find the something more. It's easy when Jan learned the something more and experienced the know-how. Give a puzzle to a child and he may not solve it. If he keeps trying and learns how to solve it, he can then work it quickly. You aren't a child. But perhaps there are several of life's puzzles you would like to solve. You can solve them more easily with PMA. For example, there once was a songwriter who wrote a song but couldn't get it published. George M. Cohan bought it and added something more. The something more made George M. Cohan a fortune. He merely added 3 little words: hip hip hooray. Isolation perpetuates. Thomas Edison tried more than 10,000 experiments before he developed a successful incandescent lamp. But after each defeat, he kept searching for something more until he found what he was looking for. When the unknown became known to him, innumerable electric light bulbs could be manufactured. It was necessary only to apply the universal laws that had always existed, but which had not been previously recognized as applicable for the specific invention. There are many cures and preventatives for diseases, but at a given time they may be unknown. The medical preventative for polio was unknown until Dr. Jonas Edward Salk used principles of universal law that were previously not applied by the medical profession for the prevention of this dreaded disease. You may make $1 million by employing a success formula. If you lose your money, you can make another million and even more. That is, provided you know the formula and apply it. Suppose you didn't recognize the formula that helped you make your first million. You may fail in your second attempt because you deviate from the principles of success that are applicable. On your second attempt, you may need to make adjustments for changing conditions, but the principles will remain the same. Orville and Wilbur Wright succeeded in Thule because they added something more. Many inventors came exceedingly close to inventing the aeroplane before the Wright brothers. The Wright brothers used the same principles that were employed by the others, but they added something more. They created a new combination. So they succeeded where all others failed. The something more was rather simple. They attached movable flaps of a particular design to the edges of the wings so the pilot could control them and maintain the plane's equilibrium. These flaps were the forerunners of the modern aileron. You'll notice there's a common denominator to all these success stories. In each case, the secret ingredient was the application of a previously unapplied universal law. That made the difference. So, if you are standing on the threshold of success without being able to pass over, try adding something more. It needn't be much. The words hip were all it took to make a hit tune. Tiny flaps were all it took to make an airplane failed. It isn't necessarily the quantity of something more, but the inspired quality that counts. Humans have spent the previous 60 years constructing the Asteri. There's nothing wrong with that, but its meaning was long lost in the... Why did the Supreme Court decide that Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone? Many persons claimed to have invented the telephone before Alexander Graham Bell. Among those who held prior patents were Gray, Edison, Dolbear, McDonough, Vanderwide, and Rees. Philip Rees was the only one who apparently came close to success. The little difference that made the big difference was a single screw. Rees didn't know that if he had turned one screw 1/4 of a turn, he would have transformed interrupted current into continuous current. Then he would have been successful. In a United States Supreme Court case, the court noted that Rees knew what had to be done in order to transmit speech by electricity is very apparent, for in his first paper he said, "As soon as it is possible to produce, anywhere and in any manner, vibrations whose curves shall be the same as those of any given tone or combination of tones, we shall receive the same impression as that tone or combination of tones would have produced on us." The court further noted, Rees discovered how to reproduce musical tones, but he did no more. He could sing through his apparatus, but he could not talk. From the beginning to the end, he has conceded this. As in the case of the Wright brothers, the something more Bell added was comparatively simple. He switched from an intermittent to a continuous current, the only type capable of reproducing human speech. The two currents are exactly the same direct current. Intermittent means breaking with a slight pause. Specifically, Bell kept the circuit open, instead of breaking the circuit intermittently, as Rees had done. The court concluded, Rees never thought of it, and he failed to transmit speech telegraphically. Bell did, and he succeeded. Under such circumstances, it is impossible to hold that what Rees did was an anticipation of the discovery of Bell. To follow Rees is to fail, but to follow Bell is to succeed. The difference between the two is just the difference between failure and success. If Rees had kept on, he might have found out the way to succeed, but he stopped and failed. Bell took up his work and carried it on to a successful result. His silent senior partner inspired him to success. R.G. Letourneau, builder of heavy earth-moving equipment, motivated thousands of persons with his inspirational speeches. In these talks, he referred reverently to my senior partner. He told about the inspiration and help he received from the partner. Letourneau had little formal education, but he performed feats of engineering that are astounding. As a subcontractor on the Great Hoover Dam in Nevada, Letourneau lost a fortune because he ran into an unexpected strata of rock. The cost of drilling through the rock was more than he had calculated in estimating his contract. So he went broke trying to fulfill his end of the bargain. But instead of brooding over his loss, Letourneau turned to prayer. How did he pray? By expressing gratitude, profound gratitude, for what he had left. A sound body, a strong pair of hands, a brain that could think, and something more. In my hour of greatest distress, said Letourneau, I found my greatest asset in the revelation and discovery of a silent senior partner. I have since recognized this partner in my personal and business life. Everything I have done that has been worthwhile, I owe to him. Napoleon Hill was associated with Mr. Letourneau for 18 months and had an opportunity to observe him closely. By this time, Letourneau had become a well-known inspirational lecturer. He devoted much of his time to traveling around the country in his private plane, preaching his message, "It's wonderful to be in partnership with God." One night, when the two men were flying home from a speaking engagement in North Carolina, something interesting happened. Soon after his pilot took off, Mr. Letourneau went to sleep. In about 30 minutes, Napoleon Hill saw him take in it. After the plane landed, Napoleon Hill asked Mr. Letourneau if he remembered writing in his notebook. "Well, no," exclaimed Letourneau. He immediately pulled the notebook from his pocket and looked at it. He said, "Here it is. I've been looking for this for several months. Here's the answer to a problem that has kept me from completing a machine we are working on." Latour nodded. "When you receive a flash of inspiration, write it down. This may be the something more that you are looking for. We believe that communication with infinite intelligence is through the subconscious mind. We believe you should establish the habit of immediately writing down flashes of inspiration as they are communicated to you from the subconscious to the conscious." Albert Einstein developed intricate and profound theories regarding the universe and the natural laws that control it. Yet he used only the simplest but most important of instruments ever invented, a pencil and a piece of paper. He wrote down his questions and answers. You will develop your mental powers when you learn and develop the habit of using pencil and paper to write down your questions, ideas, and answers. It is unlikely that Einstein and other scientists would have come to their successful conclusions unless they had learned from the recorded knowledge of mathematicians and scientists who preceded them. It is also unlikely that Einstein would have tried unless he had been motivated to search for universal principles after having developed the habit of engaging in thinking time and action. Do you know of any great thinker or person of achievement who does not make notes of ideas that occur to him? Learn creative thinking, Tworum, the creative thinker. Your Creative Power and Applied Imagination, by Alex F. Osborne of the advertising firm Batten Barton Durstein and Osborne, have inspired hundreds of thousands of persons to engage in creative thinking. What is equally important, these people have been motivated to positive, constructive action. Thinking is not creative unless it is followed through with action. Osborne, like so many creative thinkers, used a notepad and a pencil as favorite working tools. When an idea occurred, he jotted it down. He, like other great men of accomplishment, engaged in thinking, planning, and study time. Alex Osborne stated an obvious truth when he said, "Everyone has some creative ability, but most people haven't learned to use it." Osborne's brainstorming methods, explained in his easily-read textbook, Applied Imagination, are being employed in college classrooms, factories, business offices, churches, clubs, and in the home. Brainstorming, as developed by Osborne, is a very simple method whereby two or more persons use their collective imaginations to come up with ideas that flash from their subconscious to their conscious minds in answer to a question incorporating a specific problem. The ideas are written down just as fast as they strike the minds of the participants. No critical judgment is permitted until after many ideas are written down. Later, the ideas are screened and judged to determine their practicality and value. LaSalle College in Philadelphia and many universities throughout the country teach well-rounded courses in creative thinking, which include the methods used by creative thinkers in many phases of business and industry. It was just such creative thinking that enabled Dr. Elmer Gates to make this world a better place in which to live. Dr. Gates was a great American teacher, philosopher, psychologist, scientist, and inventor. During his lifetime, he developed hundreds of inventions and discoveries in the various arts and sciences. He did his creative thinking by sitting for ideas. Dr. Gates's own life proved that his methods of brain and body building could develop a healthy body and increase the efficiency of the mind. Napoleon Hill recalls how, armed with a letter of introduction from Andrew Carnegie, he went to visit Dr. Gates at his Chevy Chase laboratory. When Napoleon Hill arrived, Dr. Gates's secretary told him, "I'm sorry, but I'm not permitted to disturb Dr. Gates at this time. How long do you think it will be before I can see him? Napoleon Hill asked. I don't know, but it might take as long as 3 hours, Fiona said. Do you mind telling me why you are unable to disturb him? She hesitated, and then responded. He is sitting for ideas. Napoleon Hill smiled. What does that mean? Sitting for ideas? She returned the smile and said, Maybe we'd better let Dr. Gates explain. I really don't know how long it will take, but you're welcome to wait. If you prefer to come again, I'll see if I can make a definite appointment for you. Mr. Hill decided to wait. It was a valuable decision. What he learned was well worth waiting for. This is how Napoleon Hill tells what happened. When Dr. Gates finally came into the room and his secretary introduced us, I jokingly told him what his secretary had said. After he read the letter of introduction from Andrew Carnegie, he responded pleasantly, Would you be interested in seeing where I sit for ideas and how I go about it? He led me to a small, soundproof room. The only furniture in the room consisted of a plain table and a chair. On the table were pads of paper, several pencils, and a push button to turn the lights off and on. In our interview, Dr. Gates explained that when he was unable to obtain an answer to a problem, he went into the room, closed the door, sat down, turned off the lights, and engaged in deep concentration. He applied the success principle of controlled attention, asking his subconscious mind to give him an answer to his specific problem, whatever it might be. On some occasions, ideas didn't seem to come through. At other times, they would immediately flow into his mind, and in some instances it would take as long as 2 hours before they made an appearance. As soon as ideas began to crystallize, he would turn on the lights and begin to write. Dr. Elmer Gates refined and perfected more than 200 patents, which other inventors had undertaken but which had fallen just short of success. He was able to add the missing ingredients, the something more. His method was to begin by examining the application for the patent and its drawings until he found its weakness, the something more that was lacking. He would bring a copy of the patent application and drawings into the room. While sitting for ideas, he would concentrate on finding the solution to a specific problem. When Napoleon Hill asked Dr. Gates to explain the source of his results while sitting for ideas, he gave the following explanation. The sources of all ideas are 1. Knowledge stored in the subconscious mind and acquired through individual experience, observation, and education. 2. Knowledge accumulated by others through the same media, which may be communicated by telepathy. 3. The great universal storehouse of infinite intelligence, wherein is stored all knowledge and all facts, and which may be contacted through the subconscious section of the mind. When I sit for ideas, I may tune into one or all of these sources. If other sources of ideas are available, I do not know what they are. Dr. Elmer Gates found the time to concentrate and think in his search for something more. He knew specifically what he was looking for, and he followed through with positive action. In Chapter 7, we will discuss how you can learn to see so that your search for something more will be made easier. In your search, you may fail, but in failing, you may succeed in discovering something even greater. Ask yourself, why? Be observant. Think. Get into action. The Bible and both a good comprehensive dictionary and an encyclopedia should, we believe, be in every home. They also can help in your search for something more. You don't need to be a hermit to be a failure. Like Christopher Columbus, look in your Encyclopedia Britannica, and you'll find the thrilling, exciting story of Christopher Columbus. He studied astronomy, geometry, and cosmography at the University of Pavia. The Book of Marco Polo, theories of geographers, reports and traditions of mariners, as well as floating works of art and craftsmanship of non-European origin cast up by the sea. All these stimulated his imagination. Step by step over the years, he came to the firm belief through inductive reasoning, that the world was a sphere. Having reached this conclusion, he was convinced through deductive reasoning that the Asiatic continent could be reached by sailing westward from Spain, just as well as Marco Polo had reached it by traveling east. He developed a burning desire to prove his theory. He sought the necessary financial backing, ships, and men to explore the unknown and find something more. He got into action. He kept his mind on his objective. Over a period of 10 years, he was often on the verge of receiving the necessary help. But the deception of a king, the ridicule, suspicion, and fear of subordinate government officials, the disbelief of those who wanted to help him but who at the last moment refused because of the skepticism of their scientific advisors, all brought defeat after defeat. He kept trying. In 1492, he received the help for which he had so persistently searched and prayed. In August of that year, he sailed westward for India, China, and Japan. He was on the right course and headed in the right direction. You know the story. After he landed on the islands in the Caribbean, he returned to Spain with gold, cotton, parrots, curious arms, mysterious plants, unknown birds and beasts, and several natives. He thought he had achieved his objective and had reached the islands off India. He had failed. He had not reached Asia. But without being aware of it immediately, Columbus had found something more, quite a bit more. You, like Christopher Columbus, may fail to reach your major objectives or your magnificent obsessions. Like him, may fail in your efforts to reach a destination in the realm of the unknown. But you may discover something more, something equaling the wealth of the Americas. You, like him, may inspire and direct those who follow you to head in the right direction, on the right course, and to continue further into the unknown until they achieve the worthwhile objectives you conceived. You, like Columbus, have the time and the power to think. You, like him, can persistently strive with a positive mental attitude to achieve your definite, major aims, to find something more. You don't need to be ashamed to be a failure like Christopher Columbus. And something more, how can Jan apply it? By now, you should be in a position to extract principles from specific illustrations so that you can relate, assimilate, and use them. We agree with Admiral H.G. Rickover in the fundamental truths of his statement. Among the young engineers we interview, we find few who have received thorough training in engineering fundamentals or principles, but most have absorbed quantities of facts, much easier to learn than principles, but of little use without application of principles. Once a principle has been acquired, it becomes a part of one and is never lost. It can be applied to novel problems and does not become obsolete, as do all facts in a changing society. Learn the principles. Apply them. If you're not making satisfactory progress toward achieving your aims, look for the something more. It may be known or unknown, but you'll find it if you take the necessary time to study, think, plan, and search for it. Now, this chapter would not be complete without reference to cosmic habit force. Use cosmic habit force is one of the 17 success principles. And the concept of cosmic habit force is easy to understand, for it is a name that we have given to applied power of any natural or universal principle or law, known or unknown. Cosmic habit force can be simply defined as the use of universal law, whether it is known or unknown to you. As an example, it's easy to understand that when an object falls to the ground, the law of gravity is being applied. And therefore, if you want an object to fall from a given height, you use cosmic habit force and, in this particular instance, the law of gravity. But the law of gravity, or any other law, is not in itself a power. Yet when you properly use the principle, then power is employed according to universal law. And thus the breaking of the atom, every invention, every chemical formula, every psychic phenomenon, every individual action and reaction is the result of the use of natural law. For every result, there is a cause, and the result is brought about through the use of cosmic habit force. Again, man is a mind with a body, and he can think. It is through thinking that he learns how to use cosmic habit force, and his thinking can bring the thoughts he thinks into reality. This concept is not difficult to comprehend, for in 1905 Albert Einstein gave to the world his now famous formula, E equals mc2o. This formula explains the relationship between energy and matter. When matter approaches the speed of light, we call it energy, and as the velocity slows down to zero, it remains mass, or matter. In the formula, E is energy, m is mass or matter, and c represents the velocity of light. And thus we see that Einstein's formula is a word symbol of one of the laws of cosmic habit force. And by understanding and applying this formula, man has been able to turn matter into energy and energy into matter, and to use atomic power for constructive purposes such as to light an entire city, to power ships, or even for such everyday affairs as to develop heat for cooking. And something more. We can now see that because matter and energy are the same thing, everything in the universe is related. Jules, now you've got a problem? That's good. And you'll learn in the next chapter how to adapt many of the lessons learned in this chapter to your own life. And then you will be able successfully to meet the problems created by the universal law of change, which, like all natural law, is the result of cosmic habit force. Call it No. 5. Thoughts to steer by. 1. And something more. What does the important principle contained in this chapter mean to you, and how can you apply it? 2. If you have failed in an endeavor, could it be because you lack something more, a missing number for a correct, winning combination for success? 3. The whole is equal to the sum of all the parts, and is greater than any of its parts. Are any missing parts keeping you from success? 4. The little difference between success and failure is often something more. Hip, hip, hooray. A movable wing flap. A quarter turn of a screw. Past midsummer nights pushing along in the gentle rhythm. 5. Are you in partnership with your silent senior partner? 6. Use the simplest, but the most important of inspiration ever invented, paper and pencil, to write down flashes of inspiration when they occur. 7. How does the technique of brainstorming differ from that of sitting for ideas? What is the value of each? 8. Use the success principle of controlled attention. 9. Don't be afraid to be a failure like Christopher Columbus. 10. Have you established the habit of learning fundamental principles, or do you merely absorb quantities of facts? 11. Do you understand, and can you apply in your own experience the fundamental truths and principles of Admiral H.G. Rickover's statement? Among the young engineers we interview, we find few who have received thorough training in engineering fundamentals or principles, but most have absorbed quantities of facts, much easier to learn than principles, but of little use without application of principles. Once a principle has been acquired, it becomes a part of one and is never lost. It can be applied to novel problems and does not become obsolete, as do all facts in a changing society. Chapter 6. You've got a problem, that's good. Oh, you've got a problem? That's good. Why? Because repeated victories over your problems are the rungs on your ladder of success. With each victory, you grow in wisdom, stature, and experience. You become a better, bigger, more successful person each time you meet a problem and tackle and conquer it with PMA. Stop and think about it for a moment. Do you know of a single instance where any real achievement was made in your life or in the life of any person in history that was not due to a problem with which the individual was faced? Everyone has problems. This is because you and everything in the universe are in a constant process of change. Change is an inexorable natural law. What is important to you is that your success or failure to meet the challenges of change are dependent upon your mental attitude. You can direct your thoughts and control your emotions, and thus regulate your attitude. You can choose whether your attitude will be positive or negative. You can decide whether you will affect, use, control, or harmonize with the changes in yourself and your environment. You can ordain your destiny. When you meet the challenges of change with PMA, you can intelligently solve each problem with which you are confronted. How do you meet a problem with PMA? If you know and believe the first principal element of a positive mental attitude, God is always a good God, then you can effectively use the following formula and meet your problems. When you are faced with a problem that needs a solution, regardless of how perplexing it may be, 1. Ask for divine guidance. Ask for help in finding the right solution. 2. Engage in thinking time for the purpose of solving your problems. Remember that every adversity has the seed of an equivalent or greater benefit for those who have PMA. 3. State the problem. Analyze and define it. 4. State to yourself enthusiastically, "That's good." 5. Ask yourself some specific questions, such as, emotional willpower was compared to regular exercise, with better outcome. How can I turn this adversity into a seed of equivalent or greater benefit? Or, how can I turn this liability into a greater asset? 6. Keep searching for answers to these questions until you find at least one answer that can work. Now, the problems that will confront you will, broadly speaking, be of 3 kinds: personal problems, emotional, financial, mental, moral, physical, family problems, and business or professional problems. Because personal problems are the most immediate problems experienced by all of us, we would like to tell you the story of a man who met some of the most severe problems a human being can experience. As you read this story, see how he applied PMA to the solution of each difficulty until he achieved ultimate victory. He met his challenge to change with PMA at Leavenworth Penitentiary. This man was born in poverty. While in grade school, he sold newspapers and singed shoes in and around the saloons on Seattle's waterfront to help his mother meet expenses. Later, he became a cabin boy on an Alaskan freighter during the summer months. After becoming a horde of hobos that rode the rails and traveled to every part of the United States, he finished hobos that rode the rails and traveled to every part of the United States. His companions were hard-bitten men. He gambled, associated with riffraff, men of the so-called Border Legion, soldiers of fortune, fugitives, smugglers, cattle thieves, and the like were his companions. You can't skate close to those extra-legal operations without knowing about them, even if you have nothing to do with them, Charlie Ward said. My mistake was being with the wrong companions. My major sin was associating with people who were bad. From time to time, he won large sums gambling and then lost them. Finally, he was arrested for narcotics smuggling. He was tried and convicted. Yet throughout his life, Charlie Ward maintained his innocence of the charge on which he was convicted. Charlie Ward was 34 years old when he entered Leavenworth. He had never been in jail before, in spite of his associates, and he was embittered. He vowed that no prison was strong enough to hold him. He looked for a chance to make a break. Then something happened. Charlie chose to change his attitude from negative to positive. He met the challenge to change with PMA. Something within him told him to stop being hostile and to become the best prisoner in the prison. From that very moment, the entire tide of his life began to flow in the direction most favorable for him. By the simple change from negative to positive thinking, Charlie Ward began to master himself. He changed the direction of his aggressive personality. He forgave the federal agents who had brought about his plight. He quit hating the judge who sentenced him. He took a real good look at the Charlie Ward of the past, and he resolved to avoid the very appearance of evil in the future. He looked around for ways to make his stay in prison as pleasant as possible. First, he asked himself some questions, and for the first time in his adult life, he found his answer in books, particularly the book. In his prison cell, he began to read the Bible. He read it and reread it. Thereafter, and up to the date of his death at the age of 73, he read the Bible every day for inspiration, guidance, and help. Because of his change in attitude and consequently in behavior, he began to attract favorable notice from the prison officials. And one day a convict clerk told him that a trustee in the power plant was to be released in 3 months. Charlie Ward knew little about electricity, but there were books on electricity in the prison library, so he studied. He learned what these books could teach him. At the end of 3 months, Charlie was ready. He applied for the job. Something about his mannerism and his tone of voice impressed the deputy warden. That something was the earnestness and sincerity of Charlie Ward's positive mental attitude. He got the job. Because he continued to study and work with PMA, Charlie Ward became superintendent of the prison power plant with 150 men under him. He tried to inspire each one of them to make the best of his situation. When Herbert Hughes Bigelow, president of Brown and Bigelow of St. Paul, Minnesota, arrived at Leavenworth on a conviction of income tax evasion, Charlie Ward also befriended him. In fact, he went out of his way to motivate Bigelow to adjust himself to his environment. Mr. Bigelow was so appreciative of Charlie's friendship and help that as his prison term approached its end, he told Charlie, "You have been good to me. When you get out, come to St. Paul. We will have a job for you." 5 weeks later, Charlie was released from prison and went to St. Paul. As he had promised, Mr. Bigelow gave Charlie a job. He was given work as a laborer at $25 a week. Because Charlie worked with PMA, he became a foreman within 2 months. After a year, he became a superintendent. Finally, Charlie was made vice president and general manager. And when Mr. Bigelow died, Charlie was made president of Brown and Bigelow. He continued in this capacity until his own death many years later. Under Charlie's management, sales rose from less than $3 million to over $50 million annually. Brown and Bigelow became the largest company of its kind. Because of Ward's positive mental attitude and his desire to help those less fortunate, he himself received peace of mind, happiness, love, and the better things in life. By presidential decree, his rights as a citizen were restored in acknowledgement of his exemplary life. Those who knew him held him in the highest esteem and were themselves inspired to help others. Perhaps one of his most unusual and commendable activities was his employment of over 500 men and women who had come from prisons. They continued their rehabilitation under his stern and understanding guidance and inspiration. He never forgot that he, too, had been a convict. He wore a tag on his bracelet with his old prison number as a symbol. Charlie Ward had been sentenced to prison. That was good. Why? Who knows what might have become of Charlie Ward had he continued in the direction in which he was headed. But in prison he met the challenge to change, and there he learned to use PMA to solve his personal problems. He made his world a better world to live in. He became a bigger and better man. No one will ever know the exact number of the needy who have prayed for blessings to Charlie Ward in response to their inner thoughts. "I was naked and ye clothed me. I was sick and ye visited me. I was in prison and ye came unto me." Fortunately, not everyone is faced with problems as severe as those which Charlie Ward was called upon to meet and solve. But there is a lesson in Charlie's story, in addition to the fact that he changed his attitude from negative to positive. You will recall Charlie himself said, "My greatest mistake was being with the wrong companions." Negative attitudes are often contagious, and bad habits are contagious. Let each of us look to our own associations and be certain to keep them on the highest possible level. One of the greatest services you can render to children is to motivate them to motivate themselves to select the right kind of friends and associates. Remember, vice is a monster of such awful mien that to be hated needs but to be seen, yet, seen too oft, familiar with his face. We first endure, then pity, then embrace. Another force with which every human being has to contend, and which, if not met with PMA, can cause physical, moral, and mental destruction, is the power of sex. Sex presents the greatest challenge of change. Each human being hath the power to choose for himself whether he will use the tremendous power of sex for good or for evil. Each human being must contend with the problems that will arise in his life because of sex. You can transmute sex into virtue or vice. One of God's greatest gifts to mankind is the power to procreate a human being. Sex is the means of procreation. It is power. Like all power, it can be used for good or for evil. Sex is a physical function of the body under the control of the subconscious and conscious mind. It is inherited. The physical sex organs, works of God like all his creations, are good. The little difference that makes the big difference between the power of sex being a virtue or a vice is mental attitude. The inherent emotion of sex is one of the most powerful forces of the subconscious mind. The effects of its motivating power can be observed long before adolescence. This power blends with and intensifies the driving force of all other emotions. When it is in conflict with the will of the conscious mind, the power of imagination, as it affects the emotion of sex, has a tendency to win unless the conscious mind uses its power to affect, use, control, or harmonize with the powers of the subconscious. You have the power to choose. Choose wisely. With PMA, transmute sex into virtue. Thus you will win over one of the greatest problems you will ever have to face in your personal life, and you will be physically, mentally, and morally better. And what are the 7 virtues? Virtue is moral practice or action. Moral excellence. Rectitude. Valor. Chastity. The 7 virtues are prudence, fortitude, temperance, justice, faith, hope, and charity. 1. Prudence. The ability to govern and discipline oneself by the exercise of reason. 2. Fortitude. Strength of mind that enables a person to encounter danger or bear pain or adversity with courage. It is the possession of the stamina essential to face that which repels or frightens one, or to put up with the hardships of a task imposed. It implies triumph, backbone, pluck, and guts. Propai kopazen. 3. Temperance. Habitual moderation in the indulgence of the appetites and passions. 4. Justice. The principle or ideal of just dealing or right action. Also conformity to this principle or ideal. Integrity. 5. Faith, trust in God. 6. Hope. The desire with expectation of obtaining what is desired or belief that it is obtainable. 7. Charity. The act of loving all men as brothers because they are sons of God. It stresses benevolence and goodwill in giving and in the broad understanding of others with kindly tolerance. How can you transmute the power of 2 sex into the good and the beautiful? A crystal clear answer can be found by you if you search for it. As you read and study this entire book, results will be achieved when you relate and assimilate the principles into your own life. But one must gain knowledge for himself. The following suggestions may be helpful as you search for your answer while reading. 1. Keep your mind on the things you want and off the things you don't want. This means that you keep your mind on immediate, intermediate, and distant desirable objectives. The instinct of sex in the subconscious mind will be patient if it has hope that you will fulfill life's mission. The boy or girl who is truly in love and plans to marry will not have the sex problems he or she might otherwise have. 2. If there were more and often earlier marriages, there would be fewer sex problems. Life's mission to procreate is fulfilled in marriage. However, marry for love beyond the sex instinct. 3. Lead a well-balanced, four-square life. 4. Work long hours at a labor of love. It will keep you busy, occupy your thoughts, and use up surplus energy. 5. Develop a magnificent obsession. Study the significance to be found in Chapter 15. 6. Relate and assimilate into your own life the concepts in Chapter 2, You Can Change Your World, and Chapter 7, Learn to See. 7. Select environment that will develop you best toward your objectives. 8. Choose the self-motivators for self-suggestion that you believe will help you. Memorize them. Make them flash from your subconscious mind to your conscious mind as autosuggestion. Not all the problems of one's personal life, however, are of so deep and penetrating a nature. Many times, all that it takes to meet an immediate problem is quick thinking, adaptability, and taking a second look at the situation which is causing the problem. It often takes only one idea, followed by action, to turn failure into success. Richard Deacon, on the idea of worth. It takes only one idea, followed by action, to succeed when others do well. In 1939, on Chicago's North Michigan Avenue, in an area now known as the Magnificent Mile, office space was going begging. Building after building had empty floors. One that was half rented was considered lucky. It was a bad year for business, and NMA hung over Chicago real estate like a cloud. You heard such comments as, "No sense in advertising, there just isn't the money around," or "What can you do? You can't fight the times." Then into this gloomy picture came a building manager with PMA. He had an idea, and he got into action. This man was hired by Northwestern Mutual Life Insurance Company to run a large building on North Michigan Avenue, which they had acquired in a mortgage foreclosure. When he took the job, the building was only 10% occupied. Within 1 year, it was 100% rented, with a long waiting list. What was the secret? The new manager accepted the problem of no demand for offices as a challenge rather than a misfortune. Here is what he did, as he explained in an interview. "I knew precisely what I wanted. I wanted to have the premises 100% occupied with choice, substantial tenants. I knew that under the prevailing conditions, it was likely that the offices would not be rented for, possibly, several years. I therefore concluded that we had everything to gain and nothing to lose by doing the following. 1. I would seek out desirable, prospective tenants of my choice. 2. I would stimulate the imagination of each prospect. I would offer him the most beautiful offices in the city of Chicago. 3. I would offer him these superior offices at a rental no higher than the one he was now paying. 4. Furthermore, I would assume responsibility for his present lease, provided he paid us the same monthly rental under a 1-year lease. 5. In addition to all this, I would offer redecoration without cost to the tenant. I would employ creative architects and interior decorators and remodel the offices of my building to suit the personal taste of each new tenant. I reasoned. 1. If an office were not rented during the next few years, we would receive no income from that office. So we had nothing to lose by going into such arrangements as are above described. We might come out at the end of the year with no income, but we would be no worse off than we would have been if we had not acted. And we would be better off, because we would have satisfied tenants who would in future years supply dependable rentals. 2. Furthermore, it is an established custom to rent offices on a one-year basis only. In most cases, there would be only a few months left to run on the old lease of my new tenant. Promising to assume these rentals was therefore not too great a risk. 3. If a tenant should vacate at the end of his year, it would be comparatively easy to re-rent in a well-filled building. The redecoration of his office would not be money lost, as it would have increased the equity value of the entire building. The result was marvelous. Each newly redecorated office seemed to be more beautiful than the one that had preceded it. The tenants were so enthused that many expended additional sums. In one instance, a tenant spent an additional $22,000 in remodeling. So, at the end of a year, the building, which had started off only 10% rented, was 100% rented. None of the tenants wanted to leave after his lease expired. They were happy with their new, ultra-modern offices, and we gained their permanent goodwill by not raising the rents at the expiration of their first 1 year's lease. We would like you to think back over this story. Here was a man faced with a most serious problem. He had a giant office building on his hands that had 9 empty offices in it for every one that was occupied. And yet, within a year, his building was 100% rented. Now, right next door, up and down the magnificent mile, there were dozens of office buildings standing idle and practically empty. The difference, of course, was the mental attitude which each individual building manager brought to the problem. One man said, "I have a problem. That's awful." The other said, "I have a problem. That's good." A man who seizes upon his problems as opportunities in disguise and scrutinizes them for the good element that is going to be there is the man who understands the very core of PMA. The man who develops an idea that can work and follows it with action will turn failure into success. Time after time, the pattern repeats itself. Problems and difficulties turn out to be the best things that could have happened to us, provided we translate them into advantages. As you recognize, the problem which the building manager faced occurred during the Depression. Things were still plenty tough in 1939 when he solved this problem, but they had been much worse. Now, the economic problems of the nation and of the world arose as the result of the Depression. Depressions are caused by cycles in the economic life of a nation or nations. But it is not necessary to sit idly by. There is no need to be beaten and tossed to and fro by the cycles of life. You can meet the problem of cycles and conquer it intelligently. In so doing, you can often acquire a fortune. Make it to or tune or achieve your aims by understanding cycles and trends. Many years ago, Paul Raymond, vice president in charge of loans for the American National Bank and Trust Company of Chicago, rendered a service bank's customers. He sent them Dewey and Dakin's book, Cycles. Subsequently, many of these clients made fortunes. They learned and understood the theory of business cycles and trends. Some of them will be among those who won't lose the fortunes they acquired regardless of economic trends and changes. Edward R. Dewey, who has been the director for the Foundation for the Study of Cycles for many years, points out that every living organism, be it an individual, business, or nation, grows to maturity, levels off, and dies. What is equally important, he indicates a solution whereby, regardless of the trend or cycle, you as an individual can do something about it. You can meet the challenge of change successfully. You can change the trend as far as you and your interests are concerned, regardless of the general trend, with new life, new blood, new ideas, new activity. End of quote. He anticipated a downward cycle and prepared to go upward. Before newspapers publicized the recession that began in the latter part of 1957, one of the bank's clients got into action. His organization went after business aggressively with a positive mental attitude. In 1958, his company developed a premium increase of over 30% compared to the previous year, which had shown a 25% increase. The entire industry, however, had a downward trend. Sometimes the cycle that presents a problem is not a cycle that affects an industry or an entire nation. It may be a cycle within an individual business only. This problem, too, can be anticipated and met. Witness the continual growth of many American corporations, in spite of the fact that in the normal course of events, they would have grown to maturity, leveled off, and died. E.I. DuPont de Nemours & Co., Inc. is an outstanding example. They met the challenge with new litwo, new blood, new ideas, new activity. It is unnecessary to point out that E.I. DuPont de Nemours & Co., Inc. has continued to grow. But what is the cause of its success? Why has it not followed the natural cycle of growing to maturity, leveling off, and dying? DuPont has met the challenge of change with new life, new blood, new ideas, new activity. Its executives have met this problem with PMA and the determination to overcome it. They have continued to engage in research and are constantly making new discoveries, developing new products, and perfecting their previous products. They inject new blood into their management and study and improve their sales methods. Learn from their success. The owner of a small business, or you as an individual, can study and experiment. You can relate and assimilate the principles used by such a large corporation. You too can continue to grow with booster shots of new ideas, new life, new blood, new activity. You can change a downward trend into an upward one. You can be different. When others float downstream, you can move upstream. So many of the stories you have read and will read in this book indicate that if you have a problem, that's good. It's good if you learn to see how to turn adversity into seeds of equivalent or greater benefit. You may still not see the principle. However, the next chapter, entitled Learn to See, can help you. Colin, no. 6. Thoughts to steer by. 1. So you've got a problem? That's good. Why? Because every time you meet a problem and tackle and conquer it with PMA, you become a better, bigger, and more successful person. 2. Everyone has problems. Those with PMA turn their adversities into seeds of equivalent or greater benefits. 3. Your success or failure in meeting the problems presented by the challenges of change will be determined by your mental attitude. 4. You can direct your thoughts, control your emotions, and ordain your destiny by recognizing, relating, assimilating, and applying the principles that are applicable to you to be found in this book. 5. God is always a good God. 6. When you have a problem, A. Ask for divine guidance. A. Think. A. State the problem. And A. Analyze it. A. Adopt the PMA attitude. That's good. Then change the adversity into seeds of greater benefit. 7. Charlie Ward is an outstanding example of a man who successfully met the challenges of change. Prepare to meet the challenges of change by developing PMA. 8. Sex is the greatest challenge of change. Transmute the emotion of sex into virtue. 9. The 7 virtues are prudence, fortitude, temperance, justice, faith, hope, and charity. Success, through a positive mental attitude, indicates how you can relate and assimilate these qualities into your own life. 10. One good idea, followed by action, can change failure into success. Chapter 7. Learn to see. When he was born, George W. Campbell was blind. Bilateral congenital cataracts, the doctor called it. George's father looked at the doctor, not wanting to believe. "Isn't there anything you can do? Wouldn't an operation help?" "No," said the doctor. "As of now, we know of no way to treat this condition." George Campbell couldn't see, but the love and faith of his parents made his life rich. As a very young boy, he did not know that he was missing anything. And then, when George was 6 years old, something happened which he wasn't able to understand. One afternoon, he was playing with another youngster. The other boy, forgetting that George was blind, tossed a ball to him. "Look out, it'll hit you." The ball did hit George, and nothing in his life was quite the same after that. George was not hurt, but he was greatly puzzled. Later, he asked his mother, "How could Bill know what's going to happen to me before I know it?" His mother sighed, for now the moment she dreaded had arrived. Now it was necessary for her to tell her son for the first time, "You are blind." And here is how she did it. "Sit down, George," she said softly, as she reached over and took one of his hands. "I may not be able to describe it to you, and you may not be able to understand, but let me try to explain it this way." And sympathetically, she took one of his little hands in hers and started counting the fingers. Motion, pain, texture, tone, touch, adaptation, search of escape, even place, plus alliance with the physical world that surrounds me. These fingers are similar to what is known as the 5 senses. She touched each finger between her thumb and index finger in sequence as she continued the explanation. This little finger for hearing, this little finger for touch, this little finger for smell, this one for taste, and then she hesitated before continuing, this little finger for sight. And each of the 5 senses, like each of the 5 fingers, sends messages to your brain. Then she closed the little finger which she had named sight and tied it so that it would stay next to the palm of George's hand. "George, you are different from other boys," she explained, "because you have the use of only 4 senses, like 4 fingers. 1, hearing, 2, touch, 3, smell, and 4, taste. But you don't have the use of your sense of sight. Now, I want to show you something. Stand up," she said. George stood up. His mother picked up his ball. "Now hold out your hand as if you were going to catch this," she said. George held out his hands, and in a moment he felt the hard ball hit his fingers. He closed them tightly around it and caught it. "Fine, fine," said his mother. "I never want you to forget what you have just done. You can catch a ball with 4 fingers instead of 5, George. You can also catch and hold a full and happy life with 4 senses instead of 5, if you get in there and keep trying." Now George's mother had used a metaphor, and such a simple figure of speech is one of the quickest and most effective methods of communicating ideas between persons. George never forgot the symbol of 4 fingers instead of 5. It meant to him the symbol of hope, and whenever he became discouraged because of his handicap, he used the symbol as a self-motivator. It became a form of self-suggestion to him, for he would repeat 4 fingers instead of 5 frequently. At times of need, it would flash from his subconscious to his conscious mind, and he found that his mother was right. He was able to catch a full life and hold it with the use of the 4 senses, which he did have. But George Campbell's story doesn't end here. In the middle of his junior year at high school, the boy became ill, and it was necessary for him to go to the hospital. While George was convalescing, his father brought him information from which he learned that science had developed a cure for congenital cataracts. Of course, there was a chance of failure, but the chances for success far outweighed those for failure. George wanted so much to see that he was willing to risk failure in order to see. During the next 6 months, 4 delicate surgical operations were performed, 2 on each eye. For days, George lay in the darkened hospital room with bandages over his eyes. I looked directly at him. And finally the day came for the bandages to be removed. Slowly, carefully, the doctor unwound the gauze from around George's head and over his eyes. There was only a blur of light. George Campbell was still technically blind. For one awful moment he lay thinking, and then he heard the doctor moving beside his bed. Something was being placed over his eyes. "Now, can you see?" came the doctor's question. George raised his head slightly from the pillow. The blur of light became color, the color a form, a figure. "George," a voice said. He recognized the voice. It was his mother's voice. For the first time in his 18 years of life, George Campbell was seeing his mother. There were the tired eyes, the wrinkled 62-year-old face, and the knotted and gnarled hands. But to George, she was most beautiful. To him, she was an angel. The years of toil and patience, the years of teaching and planning, the years of being his seeing eyes, the love and affection. That was what George saw. To this day, he treasures his first visual picture, the sight of his mother. And, as you will see, he learned an appreciation for his sense of sight from this first experience. None of us can understand, he says, the miracle of sight unless we have had to do without it. Seeing is a learned process. But George also learned something that is very helpful to anyone interested in the study of PMA. He will never forget the day he saw his mother standing before him in the hospital room and did not know who she was, or even what she was, until he heard her speak. What we see, George points out, is always an interpretation of the mind. We have to train the mind to interpret what we see. This observation is backed up by science. Most of the process of seeing is not done by the eyes at all, says Dr. Samuel Renshaw, in describing the mental process of seeing. The eyes act as hands, which reach out there and grab meaningless things and bring them into the brain. The brain then turns the things over to the memory. It is not until the brain interprets in terms of comparative action that we really see anything. Some of us go through life seeing very little of the power and the glory around us. We do not properly filter the information that our eyes give us through the mental processes of the brain. As a result, we often behold things without really seeing them at all. We receive physical impressions without grasping their meaning to us. We do not, in other words, put PMA to work on the impressions that are sent to our brain. Is it time to have your mental vision checked? Not your physical vision. That is a matter for the medical specialists. But mental vision, like physical vision, can become distorted. When it does, you can grope in a haze of false concepts, bumping and hurting yourself and others unnecessarily. The most common physical weaknesses of the eye are 2 opposite extremes, nearsightedness and farsightedness. These are the major distortions of mental vision, too. The person who is mentally nearsighted is apt to overlook objects and possibilities that are distant. He pays attention only to the problems immediately at hand and is blind to the opportunities that could be his by thinking and planning in terms of the future. You are nearsighted if you do not make plans, form objectives, and lay the foundation for the future. On the other hand, the mentally far-sighted person is apt to overlook possibilities that are right before him. He does not see the opportunities at hand. He sees only a dream world of the future, unrelated to the present. He wants to start at the top rather than move up step by step. And he does not recognize that the only job where you can start at the top is the job of digging a hole. They looked and recognized what they saw. So in the process of learning to see, you will want to develop both your near sight and your far sight. The advantages to the man who knows how to see what is directly in front of him are enormous. For years, the people in the little town of Darby, Montana, used to look up at what they called Crystal Mountain. The mountain was given this name because erosion had exposed a ledge of a lightly sparkling crystal that looked something like rock salt. A pack trail was built directly across the outcropping as early as 1937, but it wasn't until the year 19511, 4 years later, that anyone bothered to stoop down, pick up a piece of the sparkling material, and really look at it. It was in this year 1951 that 2 Darby men, Mr. A.E. Cumley and Mr. L.I. Thompson, saw a mineral collection displayed in the town. Thompson and Cumley became very excited. There in the mineral display were specimens of beryl which, according to the attached card, was used in atomic energy research. Immediately, Thompson and Cumley staked claims on Crystal Mountain. Thompson sent a specimen of the ore to the Bureau of Mines office in Spokane, together with a request to send an examiner to see a very large deposit of the mineral. Later that year, the Bureau of Mines sent a bulldozer up the mountain and scraped off enough of the outcropping to determine that here indeed was one of the world's greatest deposits of extremely valuable beryllium. Today, heavy earth-moving trucks struggle up the mountain and work their way back down again, weighted down with the extremely heavy ore, while at the bottom, virtually waiting with dollar bills in their hands, are representatives of the URTSE, United States Steel Company, and the United States government, each anxious to buy the highly valued ore. All because one day 2 young men not only observed with their eyes, but took the trouble to see with their minds. Today, these men are well on their way to being multimillionaires. In addition, the many draft pieces of lead are also being transformed into gold leaf X-rays for health-proof collection. A mentally far-sighted person could not have done what Thompson and Cumley did if his mental vision were distorted, for he is the man who can see only far-off values, while the advantages that lie at his feet go unclaimed. Are there fortunes right at your doorstep? Look about you. As you go about your daily chores, are there small areas of irritation? Perhaps you can think of a way to overcome them, a way that will be helpful not only to yourself, but to others. Many a man has made a fortune by meeting such homely needs. This was so of the man who invented the bobby pin and the one who devised the paper clip. It was so of the man who invented the zipper and the metal pants fastener. Look about you, learn to see. You may find acres of diamonds in your own backyard. But mental nearsightedness can be just as much of a problem as mental farsightedness. The man with this problem sees only what is under his nose, while more distant possibilities go unclaimed. He is the man who does not understand the power of a plan. He does not understand the value of thinking time. He is so busy with the problems that immediately confront him that he does not free his mind to range into the distance, reaching for new opportunities, seeking trends, getting the big picture. Being able to see into the future is one of the most spectacular accomplishments of the human brain. Down in the heart of the Citrus Belt in Florida, there is a little town called Winter Haven. The surrounding country is farmland. Certainly it would be considered by most people as an area entirely unsuited for a large tourist attraction. It is isolated. It has no beach, no mountains, only mile after mile of gently rolling hills with little lakes and cypress swamps down in the valleys. To this region came a man who saw these cypress swamps with an eye that others had not used. His name was Richard Pope. Dick Pope bought one of these old cypress swamps, put a fence around it, and has turned down offers of at least $1 million for the world-famous cypress gardens. Of course, it really wasn't as simple as that. All along the line, Dick Pope had to see opportunities in his situation. For instance, there was the question of advertising. Pope knew that the only way he would be able to draw the public into such an isolated place was through a barrage of advertising. But ads cost money, so what Dick Pope did was quite simple. He went into the popular photography business. He set up a photo supply house at Cypress Gardens, sold his visitors film, and then taught them how to take spectacular shots of the garden. He hired skilled water skiers. He put them through intricate performances while over a loudspeaker he announced to the public exactly what camera settings they should use in order to catch the action. And then, of course, when these travelers went back home, the very best trip pictures were always of Cypress Gardens. They gave Dick Pope the very best kind of advertising there is. Word-of-mouth recommendations. With pictures, this is the kind of creative scene that we all need to develop. We need to learn how to look at our world with fresh eyes, seeing the opportunities that lie all about us, but simultaneously looking into the future for the chances that are there. Seeing is a learned skill, but like any skill, it must be exercised to see another person's abilities, capacities, and viewpoint. We may think we recognize our own talents, yet in this respect we may be blind. Let's illustrate with an example of a teacher who needed to have her mental vision checked. She was both nearsighted and farsighted, for she could not see either the present or the future potential abilities and capacities of her students, or their points of view. Now everyone, the great and the near great, had to have a starting point. They weren't born brilliant and successful. As a matter of fact, some of our greatest men were regarded as quite stupid at times during their lives. It was not until they grasped a positive mental attitude and learned to comprehend their capabilities and envision definite goals that they started their climbs to success. But there was one young man in particular whom his teachers thought a stupid, muddle-headed blockhead. The youngster sat and drew pictures on his slate. He looked about and listened to everybody else. He asked impossible questions, but refused to reveal what he knew, even under the threat of punishment. The children called him dunce, and he generally stood at the foot of his class. And this boy was Thomas Alva Edison. You will be inspired when you read the life story of Thomas A. Edison. He attended primary school for a total period of less than 3 months. The teacher and his schoolmates told him that he was stupid. Yet, he became an educated man after an incident in his life prompted him to turn his talisman from NMA to PMA. He developed into a gifted person. He became a great inventor. What was that incident? What happened to Edison that changed his whole attitude? He told his mother about hearing the teacher tell the inspector at school that he was addled, and it wouldn't be worthwhile to keep him in school any longer. His mother marched off to school with him and told all within range of her voice that her son, Thomas Alva Edison, had more brains than the teacher or the inspector. Edison called his mother the most enthusiastic champion a boy ever had, and from that day forward he was a changed boy. He said, "She cast over me an influence which has lasted all my life. The good effects of her early training I can never lose. My mother was always kind, always sympathetic, and she never misunderstood or misjudged me." His mother's belief in him caused him to view himself in an entirely different light. It caused him to turn his talisman to PMA and take a positive mental attitude regarding studying and learning. This attitude taught Edison to view things with deeper mental insight that enabled him to comprehend and develop inventions which benefited mankind. Perhaps the teacher didn't see because the teacher wasn't genuinely interested in helping the boy. His mother was. You have a tendency to see what you want to see. To hear does not necessarily imply attention or application. To listen always does. Throughout success through a positive mental attitude, we urge you to listen to the message. This means to see how you can relate and assimilate the principle into your own life. Perhaps you'd like to see how you can relate the principle of the following experience into your own life. Dr. Roy Plunkett, a DuPont chemist, made an experiment. He failed. When he opened the test tube after the experiment, he observed that it apparently contained nothing. He was curious. He asked himself, why? He didn't throw the tube away as others might have done under similar circumstances. Instead, he weighed the tube. And, to his surprise, it weighed more than a tube of like make and design. So again, Dr. Plunkett asked himself, why? In searching for the answer to his questions, he discovered that marvelous transparent plastic, tetrafluoroethylene, commonly known as Teflon. During the Korean War, the United States government contracted for DuPont's entire output. When there is something you don't understand, ask yourself, why? Look at it more closely. You may make a great discovery. Ask yourself 2 questions. Asking yourself or others questions about things that puzzle you may reward you richly. This very procedure led to one of the world's greatest scientific discoveries. A young Englishman, while vacationing on his grandmother's farm, was relaxing. He was lying on his back under an apple tree and engaging in thinking time. An apple fell to the ground. This young man was a student of higher mathematics. Where does the apple fall to the ground? He asked himself. Does the earth attract the apple? Does the apple attract the earth? Does each attract the other? What is the universal principle involved? Isaac Newton used his power to think, and he made a discovery. To see mentally is to think. He found the answers he was looking for. The earth and the apple attracted each other, and the law of attraction of mass to mass applies to the entire universe. Newton discovered the law of gravitation because he was observant and sought the answers to what he observed. Another man, because he exercised his powers of observation and acted upon what he perceived, found happiness and great wealth. Newton asked himself questions. The other man thought expert advice. He became wealthy because he accepted advice. In Toba, Japan, in the year 1869, when he was just 11 years old, Kokichi Mikimoto continued his father's business as the village noodle maker. His father had developed an illness that prevented him from working. The youngster supported his 6 brothers, 3 sisters, and his parents. In addition to making the noodles daily, young Mikimoto had to sell them. He proved to be a good salesman. Mikimoto had previously been tutored by a samurai who taught exemplification of true faith consists of acts of kindness and love for one's fellow men, not mere formal prayers uttered by rote. And with this basic PMA philosophy of positive action, Mikimoto became a doer. He developed the habit of converting ideas into reality. At the age of 20, he fell in love with the daughter of a samurai. The young man knew that his future father-in-law would not bless his daughter's marriage with a noodle maker. Therefore, he was motivated to harmonize with his known power. He changed his occupation and became a pearl merchant. Like many persons who achieve success in any part of the world, Mikimoto kept searching for specific knowledge that would help him in his new activity. He, like the great industrialists of our day, sought help from a university. Professor Yoshikichi Mizukuri told Mikimoto of a theory of one of the laws of nature that had never been proved. The professor said, "A pearl is formed in an oyster when a foreign object, like a grain of sand, is stuck in the oyster. If the foreign object does not kill the oyster, nature covers the object with the same secretion that forms the mother of pearl in the lining of the oyster's shell." Mikimoto was thrilled. He could hardly wait to get the answer to the question he asked himself: can I raise fish pearls by deliberately planting a tiny foreign object in the oyster and letting nature take its course? He converted a theory into a positive action. Once he learned to see. Mikimoto had been taught to see by that university professor. And then he used the power of his imagination. He engaged in creative thinking. He used deductive reasoning. He decided that if all pearls were formed only when a foreign object entered the oyster, he could develop pearls by using nature's laws. He could plant foreign objects in the oysters and force them to produce pearls. He learned to observe and act, and he became a successful man. Now, a study of Mikamoto's life indicates that he employed all the 17 success principles. 4. Knowledge doesn't make you successful, but application of the knowledge will. Action. Many of the ideas which come to us as we learn to see with fresh eyes will strike others as bold. These ideas can either frighten us or, if we act on them, make our fortunes. Here is another true story of pearls. This time the hero is a young American, Joseph Goldstone. He sold jewelry to Iowa farmers, door to door. Then one day in the heart of the Depression, he learned that the Japanese were producing beautiful cultured pearls. Here was quality, and it could be sold at a fraction of the cost of natural pearls. Joe saw a great opportunity. In spite of the fact that it was a Depression year, he and his wife Esther converted all their tangible assets into cash and set out for Tokyo. They landed in Japan with less than $1,000, but they had their plan and lots of PMA. They obtained an interview with Mr. Kit Kitamura, head of the Japanese Pearl Dealers Association. Joe was aiming high. He told Mr. Kitamura of his plan for merchandising Japanese cultured pearls in the United States and asked Mr. Kitamura for an initial credit of $100,000 in pearls. This was a fantastic sum, especially in a period of depression. After several days, however, Mr. Kitamura agreed. The pearls sold well. The Goldstones were well on their way to becoming wealthy. A few years later, they decided they wanted to establish their own pearl farm, which they did with the help of Mr. Kitamura. Once again, they saw opportunity where others had seen nothing. Experience proved that the mortality rate of oysters, into which a foreign object had been artificially inserted, was over 50%. How can we eliminate this great loss, they asked themselves. After much study, the Goldstones began to use on the oysters the methods employed in hospital rooms. The outside shells were scraped and scrubbed to reduce the danger of infection to the oyster. The surgeon used a liquid anesthetic that relaxed the oyster. Then he slipped a tiny clam pellet into each oyster as a nucleus for the pearl that was to be formed. The incision was made with a sterilized scalpel. Then the oyster was put into a cage, and the cage was dropped back into the water. Every 4 months, cages were raised, and the oysters were given a physical checkup. Through these techniques, 90% of the oysters lived and developed pearls, and the Goldstones went on to acquire a fabulous fortune. Time and again we see how men and women have become successful after they learn to apply mental perception. The ability to see is much more than the physical process of taking light rays through the retina of the eye. It is the skill of interpreting what you see and applying that interpretation to your life and the lives of others. Learning to see will bring to you opportunities that you never dreamed existed. However, there is more to success through PMA than learning mental perception. You must also learn to act on what you learn. Action is important because through action you get things done. Don't wait any longer. Read The Secret of Getting Things Done in the next chapter and move another rung up the ladder of success through PMA. Pollitt knows 7 thoughts to steer by. 1. Learn to see. Seeing is a learned process. 9/10 of seeing takes place in the brain. 1. 2. 4 fingers instead of 5. This was the symbol whereby George Campbell, the blind boy, could catch and hold a full and happy life. How can you use this symbol? 3. Seeing is learned through association. George Campbell's first sight of his mother became meaningful to him only when he recognized her voice. 4. Is it time to have your mental vision checked? When it is distorted, you can grope around in a haze of false concepts, bumping and hurting yourself and others unnecessarily. Does your mental vision become clearer year by year? 5. Take a look, and good look, and recognize what you see. There may be acres of diamonds in your own backyard. 6. Don't be nearsighted, look to the future. Cypress Gardens became a reality because Richard Pope saw it as a definite future objective. 7. See another person's abilities, capacities, and viewpoint. You may be overlooking a genius. The story of Thomas Edison is a good example, training his eyes and ears to hear. 8. Do you see how you can relate and assimilate the principles of success through a positive mental attitude into your own life? 9. Learn from nature. How? Ask yourself some questions, as Isaac Newton did. If you don't know the answers, get expert advice. 10. Convert what you see into reality by action. Mikamoto converted a theory into a fortune in pearls. Goldstone recognized, related, and applied the principles and methods used in hospitals to save human lives as being applicable to saving the lives of oysters in producing cultured pearls. Chapter 8. The Secret of Getting Things Done in Life. If you do the things you don't want to do, or if you don't do the things that you do want to do, then this chapter is for you. Those who achieve greatness employ this secret of getting things done. Take, for example, Mary Noel, Father James Keller. Father Keller had been developing an idea for quite some time. He hoped to motivate little people to do big things by encouraging each to reach beyond his or her own little circle to the outside world. The biblical command, "Go ye forth into all the world," was to him the symbol of an idea whereby the mission he had in mind could be fulfilled. When he responded to this command, he employed the secret of getting things done, and when he did, he went into action. This happened in 1945. It was then that he organized the Christophers, an organization most unusual. It has no chapters, no committees, no meetings, no dues. It doesn't even have a membership in the usual sense of the word. It simply consists of people, no one can say how many, dedicated to an ideal. The Christophers operate on the concept that it is better for people to do something and pay nothing than to pay dues and do nothing. What is the ideal to which each is dedicated? Each Christopher is dedicated to carry his religion with him wherever he goes throughout the day, into the dust and heat of the marketplace, into the highways and byways, into the home. And thus he brings the major truths of his faith to others. The thrilling stories told by the Reverend James Keller in You Can Change the World. It came about because he conceived and believed in an ideal, but he did little or nothing about it until he responded to the secret of getting things done. You get the feel of this secret from the statement of E. Bauermeister, Supervisor of Education and Correctional Counselor at California Institution for Men, Chino, California, who told the authors, "I always tell the men in our self-adjustment class that too often what we read and profess becomes a part of our libraries and our vocabularies, instead of becoming a part of our lives. Remember the biblical statement, 'For the good that I would I do not, but the evil which I would not that I do.' Now how can you train yourself to get into action immediately when it is desirable? Unclutter your mind." And then we told Mr. Bauermeister how the good things we read and profess can become a part of our lives. We gave him the self-starter for getting things done. How do you make the secret of getting things done a part of your life? By habit. And you develop habit through repetition. Sow an action and you reap a habit. Sow a habit and you reap a character. Sow a character and you reap a destiny, said the great psychologist and philosopher William James. He was saying that you are what your habits make you, and you can choose your habits. You can develop any habit you wish when you use the self-starter. Now, what is the secret of getting things done, and what is the self-starter that forces you to use this great secret? The secret of getting things done is to act. The self-starter is the self-motivator. Do it now. As long as you live, never say to yourself, "Do it now," unless you follow through with desirable action. Whenever action is desirable and the symbol "do it now" flashes from your subconscious mind to your conscious mind, immediately act. Make it a practice to respond to me, self-starter, "do it now," in little things. You will quickly develop the habit of a reflex response, so powerful that in times of emergency, or when opportunity presents itself, you will act. Say you have a phone call that you should make, but you have a tendency to procrastinate, and you have put off making that phone call. When the self-starter "do it now" flashes from your subconscious to your conscious mind, act. Make that phone call immediately. When your phone has read, punch in the code and get your quote from us. Or suppose, for example, that you set your alarm clock for 6. Your effective weight is an alarm, yet when the alarm goes off, you feel sleepy. Get up, turn off the alarm, and go back to bed. You will have a tendency to develop a habit to do the same thing in the future. But if your subconscious mind flashes to the conscious "do it now," then come what may, do it now. Stay up. Why? You want to develop the habit of responding to the self-starter "do it now." In Chapter 13, you will read how one of the authors bought a company with $1,600,000 in net liquid assets with the seller's own money. This became a reality because at the proper time the buyer responded to the self-starter. Do it now. Now H.G. Wells learned the secret of getting things done. And H.G. Wells was a prolific writer because he did. He tried never to let a good idea slip away from him. While an idea was fresh, he immediately wrote down the thought that occurred to him. This would sometimes happen in the middle of the night. No matter. Wells would switch on the light, reach for the pencil and paper that were always beside his bed, and scribble away. And then he would drop off to sleep again. And then he would drop off to sleep again. Ideas that might have been forgotten were recalled when he refreshed his memory by looking at the flashes of inspiration that had been written down immediately when they occurred. This habit of Wells's was as natural and effortless to him as smiling is to you when a happy thought occurs. Many persons have the habit of procrastination. Because of it, they may miss a train, be late for work, or even more important, miss an opportunity that could change the whole course of their lives for the better. History has recorded how battles have been lost, someone put off taxing desirable action. New students in our PMA Science of Success course sometimes state that the procrastination habit is the one they would like to eliminate, and then we reveal to them the secret of getting things done. We give them the self-starter. We may motivate them by telling them the true story of what the self-starter meant to a war prisoner in World War II. What the Cell-2 starter meant to a war prisoner. Kenneth Irwin Harmon was a civilian employee for the Navy at Manila when the Japanese landed there. He was captured and held in a hotel for 2 days before he was sent to a prison camp. On the first day, Kenneth saw that his roommate had a book under his pillow. "May I borrow it?" he asked. The book was Think and Grow Rich. Kenneth began to read. As he read, he met the most important living person with the invisible talisman imprinted with PMA on one side and NMA on the reverse. Before he started to read it, he had the feeling of despair. He fearfully looked ahead to possible torture, even death, in the prison camp. But now, as he read, his attitude became one inspired by hope. He had a craving to own the book. He wanted it with him during the dread days ahead. In discussing Think and Grow Rich with his fellow prisoner, he realized that the book meant a great deal to the owner. "Let me copy it," he said. "Sure, go ahead," was the response. The woman asked the translator. Kenneth Harmon employed the secret of getting things done. He swung into immediate action. In a fury of activity, he began typing away, word by word, page by chapter, Because he was obsessed with the possibility that it would be taken away at any moment, he was motivated to work night and day. It was a good thing that he did, for within an hour after the last page was completed, his captors led him away to the notorious Santo Tomas prison camp. He had finished in time, because he started in time. Kenneth Harmon kept the manuscript with him during the 3 years and 1 month he was a prisoner. He read it again and again, and it gave him food for thought. It inspired him to develop courage, make plans for the future, and retain his mental and physical health. Many prisoners at Santo Tomas were permanently injured, physically and mentally, by malnutrition and fear of the present and fear of the future. But I was better when I left Santo Tomas than when I was interned. Better, prepared for life, more mentally alert, Kenneth Harmon told us. You get the feel of his thinking in his statement. Success must be continually practiced, or it will take wings and fly away. Now is the time to act. For the secret of getting things done can change a person's attitude from negative to positive. A day that might have been ruined can become a pleasant day. The day that might have been wasted. Jørgen Juldal, a student at the University of Copenhagen, worked one summer as a tourist guide. Because he cheerfully did much more than he was paid to do, some visitors from Chicago made arrangements for him to tour America. The itinerary included a day of sightseeing in Washington, D.C., while he was en route to Chicago. On arriving in Washington, Jørgen checked in at the Willard Hotel, where his bill had been prepaid. He was sitting on top of the world. In his coat pocket was his lane ticket to Chicago. In his hip pocket was his wallet with his passport and money. Then the young man was dealt a shocking blow. While getting ready for bed, he found that his wallet was missing. He ran downstairs to the hotel desk. "We'll do everything we can," said the manager. But the next morning, the wallet had still not been located. Jørgen Jodler had less than $2 change in his pockets. Alone, in a foreign country, he wondered what he should do. Wire his friends in Chicago and tell them what had happened? Go to the Danish embassy and report the lost passport? Sit at police headquarters until they had some news? Then, all of a sudden, he said, "No, I won't do any of these things. I'll see Washington. I may never be here again. I have one precious day in this great capital. After all, I still have my ticket to get me to Chicago tonight, and there'll be plenty of time then to solve the problem of the money and the passport. But if I don't see Washington now, I may never see it. I've walked miles at home. I'll enjoy walking here. Now is the time to be happy. I am the same man that I was yesterday before I lost my wallet. I was happy then. I should be happy now, just to be in America. Just to have the privilege of enjoying a holiday in this great city. I won't waste my time in futile unhappiness over my loss." And so he headed off on foot. He saw the White House and the Capitol. He visited the great museums. He climbed to the top of the Washington Monument. He wasn't able to take the tour of Arlington and some other places he'd wanted to see, but what he did see, he saw more thoroughly. He bought peanuts and candy and nibbled on them to keep from getting too hungry. And when he got back to Denmark, the part of his American trip he remembered best was that day on foot in Washington. A day that might have gotten away from Jørgen Juldal if he had not employed the secret of getting things done, for he knew the truth in the statement. Now is the time. He knew that now must be seized before it becomes, "Yesterday I could have." Incidentally, to round off his story, 5 days after that eventful day, Washington police found both wallet and passport and sent them to him, in case he had worked out escape plans to get out of New York. Are you scared aught to your own best ideas? One of the things that often prevents us from seizing the now is a certain timidity in the face of our own inspirations. We're a little bit afraid of our ideas when they first occur to us, They may seem novel or far-fetched. There's no doubt about it. It takes a certain boldness to step out on an untested idea. Yet it's exactly this kind of boldness that often produces the most spectacular results. The well-known writer Elsie Lee tells about Ruth Butler and her sister Eleanor, the daughters of a nationally known New York furrier. "My father was a frustrated painter," says Ruth. "He had talent, but the need to earn a living left him no time to build a reputation as an artist, so he collected painting. Later, he started buying paintings for Eleanor and me. Thus the girls developed a knowledge and appreciation for the fine art, along with an impeccable sense of taste. As they grew older, friends would consult them on what types of paintings they should buy for their homes. Often they would loan pieces from their collection for brief periods. One day Eleanor woke Ruth up at 3 a.m. "Don't start arguing, but I have a terrific idea. We're going to form a mastermind alliance." "Now what in the world is a mastermind alliance?" Ruth asked. "A mastermind alliance is coordination of knowledge and effort in a spirit of harmony between two or more people for the attainment of a definite purpose. And that's just what we're going to do. We're going into the business of renting paintings." And Ruth agreed. It was a terrific idea. They set to work the same day. Although friends tried to warn them of dangers, their valued paintings might be lost or stolen, and there might be lawsuits and insurance problems. But they went right on working, accumulating $300 in capital and talking their father into loaning them the basement of his fur shop, rent-free. "We hauled 1,800 paintings from our own collections in among the coat forms," Ruth recalls, and ignored father's sad and disapproving eyes. "But first year was grim, a real struggle. But the novel idea paid off. Their company, known as the New York Circulating Library of Paintings, became a success, with about 500 paintings constantly on rental to business firms, doctors, lawyers, and for use in homes. One valued client was an inmate of the Massachusetts Penitentiary for 8 years. He wrote humbly that perhaps the library wouldn't rent to him, considering his address. The paintings went to him rent-free, except for transportation costs. In return, Ruth and Eleanor received a letter from prison authorities telling how the paintings were used in an art appreciation course that benefited many hundreds of prisoners. Ruth and Eleanor started their business with an idea, and then they backed their idea up with immediate action. The results were a profit to themselves and increased pleasure and happiness for many others. Are you ready to double your income? W. Clement Stone toured the Asiatic and Pacific areas as one of 7 executives serving as representatives of the National Sales Executives International. On a Tuesday, Stone gave a talk on motivation to a group of businessmen at Melbourne, Australia. The following Thursday evening, he received a phone call. It was from Edwin H. East, manager of a firm that sold metal cabinets. "Mr. East was excited. Something wonderful has happened. You'll be as enthusiastic as I am when I tell you about it." "Tell me about it. What did happen?" "An amazing thing. You gave your talk on Motivation Tuesday. In your talk, you recommended 10 inspirational books. I bought Think and Grow Rich and started to read it that evening. I read for hours. The next morning, I started reading it again, and then I wrote on a piece of paper. My major definite aim is to double last year's sales this year. The amazing thing is, I did it in 48 hours. "How did you do it?" Mr. Stone asked East. "How did you double your income?" East responded. "In your speech on motivation, you told how Al Allen, one of your Wisconsin salesmen, tried to sell cold canvas in a certain block. You said that Al was lucky because he worked all day and didn't make a sale. That evening you said Al Allen developed inspirational dissatisfaction. He determined that the following day he would again call on exactly the same prospects and sell more insurance policies that day than any of the other representatives in his group would sell all week. You told how Al Allen completely canvassed the same city block, He called on the same people and sold 66 new accident contracts. I remembered your statement. It can't be done, some may think, but Al did it. I believed you. I was ready. I remembered the self-starter you gave us, do it now. I went to my card records and analyzed 10 dead accounts. I prepared what might previously have seemed to be an enormous program to present to each. I repeated the self-starter, do it now, several times. And then I called on the 10 accounts with a positive mental attitude and made 8 large sales. It is amazing, truly amazing, what PMA will do for the salesmen who use its power. Now, Edwin H. East was ready when he heard the talk on motivation. He listened to the message that was applicable to him. He was searching for something, and he found what he was looking for. Our purpose in relating this particular story is that you too have read about Al Allen, but you may not have seen how you could apply the principle to your own experience. Edwin H. East did, and you can too. You can apply the principles in each of the stories you read in success through a positive mental attitude. Now, however, we want you to learn the self-starter, do it now. Sometimes the decision to act immediately can make your wildest dreams come true. It worked that way for Manly Sweezy. You can mix business and pleasure. Manly loved hunting and fishing. His idea of the good life was to hike 50 miles into the woods with his pole and his rifle, and hike back a couple of days later, exhausted, muddy, and very happy. The only trouble with this hobby was that it took too much time out from his work as an insurance salesman. Then, one day, as he reluctantly left a favorite Bass Lake and headed back to his desk, Manly had a wild idea. Suppose, somewhere, there were people living in a wilderness, people who needed insurance. Then he could work and be out of doors at the same time. And indeed, Manly discovered there was such a group of people. The men who worked for the Alaska Railroad. They lived in scattered section houses strung out along the 500-mile length of the track. What if he were to sell insurance to these railroad men and to the trappers and gold miners along the route? The same day that the idea came to him, Sweezy began making positive plans. He consulted a travel agent and began packing. He didn't pause to let doubts creep in and frighten him into believing that his idea might be scatterbrained, that it might fail. Instead of picking the idea apart for its flaws, he took a boat to Seward, Alaska. He walked the length of the railroad. Many, many walking Sweezys, as he was called, became a welcome sight to these isolated families, not only because he received insurance when no one else had thought them worth bothering with, but because he represented the outside world. He went the extra mile, for he taught himself how to cut hair and did it free of charge. He taught himself how to cook, too. Since the single men ate mostly canned foods and bacon, Manly, with his culinary skills, was a welcome guest. And all the while he was doing what came naturally. He was doing what he wanted to do, tramping the hills, hunting, fishing, and, as he puts it, living the life of Sweezy. In the life insurance business, there is a special place of honor reserved for men who sell over $1 million worth of business in 1 year. It is called the $1 Million Round Table. Now, the remarkable and almost unbelievable part of Manly Sweezy's story is that, having acted on his impulse, having taken off for the wilds of Alaska, having walked the railroad where no one else had bothered to go, he did his $1 million of business, and more, in a single year, to take his place at the round table. And none of it would have happened if he had hesitated to employ the secret of getting things done when his wild idea came to him. Memorize the self-starter, do it now. Do it now. Can affect every phase of your life. It can help you do the things you should do, but don't feel like doing. It can keep you from procrastinating when an unpleasant duty faces you, but it can also help you, as it did Manly Sweezy, to do those things that you want to do. It helps you seize those precious moments which, if lost, may never be retrieved. the endearing word to a friend, for example, the telephone call to an associate, just telling him that you admire him, all in response to the self-starter, do it now. Write yourself to a letter. Here is an idea to help you get started. Sit down and write yourself a letter telling the things you always intended to do as though they had already been accomplished. Some personal, some charitable, and others community projects. Write the letter as if a biographer were writing about the wonderful person you really are when you come under the influence of PMA. But don't stop there. Use the secret of getting things done. Respond to the self-starter, do it now. Signing on to day 1. Profound self-growth can take time. Remember, regardless of what you have been or what you are, you can be what you want to be if you act with PMA. The self-starter, do it now, is an important self-motivator. It is the important step towards understanding and applying the principles of the next chapter, entitled How to Motivate Yourself. Hide it now. 8. Thoughts to steer by. And it is better for people to do something and pay nothing than to pay dues and do nothing. 2. Too often, what we read and profess becomes a part of our libraries and our vocabularies, instead of becoming a part of our lives. Stop and think about this. You have knowledge of principles that could help you achieve any worthwhile goal in life you might desire, but do you make these principles a part of your life? 3. Sow in action and you reap a habit. Sow a habit and you reap a character. Sow a character and you reap a destiny. What habits of thought or action in any human activity would you like to acquire? What habits would you like to eliminate? You should know how to acquire desirable habits and eliminate the undesirable if you have learned how to recognize principles revealed to you in this book and apply them. 4. The secret of getting things done is do it now. 5. As long as you live, when the suggestion do it now flashes from your subconscious to your conscious mind to do that which you ought to do, immediately follow through with desirable action. It's a habit that will make you an outstanding achiever. Section 11 was experimentally analysis. 6. The burden of learning is upon the person who wants to learn. If you want to learn how you can achieve anything in life that doesn't violate the laws of God or the rights of your fellow men, now is the time to begin to study and learn the concepts that can teach you how to achieve your goals. Study and apply the principles contained in Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude. Don't only read what is written. 7. Now is the time to act. Chapter 9. How to motivate yourself. What is motivation? Motivation is that which induces action or determines choice. It is that which provides a motive. A motive is the inner urge, only within the individual, which incites him to action, such as an instinct, passion, emotion, habit, mood, impulse, desire, or idea. It is the hope or other force which starts an action in an attempt to produce specific results. Motivating yourself to and others. When you know principles that can motivate you, you will then know principles that can motivate others. Conversely, when you know principles that can motivate others, you will then know principles that can motivate you. How to motivate yourself is the purpose of this chapter. How to motivate others is the purpose of Chapter 10. How to motivate yourself and others with a positive mental attitude is the purpose of Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude. In essence, this is a book on motivation. Our purpose in illustrating specific experiences of the success and failures of others is to motivate you to desirable action. Now, therefore, to motivate yourself, try to understand principles that motivate others. To motivate others, try to understand principles that motivate you. Establish the habit of motivating yourself with PMA at will, and then you can direct your thoughts, control your emotions, and ordain your destiny. Motivate yourself too, and others, with the magic ingredient. What is the magic ingredient? One man in particular found it. Here is his story. Some years ago, this man, a successful cosmetic manufacturer, retired at the age of 65. Each year thereafter, his friends gave him a birthday party, and on each occasion, they asked him to disclose his formula. Year after year, he pleasantly refused. However, on his 75th birthday, his friends, half jokingly and half seriously, once again asked if he would disclose the secret. "You have been so wonderful to me over the years that I now will tell you," he said. "You see, in addition to the formulas used by other cosmeticians, I added the magic ingredient." "What is the magic ingredient?" he was asked. "I never promised a woman that my cosmetics would make her beautiful, but I always gave her hope. Hope is the magic ingredient. Hope is a desire with the expectation of obtaining what is desired, and belief that it is obtainable. A person consciously reacts to that which, to him, is desirable, believable, and attainable. And he also subconsciously reacts to the inner urge that induces action when environmental suggestion, self-suggestion, or autosuggestion cause the release of the powers of his subconscious mind. His response to suggestion may develop obedience that is direct, neutral, or in reverse action to a specific symbol. In other words, there may be various types and degrees of motivating factors. Every result has a given cause. Your every act is the result of a given cause. Your motives. Hope, for example, motivated the cosmetic manufacturer to build a profitable business. Hope also motivated women to buy his cosmetics. Hope will motivate you, too. The 10 basic motives which inspire all human action. Every thought you think, every act in which you voluntarily engage, can be traced back to some definite motive or combination of motives. There are 10 basic motives which inspire all thoughts, all voluntary actions. No one ever does anything without having been motivated to do it. When it comes to learning how to motivate yourself for any given purpose, or how to motivate others, you should have a clear understanding of these 10 basic motives. Here they are. 1. The desire for self-preservation. 2. The emotion of love. 3. The emotion of fear. 4. The emotion of sex. It's sex. 5. The desire for life after death. 6. The desire for freedom of body and mind. 7. The emotion of anger. 8. The emotion of hate. 9. The desire for recognition and self-expression. 10. The desire for material gain. As you have been reading this chapter, perhaps you felt that it contains food for thought. A good sandwich contains 9/10 bread and 1/10 meat. Unlike a sandwich, this chapter is 9/10 meat. That is the way the authors planned it. We hope you will chew and digest it carefully. Are negative emotions good? As you read success through a positive mental attitude, you clearly see that negative emotions, feelings, and thoughts are harmful to the individual. But are there times when these are good? Yes, negative emotions, feelings, thoughts, and attitudes are good at the proper time and under the right circumstances. For that which is good for the species of man is good for the individual. It is clear that in the process of evolution, negative thoughts, feelings, emotions, and attitudes protected the individual. In fact, these negatives prevented the species of man from becoming extinct. And these negatives in a person, like the negative forces of a bar magnet, effectively repelled the forces of the negative powers others. This has been, and because it is a universal law, it will continue to be. Now, culture, refinement, and civilization, like man himself, have also evolved from a primitive state. And the more cultured, refined, and civilized a society or environment may be, the less need there is for the individual to use these negatives. But in a negative, antagonistic environment, a person with common sense will use these negative forces with which he is faced. And because you live in a country with laws designed to bring the greatest good to the greatest number, because the rights of that individual are protected, because you are in a society and environment of culture, refinement, and the highest form of civilization, those negative thoughts, feelings, emotions, and passions which lie dormant within you from your hereditary past are not now necessary to solve the problems which primitive man could not otherwise have solved. For he was a law unto himself, and the law of the individual has become subservient to the law of society for his benefit. Now let's clarify these concepts. Let's take anger, hate, and fear as examples. Anger and hate. Righteous indignation against evil is a form of anger and hate. The desire to protect one's nation when attacked by an enemy, or the desire to protect the weak against the criminal attack of the madman, to save human life, is good. To kill to accomplish this, when necessary, is an example of the worst form of all negative feelings and emotions used to achieve a worthy purpose. In our society, the patriotism of a soldier or the fulfillment of duty by a police officer are virtues. Fear. With every new experience and in every new environment, nature protects you from potential danger by alerting you through some shade of the emotion of fear. You can be assured that the bravest individual will, in a new environment, at first, experience an awareness that is a conscious or subconscious feeling of timidity or fear. If he finds that the fears are not beneficial to him, the person with PMA will neutralize an undesirable negative emotion by substituting a positive one. What can you do about it? Man is the only member of the animal kingdom who, through the functioning of his conscious mind, can voluntarily control his emotions from within, rather than be forced to do so by external influences. And he alone can deliberately change habits of emotional response. The more civilized, cultured, and refined you are, the more easily you can control your emotions and feelings if you choose to do so. Emotions are controlled through the combination of reason and action. When fears are unwarranted or harmful, they can and should be neutralized. How? While your emotions are not always immediately subject to reason, nonetheless they are immediately subject to action. For you can use reason to determine the needlessness of the negative emotion and thus motivate yourself to action. You can substitute fear with a positive feeling. How do you do this? One effective means is through self-suggestion, in fact, self-command, with a one-word symbol that incorporates what you want to be. Thus, if you are afraid and want to be courageous, give the self-command, "Be courageous," with rapidity, several times. Follow this with action. If you want to be courageous, act courageously. How? Use the self-starter, "Do it now," and then get into action. In this and the next chapter, you will see how to control your emotions and actions by using self-suggestions. In the meantime, keep your mind on the things you should and do want, and off the things you shouldn't and don't want. A success formula that always succeeds when applied. Are you among the hundreds of thousands of persons throughout the world who have read the autobiography of Benjamin Franklin? Or Calexis via Confugiturum? Among the tens of thousands who have read Frank Betger's book, How I Raised Myself from Failure to Success in Selling? If not, we recommend that you read both. These books contain a formula that always succeeds when applied with PMA. In his autobiography, Franklin indicates that he endeavored to help Benjamin Franklin, just as the most important living person wants to help you. He wrote, "My intention being to acquire the habit of all these virtues, I judged it would be well not to distract my attention by attempting the whole at once, but to fix it on them at a time, and when I should be master of that, then to proceed to another, and so on, until I should gone through the 13, and as the previous acquisition of some might facilitate the acquisition of certain others, I arranged them with that view. The names of these virtues, as Franklin fitted them, together with the precepts, self-motivators for self-suggestion, he gave each one, are 1. Temperance. Eat not to dullness, drink not to dullness, eat not to dullness, sit. Elevation. 2. Silence. Speak not but what may benefit others, or yourself. Avoid trifling conversation. 3. Order. Let all your things have their places. Let each part of your business have its time. 4. Resolution. Resolve to perform what you ought. Perform without fail what you resolve. 5. Frugality. Make no expense but to do good to others or yourself, that is, waste nothing. 6. Industriously employ thyself. Be always employed in something useful. Cut off all unnecessary actions. 7. Sincerity. Use no hurtful deceit. Think innocently and justly, and if you speak, speak accordingly. 8. Justice. Wrong none by doing injuries or omitting the benefits that are your duty. 9. Moderation. Avoid extremes. Forbear resenting injuries so much as you think they deserve, but in 10. Clean less. Tolerate no uncleanliness in body, clothes, or habitation. 11. Tranquility. Be not disturbed at trifles, or at accidents, common or unavoidable. 12. Chastity. Rarely use venery but for health or offspring, never to dullness, weakness, or the injury of your own or another's peace or reputation. 13. Humility. Imitate Jesus and Socrates. Franklin wrote further, conceiving then that, agreeably to the advice of Pythagoras in his golden verses, daily examination, the path to the ultimate course, one exit, would be necessary, I contrived the following method for conducting that examination. I made a little book in which I allotted a page for each of the virtues. I ruled each page with red ink so as to have 7 columns, one for each day of the week, marking each column with a letter for the day. I crossed these columns with 13 red lines, making the beginning of each line with the first letter of one of me virtues, on which line, and in its proper column, I might mark, by a little black spot, every fault I found upon examination to have been committed respecting that virtue upon that day. Now, it is as important to know how to use a formula as it is to know the formula. Here's how to use your knowledge. A formula in action. 1. Concentrate on one principle for an entire week, every day of the week. Respond by proper action every time an occasion arises. The diaphragm to key. 2. And then, start the second week on the second principle of virtue. Let the first be taken over by your subconscious mind. Should an occasion arise when the employment of a previous principle flashes into your conscious mind, use the self-starter "do it now," and then act. Continue to concentrate on one principle at a time each week, and leave the others to be executed by the habits established in your subconscious as the occasion arises. 3. When the series is completed, start over again. Thus, at the end of a year, you will have completed the entire cycle 4 times. 4. When you have acquired a desired characteristic, substitute a new principle for a new virtue, attitude, or activity that you may wish to develop. Now, you have just read the method Benjamin Franklin used to help Benjamin Franklin. As Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude is a self-help book, it would be wise for you to study Franklin's method and see how you can apply the principles. In the chapter entitled How to Motivate Others, you will see how Frank Bettger raised himself from failure to success by employing Benjamin Franklin's plan. If you decide to start your own plan and don't know exactly what principles to start with, you could begin with the 13 virtues used by Benjamin Franklin, or you may prefer the 17 success principles described in Chapter 2. Now to some bread. To your sandwich, let's tell about the first Fuller Brush man. Alfred C. Fuller, the first of the Fuller Brush men, came from a poor farm family living in Nova Scotia. Al couldn't seem to hold a job. In fact, during the first 2 years of trying to earn a living, he lost 3 jobs. But then a radical change came into Fuller's life, for he tried selling brushes. Right then, Fuller was motivated. He began to realize that his first 3 jobs were not the kind of work suited to him. He didn't like Ben. The work didn't come to him naturally, but selling did, and he saw immediately that he would do well as a salesman. He liked his work. So Al conditioned his mind to do the best-selling job in the world. He was terrific, and having succeeded as a salesman, he set a goal in his climb up the ladder of success. It was to go in business for himself. Now this goal fitted nicely with his personality, provided he was in sales. Alfred C. Fuller did quit selling brushes for someone else, and he had more fun than ever before. He manufactured his own brushes in the evening, then sold them the next day, and when his sales began to mount, he rented space in an old shed for $11 a month and hired an assistant who made the brushes for him while he concentrated on sales. The end result from the boy who lost his first 3 jobs? The Fuller Brush Company, with thousands of door-to-door salesmen and millions of dollars in annual income. You see, you are more apt to succeed if you do what comes naturally. But there are greater motivating factors than losing a job, making money, or success in business. The desire for self-preservation is the strongest on the list. 7 came through, capped. Edward V. Rickenbacker was one of the most successful and highly esteemed men in the United States. Capt Eddie, as he was affectionately called, is a symbol of faith, integrity, the joy of hard work, and common sense. Those who met him, heard his lectures, or read his book, 7 Came Through, are themselves inspired by the symbol he represents. The airplane carrying Captain Eddie and his crew fell into the Pacific. No trace of the wreckage or the men could be found the first week, nor the second week. But the world was thrilled with the news that Captain Eddie was saved on the 21st day. Just picture Capt Eddie and his crew on 3 rafts in the Pacific with nothing in sight but the sea and the sky. Picture these men, if you will, suffering from the shock of hitting the water when their plane crash-landed, suffering from the heat of the burning sun, hungry, thirsty, running on fumes of protein out of burning coals. Then picture the 3 rafts tied together each morning and evening, with each member of the crew bowing his head in prayer or listening intently as the 23rd Psalm or the verses from Matthew 6:31-34 were read. Therefore take no thought, saying, What shall we eat? Or what shall we drink? Or wherewithal shall we be clothed? For after all these things do the Gentiles seek, for your heavenly Father knoweth that ye have need of these things. But seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Take therefore no thought for the morrow shall take thought for the things of itself. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. Now you have the picture, so let's hear directly from Capt. Eddie himself as he wrote in his book. As I have already stated, there was no time that I lost faith in our ultimate rescue. But the others did not seem to share this state of mind fully with me. My companions clearly began to think of what lay beyond death, and to think of it in terms of their own lives. I say in all truth that at no time did I ever doubt we would be saved. I tried to impart my own philosophy to these men, hoping to stimulate their desire to carry on. It was based upon the simple observation that the longer I have had to suffer under trying circumstances, the more certain I was to appreciate my deliverance. This is part of the wisdom that comes to older men. Should you ask us how to motivate yourself, we would list the basic motives. They are repeated here. First, the desire for self-preservation. Then the emotion of love, fear, sex. The desire for life after death and freedom of body and mind would follow. And after that, the emotion of anger and hate. Then the desire for recognition and self-exploration. And last in the list of the 10 basic motives would be the desire for material wealth. In the following chapter, you will see how any one of these, or a combination, motivates others. Kadedo, Noah 9. Thoughts to steer by. 1. Motivation is that which induces action or determines choice. It is the hope or other force which starts an action in an attempt to produce specific results. 2. Motivate yourself with PMA. Remember, what the mind of man can conceive and believe, the mind of man can achieve with PMA. Recognize the possibility of the improbable. 3. Hope is the magic ingredient in motivating yourself and others. 4. Negative emotions, feelings, thoughts, and attitudes are good at the proper time and under the right circumstances. 5. The 10 basic motives are self-preservation, love, fear, sex, desire for life after death, freedom of body and mind, anger, hate, desire for recognition and self-expression, and the desire for material wealth. 6. Motivate yourself as Benjamin Franklin motivated himself. Develop your own chart. Do it now. If you have difficulty listing 13 virtues you would like to acquire or goals you would like to reach, you can start with one, and then add to your list as you realize what virtues or goals you desire. Like Benjamin Franklin, have a self-motivator for each. Important, inspect your progress daily. 7. Capped. Eddie Rickenbacker had developed a strong faith that came to his rescue in time of need. How can you strengthen your faith to help you at the time of your greatest need? 8. Are you prepared so that you can and will apply your faith at the time of your greatest need? Brunner, Philly, and Longle, Chapter 10. How to motivate others. It is important to know how to motivate others in an effective manner and in a desirable direction. Throughout life, you play dual parts, in which you motivate others and they motivate you. Parent and child, teacher and pupil, salesman and buyer, master and servant. You take each part. How a child motivated his other. A boy 2½ years of age was walking with his father after a very heavy Christmas Day dinner. When they had walked about 1.5 blocks, the youngster stopped, looked up at his father with a smile, and said, "Daddy," then hesitated. His father responded, "Yes." The boy paused for a second or two and continued, "If you say please, I'll let you carry me." Now, who could resist this type of motivation? Even a newborn baby motivates his parents to action. And of course, a parent motivates a child. We saw this illustrated by Thomas Edison and his mother. Having confidence in a youngster gives him confidence in himself. When the child feels that he is wrapped in the warm, secure belief that he will do well, he is actually able to do better than he knows. His defenses are relaxed, his guard down. He is able to stop spending emotional energy protecting himself from the possible hurts of failure. Instead, he spends his energy reaching for the probable rewards of success. He is relaxed. Confidence has had a measurable effect on his ability. It has brought out the best in him, said Edison. And Napoleon Hill himself had an experience in this direction. He speaks about it in this way. When I was a youngster, I was considered to be a hellion. Whenever a cow was let loose from her pasture, or a dam broken, or a tree cut down mysteriously, it was young Napoleon Hill that everyone suspected. He watched his classmates disperse, and then turned to Mitch. No, just our tree, Mitch said. And, furthermore, there was some justification for all of this suspicion. My own mother was dead, and my father and brothers thought I was bad, so I really was pretty bad. If people considered me this way, I was not going to disappoint them. And then one day, my father announced that he was going to remarry. All of us were worried about what kind of a new mother we were going to have, but I, in particular, was bound and determined that no new mother coming into our home would be able to find a place in my heart. The day finally came when this strange woman entered our home. My father stood back and let her handle the situation in her own way. She went around the room and greeted each of us cheerfully. That is, until she came to me. I stood straight as a ramrod, with my hands folded over my chest, and glared at her without the least suggestion of welcome in my eyes. And this is Napoleon, my father said. The worst boy in the hills. And with that, I'll never forget what my stepmother did. She put both hands on my shoulders and looked me straight in the eye, with a twinkle in her own eyes that I shall hold dear forever. The worst boy, she said. Not at all. He's just the brightest boy in these hills, and all we have to do is bring that out in him. My stepmother was always the one who encouraged me to strike out on my own, with such bold schemes as later proved the backbone of my career. I will never forget the great lesson she taught me in how to motivate others by giving them confidence in themselves. For my stepmother was the making of me. Her deep love and unshakable faith motivated me to try to become the kind of a boy she believed me to be. So you can motivate others by having faith in them. Faith, rightly understood, is active, not passive. Passive faith is no more a force than sight is in an eye that does not observe. Active faith steps out on its belief and risks failure because it assumes it will succeed. When you motivate others by having faith in them, then you must have an active faith. You must commit your belief. You must say, I know that you are going to succeed in this job, so I have committed myself and others to your success. We are here, waiting for you. When you have that kind of faith in another man, he will succeed. Now, faith can be expressed in a letter. In fact, a letter is an excellent tool for expressing one's thoughts and motivating another person. A letter can change a leeward to or the better. Anyone who writes a letter affects the subconscious mind of the receiver through suggestion, and the power of this suggestion is, of course, dependent upon several factors. If you are a parent, for example, and your son or daughter is away at school, you can accomplish that which you might not otherwise achieve. You can grasp the opportunity, A, to mold the character of your child, to discuss matters that you might hesitate or never take the time to discuss in conversation, and, point blank, to express your inner thoughts. Now, a boy or girl may not readily accept advice when it is given verbally, for environment and emotions involved at the time of the conversation might prevent this. And yet the same boy or girl would treasure the same advice received in a carefully written, sincere letter. To a son or daughter away from home, a letter with all of its contents, including advice, is most welcome. And if it is properly written, it may be read frequently, studied, and digested. and the executive or sales manager who writes the right type of letter to his salesman can motivate them to break all previous records. Likewise, the salesman who writes his sales manager will benefit from this tool of motivation. Now, to write a letter, one must think. Therefore, the writer should crystallize his ideas on paper, and he can ask questions to direct the recipient's mind in the desired channels. In fact, he can ask a question to obtain a letter in return. Or, when the person he would like to hear from does not write, he, like an advertising expert, can use a bait. That's what J. Pierpont Morgan did. One way to motivate a college student to write. J. Pierpont Morgan proved there is at least one way to get college students to answer a letter. His sister had complained that her 2 college sons just wouldn't write home. Mr. Morgan said that he could get the boys to respond immediately if he sent a letter. And then his sister challenged him to prove it, so he wrote each nephew and received an immediate reply from both. Surprised, his sister asked, "How did you do it?" Morgan handed the letters to her, and she saw that both contained interesting information about college life and thoughts of home. But the postscript on each was similar. One read, "The $10 you said was enclosed in your letter wasn't received. Motivate by example." A successful sales manager knows that one of the most effective means to motivate a salesman is to set an example when working with him in the field. W. Clement Stone has inspired many people with the story he tells about how he trained a salesman who drove at Sioux City, Iowa. Here's the way he tells it. "I listened to one of our salesmen at Sioux City, Iowa, gripe for over 2 hours one evening. Now he kept on telling how he had worked for 2 days at Sioux Center without making a sale. He said, 'It's impossible to sell at Sioux Center because the people there are Holland Dutch. They're clannish, and they won't buy from a stranger. Besides, the territory has had a crop failure for 5 years. I suggested that we sell the next day at Sioux Center, the town where he had worked for 2 days without making a sale. So the next morning we drove to Sioux Center. For there I intended to prove that the salesman with PMA, who believed in and used our company's system, could sell regardless of the obstacles. And while the salesman was driving, I closed my eyes, relaxed, meditated, and conditioned my mind. I kept my mind on the reasons why I should and would sell these people, rather than why I wouldn't or couldn't. Here's what I thought. He says that they are Holland Dutch and clannish, therefore they won't buy. That's good. What's so good about it? It's a well-known fact that if you sell one of a clan, particularly a leader, you can sell the entire clan. Now all I have to do is to make the first sale to the right person. I'll do it, even if it takes a long time." Again, he claims that the territory has had a crop failure for 5 years. What could be more wonderful? The Holland Dutch are marvelous people, and they save their money. Also, they are responsible and want to protect their families and property. And as a matter of fact, they probably have not purchased accident insurance from any other insurance salesman because other salesmen wouldn't even try. For they, like the salesman with whom I am driving, would have a negative mental attitude. Our policies offer excellent protection at a low cost. Actually, I'll find no competition. I then engaged in what I term mind conditioning. I repeated to myself with reverence, sincerity, expectation, and emotion, "Please, God, help me, Sal. Please, God, help me, Sal. Please, God, help me, Sal." Over and over again, I repeated, "Please, God, help me, Sal." Then I took a nap, and when we arrived at Sioux Center, we called at the bank. Now the personnel consisted of a vice president, a cashier, and a teller. Within 20 minutes, the vice president had purchased the most protection our company was willing to sell, a full unit. And the cashier purchased a full unit, but the teller will never be forgotten by me because he didn't buy. And starting with the first place of business, next to the bank, we began cold canvassing systematically, store after store, office after office, We interviewed every individual in each establishment. An amazing thing happened. Every person we called on that day purchased the full unit, and there was no exception. While riding back to Sioux City, I thanked the divine power for the assistance I had received. Now, why did I succeed in selling in the same place where the other man had failed? Actually, I experienced success for exactly the same reasons that he had experienced failure, except for the prepossession. Something more. He said it was impossible to sell them because they were Holland Dutch and clannish. That's NMA. Now, I knew they would buy because they were Holland Dutch and clannish. That's PMA. Again, he said it was impossible to sell them because they had had a crop failure for 5 years. That's NMA. I knew they would buy because they had had a crop failure for 5 years. And that's PMA. Now the something more was the difference between PMA and NMA. For I had asked for divine guidance and help. What's more, I believed that I was receiving it. Now this salesman returned to Sioux Center and stayed for a long tune, and each day that he was there was a record day in sales for him. This illustrates the value of motivating another person by example, for this salesman also succeeded where he had failed, because he learned the value of working with a positive mental attitude. There are many ways to motivate a person, but the most effective way is through an inspirational book. When you want to motivate, say it with an inspirational, sell-to-help action book. The most important factors to success in selling are, in order of importance: A. Inspiration to action. Knowledge of a successful sales technique for the particular product or service, which is termed know-how, and knowledge of the product or service itself. Activity knowledge. Now, these same 3 principles can be related to success in any business or profession. In the story that you have just read, you can assume that the salesman had knowledge of the sales know-how and knowledge of the service he was selling. But he did lack the most important ingredient: inspiration to action. Many years ago, Morris Pickus, a well-known sales executive and sales counselor, gave W. Clement Stone a copy of Think and Grow Rich. Since then, he has used inspirational books such as those mentioned in Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude to help salesmen develop inspiration to action. Mr. Stone knows that inspiration and enthusiasm are the life of a sales organization, and because the flame of inspiration and enthusiasm will be extinguished unless the fuel that feeds it is kept replenished, Mr. Stone has made it a habit to see that his representatives receive inspirational, self-help action books frequently. And this is in addition to weekly and monthly publications that are intended to act as mental vitamins. If he wished to become an engineer. As a boy, Walter Clark of Walter Clark Associates, Providence, Rhode Island, intended to be a doctor. But when he grew older, he thought he wanted to become an engineer, and he studied engineering. At Columbia University, however, he found the study of the functioning of the human mind so interesting and challenging that he changed from engineering to psychology, and finally he received his master's degree. Walter Clark worked as a personnel officer in Macy's department store and several other well-known concerns. At that time, the known psychological tests developed the specific information for which they were intended: an applicant's IQ, aptitude, and personality. But something important was missing: mystery. Walter endeavored to find the missing factor. He thought, an engineer can select the proper part and put it in its place so that a machine will function efficiently, and that is exactly what I want to do with people. I want to select the right person for the right job. You see, Walter, like many personnel officers found, people fail on their job even though their psychological tests indicated that they had sufficient intelligence, aptitude, and personality to succeed on the job. Why, then, do we have so much absenteeism, turnovers, and failure? He asked himself. Walter also felt pain and extra physical pain from time to time in response to triggers of such pain. Now the answer to this question became so simple and obvious that it is truly amazing that other psychologists had not discovered it. For you see, a person is more than a mechanical body. He is a mind with a body. He succeeds or fails because he is, or is not, motivated. Therefore, Walter endeavored to develop an analysis technique that would indicate the individual's tendencies and behavior in either a pleasant or antagonistic environment. Show the sort of environment that attracts and repels him under favorable or unfavorable situations. In essence, indicate what comes naturally to the individual. Also, he endeavored to develop a technique that could be used to analyze the requirements of a given job successfully. And because he worked hard and continued to search, Walter Clark found and recognized exactly what he was looking for. For he developed what he called activity vector analysis, better known as AVA. It is based on semantics, specifically the reaction of the individual to word symbols. From the answers given by the applicant, Clark designed a chart, and he likewise came up with a formula for designing the similar diagram for any specific job. Now, when the diagram of the applicant corresponded with that of the job, he had a perfect combination. Right. For then the applicant would have a job doing the kind of work that came naturally to him. And a person will do what he likes to do. It's fun. Stytulia svitkata. Now the sole purpose of AVA as conceived by Walter Clark is to help business management in A. The selection of personnel, management development, E. Cutting the high cost of absenteeism, F. Personnel turnover, E. Personnel turnover. Walter Clark achieved a definite major aim. Now for many years, W. Clement Stone kept searching for a scientific working tool that could aid him in his efforts to help the representatives, under his supervision, to achieve success in solving their personal, family, social, and business problems. He was looking for a simple, accurate, and usable formula that would eliminate guesswork and save time when applied to a specific individual in a given environment. Therefore, when he heard of AVA, Mr. Stone investigated and immediately recognized that it was the working tool that he had so long been looking for. He could see that AVA might be used for purposes far beyond that for which it was conceived, and when he studied under Walter Clark, his conclusions were confirmed. For when you know what the personality traits of the individual are, what his environment is, what motivates him, you then can motivate that individual. How to motivate another person. While reading Success through a positive mental attitude, you have seen the importance of semantics, word symbols, suggestion, self-suggestion, and autosuggestion. This was particularly true when you read Chapter 4. Now Mr. Stone combined this knowledge with what he learned from AVA, and thus he made what to him was a great discovery in the technique of motivating other persons. For the discovery was, with PMA, you can be what you want to be if you are willing to pay the price. This is true regardless of your past experiences, aptitude, IQ, or environment. Remember, you have the power to choose. Now you don't have to study AVA to learn how to motivate yourself and others, but it could certainly help you, for you can use the proper technique when you know what motivates an individual. And the simple technique that you can use to help you motivate yourself and others is based on the use of suggestion, self-suggestion, and auto-suggestion. Let's be specific. 1. If, for example, a salesman is timid and his job requires him to be aggressive, then the sales manager uses reason to point out that timidity and fear are natural. He proves that others have overcome timidity. He then recommends that the salesman state to himself frequently, a word or self-motivator that would symbolize what the salesman wants to be. And in this instance, the salesman would repeat every morning and other times throughout the day the following words with rapidity and frequency. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. He would particularly do so if he had a feeling of timidity in a specific environment where it was necessary to act. In such an instance, he would act on the self-starter, do it now. 2. When a sales manager discovers that one of his men is deceitful or dishonest, he will have a talk with his representative, and if he sees the representative wants to cure the fault, then act. The sales manager tells how others have solved this difficulty. He gives the salesman an inspirational book, article, poem, or recommends specific Bible passages. We have found that books like I Can by Ben Sweetland and I Dare You by William Danforth are particularly effective. And in such an instance as in B, above, the salesman would repeat, be truthful, with rapidity every morning and at frequent intervals throughout the day. He would particularly do so at the time that he was tempted to be dishonest or engage in deception in a specific environment where it was necessary for him to make a decision. He would act on the self-motivator, have the courage to face the truth, as well as the self-starter, do it now. Now this plan should be easy for you to understand as it is illustrated frequently throughout this book. And because you understand its effectiveness, you yourself will use it. And in addition, you, unlike the hundreds of thousands of persons who have read Benjamin Franklin's autobiography, will now immediately use Franklin's method to achieve success. You, unlike them, have been given the secret of getting things done. Do it now. Use Franklin's method to achieve results. He listened to the messages that were applicable to him, for he had a problem. He was a failure in business, and he was searching for a workable, down-to-earth formula that would help him help himself. And because he knew what he was looking for, he discovered Franklin's secret. Franklin indicated that he owed all of his success and happiness to just one idea, a formula for personal achievement. Now Becker recognized that formula and used it. What happened? He raised himself from failure to success. He tells us about it in his great motivating book, How I Raised Myself from Failure to Success in Selling. Now, why shouldn't you use Franklin's formula for personal achievement? You can, if you will. If the authors of this book succeed in motivating you to use this one idea, you too will, like Better, be able to raise yourself from failure to success. Or, if you are not a failure, then you will, through the use of Franklin's method, be able to obtain what you seek, be it wisdom, virtue, happiness, health, or wealth. Now Bettger wrote out his objectives on 13 separate cards. The first one is entitled Enthusiasm. The self-motivator is, to be enthusiastic, act enthusiastic. As the great teacher and psychologist William James has so conclusively proved, the emotions are not immediately subject to reason, but they are always immediately subject to action. And the action can be physical or it can be mental. A thought can be just as stimulating and effective as a deed in changing an emotion from negative to positive. In such an instance, the act, be it physical or mental, precedes the emotion. See how the plan works. Because the purpose of success through a positive mental attitude is to help you help yourself, and because the authors want you to get into action, we shall now illustrate how we motivate individuals in an audience to action through the Franklin-Bettger system. Here's how we have motivated many thousands of students to apply the Franklin-Bettger plan, using the card Enthusiasm and the self-motivator. To be enthusiastic, act enthusiastic. We call a student to the front of the class and give him a simple yet effective lesson that he will learn immediately. Here's how we do it. Try it. Here's the dialogue that would take place between the instructor and student. Note, the dialogue of the instructor is in boldface type. The student's answers are set in italics. Do you want to feel enthusiastic? Yeah? Then learn the self-motivator. To be enthusiastic, act enthusiastic. Now, repeat this phrase. To be enthusiastic, act enthusiastic. Right. What is the key word in the affirmation? That's right. Let's paraphrase the message, and thus you will learn the principle and be able to relate and assimilate it into your own life. If you want to be sick, what do you do? Sick. You're right. If you want to be melancholy, what do you do? Act melancholy. Right again. And if you want to be enthusiastic, what do you do? To be enthusiastic, act enthusiastic. We then proceed to point out that you can relate this self-motivator to any desirable virtue or personal aim. Thus, we might take justice as an example, and a card could read, to be just, act just. And then the instructor would proceed. Remember, when someone else's idea is accepted by you, it becomes your idea for your use. You own it. Now, I want you to talk in an enthusiastic tone of voice. I want you to act enthusiastically. To speak enthusiastically, do the following. 1. Talk loudly. This is particularly necessary if you are emotionally upset, if you are shaking inside when you stand before an audience, if you have butterflies in your stomach. 2. Talk rapidly. Your mind functions more quickly when you do. You can read 2 books with greater understanding in the time you now read 1, if you concentrate and read with rapidity. 3. Emphasize. Emphasize important words, words that are important to you or your listening audience. A word like you, for example. 4. Hesitate. When you talk rapidly, hesitate where there would be a period, comma, or other punctuation in the written word. Thus you employ the dramatic effect of silence. The mind of the person who is listening catches up with the thoughts you have expressed. Hesitation after a word which you wish to emphasize accentuates the emphasis. 5. Keep a smile in your voice. Thus, in talking loudly and rapidly, you eliminate gruffness. You can put a smile in your voice by putting a smile on your face, a smile in your eyes. 6. Modulate. This is important if you are speaking for a long period. Remember, you can modulate both pitch and volume. You can speak loudly and intermittently change to a conversational tone and a lower pitch if you wish. 7. When the butterflies stop flying around in your stomach, you can then speak in an enthusiastic, conversational tone of voice. Do it now. Now, in the previous chapter, you have read the 13 principles used by Benjamin Franklin. And here you have been told that enthusiasm is the first of the 13 principles used by Frank Bettger. And you know that a positive mental attitude is the first of the 17 success principles. Therefore, if you have not already done so, start the first of your own 17 cards with the heading, Develop a Positive Mental Attitude. Follow through with a card for each of the 17 success principles and use Franklin's method to achieve results. Your action on the self-starter Do It Now at this time would prove conclusively that you can motivate yourself. You can. And if you purposefully motivate yourself, you will find it easy to motivate others. And now that you know how to motivate yourself and others, you are ready to receive the key to the citadel of wealth. The next chapter answers the question, is there a shortcut to riches? Feel it no. 10. Thoughts to steer by. 1. Throughout life you play dual parts in which you motivate others and they motivate you. Learn and apply the art of motivation with PMA. 2. Motivate others to have confidence in themselves by showing them that you have faith in them and faith in yourself. 3. A letter can change a life for the better. Start the habit of motivating your loved ones by writing letters containing wholesome, good suggestions. 4. Motivate others by example. 5. When you want to motivate, say it with an inspirational self-help action book. 6. If you know what motivates a person, you can motivate him if you learn the art of motivation with PMA. 7. Motivate others by suggestion. Motivate yourself by self-suggestion. 8. While your emotions are not always subject to reason, nonetheless they are subject to action. If there is an instance you recall in which you might experience the emotion of fear, what action do you think you could take to neutralize it? 9. To become enthusiastic. Act enthusiastically. 10. To speak enthusiastically and overcome timidity and fear. A. Talk loudly. A. Talk rapidly. A. Emphasize important words. D. Hesitate where there is a period, comma, or other punctuation in the written word. Keep a smile in your voice so that it isn't gruff. And use modulation. 11. Start the first of your 17 PMA success cards. Do it now. Chapter 11. Is there a shortcut to riches? Is there a shortcut to riches? A shortcut is defined as a way of accomplishing something more directly and quickly than by ordinary procedure. It is a route more direct than that ordinarily taken. And the man who takes the shortcut knows his destination. He knows the route that is more direct. Yet he will never arrive at his destination unless he starts and continues toward it, regardless of the interruptions he encounters or the obstacles he meets. In Chapter 2, we listed the 17 success principles as 1. A positive mental attitude. 2. Definiteness of purpose. 3. Going the extra mile. 4. Accurate thinking. 5. Self-discipline. 6. The mastermind. 7. Applied faith. 8. A pleasing personality. April. 9. Personal initiative. 10. Enthusiasm. 11. Controlled attention. 12. Teamwork. 13. Learning from defeat. 14. Creative vision. 15. Budgeting time and money. 16. Maintaining sound physical and mental health. 17. Using cosmic habit force. Now, why do we repeat the 17 success principles? We want to show you the shortcut to riches. We want you to take the most direct route. Now, to take the most direct route, you must necessarily think with PMA, and a positive mental attitude results from the application of these success principles. The word think is a symbol. Its meaning for you depends upon who you are. Who are you? You are the product of your heredity, environment, physical body, conscious and subconscious mind, experience, and particular position and direction in time and space, and something more, including powers known and unknown. When you think with PMA, you can affect, use, control, or harmonize with all of them. Now only you can think for you. Therefore, the shortcut to riches for you can be expressed in a 6-word symbol. Perrin. Think with PMA and grow rich. For if you really think with PMA, you will automatically follow through with action. You will employ the PMA principles expressed in this book, principles that will help you achieve any goal that doesn't violate the laws of God or the rights of your fellow men. Palette, note the 11. A thought to steer by. A shortcut to riches. Think with PMA and grow rich. Chapter 12. Attract, don't repel wealth. Whoever you are, regardless of your age, your education, or your occupation, you can attract wealth. You can also repel it. We say, Attract, don't repel. Wealth. This chapter tells you how you can make money. Would you like to be rich? Be truthful with yourself. Of course you would. Or, are you afraid to be rich? Perhaps you're sick and because of this you don't try to acquire wealth. If this be the case, just remember the experience of Milo D. Jones, about whom you read in Chapter 2. Or, if you are a pre-patient in a hospital, you can attract wealth by engaging in study, thinking, and planning time as George Stefek did. In a hospital bed, think. Time after time, as we have studied the careers of successful men, we have discovered that they date their own success from the day they picked up a self-improvement book. Never underestimate the value of a book. Books are tools, providing inspiration, which can launch you onto a bold new program, and which can also light the dark days that any such program entails. George Stefek was convalescing at the Veterans Administration Hospital in Hines, Illinois. There he discovered by accident the value of thinking time. Financially, he was broke. While George was convalescing, he had a great deal of time on his hands. There wasn't too much to do except read and think. He read Think and Grow Rich. And he was ready. An idea occurred to him. Many laundries, George knew, fold their newly ironed shirts over a piece of cardboard to keep the shirts stiff and free from wrinkles. By writing a few letters, George learned that these shirt boards cost the laundries about $4 per thousand. His idea was to sell the boards for $1 a thousand. However, each one would carry an advertisement. The advertisers would of course pay for the space, and George would make a profit. Within printing cost included as well, George would make a profit. George had an idea, and he tried to make it work. When he left the hospital, he got into action. New in the advertising field, he had his problems, but he finally developed successful sales techniques through what others term trial and error, and we term trial and success. George continued the custom he had started in the hospital to engage in study, thinking, and planning time each day. Even when George's business was moving ahead swiftly, he decided to increase his sales by increasing the efficiency of his service. The shirt boards, when withdrawn from the shirts, were not retained by the laundry's customers. Now he asked himself the question, how can I get families to keep these shirt boards with the advertisements on them? The solution flashed into his mind. What did he do? On one side of the shirt board, he continued to print an advertisement in black and white or in colors. On the other side, he added something new, an interesting game for the children, a delicious recipe for the wife, or a provocative crossword puzzle for the whole family. George tells about one husband who complained that his laundry bill had gone up in a sudden, unaccountable way. Then he discovered that his wife was sending in shirts to the laundry which ordinarily he could have worn another day, just to get more of George's recipes. But George didn't stop there. He was ambitious. He wanted to expand his business still further. Again, he asked himself the question, how? And he found the answer. The truth was, it hadn't entirely crossed his mind yet. George Stefek gave the entire $1 per thousand he received from the laundries to the American Institute of Laundering. The Institute, in turn, recommended that each member help himself and his trade association by using George Stefek's shirt boards exclusively. And thus George made another important discovery. The more you give of that which is good and desirable, the more you get. And this is the nature of God. Now, a carefully planned thinking time session brought George Stefek considerable wealth. He discovered that a time apart is essential to any successful attraction of riches. It is in quiet that our best ideas occur to us. Don't make the mistake of believing that by a frantic kind of dashing around, you are being your most effective and efficient self. Don't assume that you are wasting tune when you take time out for thought. Thought is the foundation upon which all else is built by man. Yeah. Now, it isn't necessary for you to go to a hospital to establish the habit of reading good, motivating books, to think or to make plans. And your thinking, study, and planning sessions need not be too lengthy. If you invest only 1% of your time in a study, thinking, and planning session, it will make an amazing difference in the speed with which you reach your goals. Your day has 40 minutes in it. Invest 1% of that time in a study, thinking, and planning session. And you will be astounded at what those 14 minutes do for you. For it may surprise you to find that when you develop this habit, you will receive constructive ideas almost any time or anywhere you might be, while doing the dishes, or riding the bus, or while taking a bath. Be certain to use two of the greatest, yet simplest working tools ever invented, tools used by a genius like Thomas Edison, a pencil and a piece of paper. For he always had handy paper and pencil. And thus you, like him, will record the ideas that come to you day or night. Another requirement to attract wealth is to learn how to set your goal. It is important for you to understand this. Few people, even when they realize its importance, really understand how to set a goal. Learn how to set your goals. There are 4 important things to keep in mind. Write down your goal. You will then begin to crystallize your thinking. The very act of thinking as you write will have a tendency to create an indelible impression in your memory. Give yourself a deadline. Specify a time for achieving your objective. This is important in motivating you. Set out in the direction of your goal and keep moving towards it. Give yourself more space. Endure or defy yourself. Deep work, rest periods, and short to familiar ways. Set your standards high. Now there seems to be a direct relationship between ease in achieving a goal and in Chapter 10, How to Motivate Yourself at Will, and in Chapter 10, How to Motivate Others. And the higher you set your major goal, generally speaking, the more concentrated will be the effort you make to achieve it. The reason: logic will make it mandatory that you at least aim at an intermediate objective as well as an immediate one, so aim higher. And then have immediate and intermediate steps leading towards its achievement. The following question should stimulate your thinking. Where will you be, and what will you be doing 10 years from today if you keep doing what you are doing now? Deal desire and achieve its focus. Aim high. It is a peculiar thing that no more effort is required to aim high in life, to demand prosperity and abundance, than is required to accept misery and poverty. I bargained with life for a penny, and life would pay no more. However, I begged. At evening, when I counted my scanty store, for life is a just employer, it gives you what you ask. But once you have set the wages, why, you must bear the task. I worked for a menial's hire, only to learn, dismayed, that any wage I had asked of life, life would have willingly paid. You have to be bold enough to ask of life more than you may, right now, feel you are worth, because it is an observable fact that people tend to rise to meet demands that are put upon them, then push to the limit. While it is exceedingly desirable that you blueprint your program from beginning to end, this is not always feasible. One doesn't always know all the answers between the beginning of a great enterprise or journey and its ending. But if you know where you are and where you want to be, and you start from where you are to get to where you want to be, you will, if you keep properly motivated, move forward step by step until you get there. Take that teary step. The important thing after setting a goal is taking action. A 63-year-old grandmother, Mrs. Charles Philippia, decided that she was going to walk from New York City to Miami, Florida. She reached Miami and, while there, was interviewed by newspapermen. They wanted to know if the idea of such a long journey on foot hadn't frightened her. How did she ever summon courage to make such a journey with her feet as her only mode of travel? "It doesn't take courage to take one step," replied Mrs. Philippia. "And that's all I did, really. I just took one step. And then I took another step. And then another, and another. And here I am." Yes, you must take that first step. It makes no difference how much thinking and study time you spend. It will avail you little unless you also act. One of the authors was introduced to a man in Phoenix, Arizona by a friend. It was a rather odd introduction. And wounded in the head, meet the man who received $1 million cash for a gold mine and now has the $1 million and also owns the mine. "How in the world did you manage such a thing?" came the question, asked with considerable awe. "Oh, I had an idea, but I didn't have any money. I did have a pick and a shovel. So I took my pick and my shovel and went out to make my idea a reality," he responded. "And then it occurred to me, if I would search for a gold mine and dig around the vein, should I find a mine, one of the large mining corporations could afford to work the mine, whereas I wouldn't have the necessary capital. You know, mining machinery costs money today. So I searched for and found a vein of gold. Every indication was that I had made a very rich strike. I sold it for $2 million. The terms were $1 million in cash and a first mortgage of $1 million. While mining operations were underway, the vein ran out. I informed the owners of the mining company that if they wanted to abandon the mine, I would take it back and cancel their mortgage. They accepted. So you see, I got $1 million cash for the mine and still have the $1 million and the mine. Wealth repelled with NMA. A positive mental attitude will attract wealth, but a negative mental attitude will do just the opposite. With a positive mental attitude, you will keep trying until you achieve the wealth you are seeking. Now, you might start with a positive mental attitude and make your first step forward, yet you may become influenced by the negative side of your talisman and stop when you are just one step from reaching your destination. You may fail to employ one of the 17 success principles. Here's a very good example. Let's call our man Oscar. In the latter part of 1929, he was at the railroad station in Oklahoma City, where it was necessary for him to wait several hours for a train connection east. He had spent months in the western deserts, in temperatures as high as 110 degrees. He was seeking oil for an eastern concern. Aerolimit, he was. Successful. Oscar was a graduate of MI. It is said that he had combined the old divining rod, galvanometer, magnetometer, oscillograph, radio tubes, and other instruments into a doodlebug for detecting oil deposits. Now, Oscar had received word that the company he represented was insolvent. It had become bankrupt because the president had used the firm's large cash resources in speculation in the stock market. The market crashed in late 1929. Oscar was on his way home. He was out of a job, and the outlook was rather dismal. The influence of anime began to exert a powerful influence on him. Because he had to wait several hours, he decided to occupy himself by setting up his instrument in the railroad station. The reading on his instrument was so high in its positive indication of oil deposits that Oscar, in a rage, impulsively kicked the instrument, destroyed it. You see, Oscar was frustrated. "There couldn't be that much oil. There couldn't be that much oil," he shouted repeatedly in disgust. Footnote. But Oscar was frustrated. He was under the influence of a negative mental attitude. The opportunity for which he had been searching lay at his very feet. He only had to make one step to reach it, but because of the influence of NMA, he refused to recognize it. He lost faith in his own invention. Had he been under the influence of PMA, he would have attracted wealth, not repelled it. Despite his droughts, he loved her work. Applied faith is one of the important 17 success principles. The test of your faith is whether you apply it at the time of your greatest need. PMA had led Oscar to believe that many of the things that he had faith in were wrong. As you recall, the Depression brought a fear consciousness into the minds of many persons. Oscar was one. He had worked hard and sacrificed, yet he was out of a job through no fault of his own. The president of his company had been held in high esteem by Oscar, yet this man whom he trusted embezzled the company's funds. Now the machine that had proved its value in the past seemed to have gone haywire. Yes, Oscar was frustrated. When Oscar boarded the train at the Oklahoma City Railroad station that day, he left his doodlebug behind, and he also left one of the nation's richest oil deposits. A short time later, Oklahoma City was found to be literally floating on oil. Oscar has become a living demonstration of the application of two principles. A positive mental attitude attracts wealth, and a negative mental attitude repels it. Wealth can be acquired on a modest salary, but you may say, all this about positive and negative mental attitudes is very fine for someone who's out to make $1 million, but I'm not really interested in making $1 million. Of course I want security. I want enough to live well and take care of the needs I will have someday when I retire. But yet to stay, what about me if I am an office employee? What about me when I have just a fair salary? Now here's our answer. You too can acquire wealth enough for security, or even wealth enough to become rich, in spite of what you say. Just let the PMA influence of your talisman affect you favorably. We'll prove that this can be done. And if for some reason you aren't fully convinced, just read a book, The Richest Man in Babylon. And then make your first step forward. Keep going, and you'll have the financial security or wealth you are seeking. Now, that's exactly what Mr. Osborne did. Mr. Osborne was a salaried employee, yet he acquired wealth. It wasn't so many years ago that he retired with the statement, "I now spend my time having my money make money for me while I do what I want to do." Again, the principle used by Mr. Osborne is so obvious that it is often unseen. The principle he learned, and the one that you also can employ, will now be stated in a very few words. In reading The Richest Man in Babylon, Mr. Osborne found that wealth could be acquired if you to save 1 dime out of every dollar you earn. Each 6 months, invest your savings and interest or dividend returns from these savings and investments. And, Rooney, when you invest, seek expert advice on safe investments, and thus you won't gamble and lose your principal. Let us repeat, that's exactly what Mr. Osborne did. Just think of it. You can have security or wealth by saving only a dime out of each dollar you earn and investing it safely. When should you start? Do it now. Now let's contrast Mr. Osborne's experience with that of a man who had good physical health and read an inspirational book. He was 50 years old when he was introduced to Napoleon Hill, and looking to live to 152. This man smiled when he said, "I read your book Think and Grow Rich many years ago, but I'm not rich," Landau addressed. Napoleon Hill laughed and then replied seriously, "Patience. But you can be rich. Your future is ahead of you. You must prepare yourself to be ready, and in making yourself ready for the opportunities that are available to you, you must first develop a positive mental attitude." And the interesting thing is that this man did heed the author's advice. 5 years later, the man wasn't rich, but he had developed a positive mental attitude. And he was on his way to wealth. He had been many thousands of dollars in debt. Within the 5-year period, he had gotten completely out of debt and had begun making investments with the money he had saved. Note, however, that Scott discovered the true secret of his own powerful mind. He developed PMA as he studied the book Think and Grow Rich. He had learned to recognize principles and apply them. When the anime side of his talisman was influencing him, he was like those workmen who blamed their tools for poor craftsmanship. Have you ever blamed your tools? Where does the fault lie? If you own a perfect camera and use the right film, if you have the proper set of rules to take perfect pictures under all types of circumstances, if someone else takes perfect photographs with your camera, but yours are failures, does the fault lie with the camera? Could it be that you have read the rules but haven't taken the time to understand them? Or, if you do understand them, that you don't apply the rules? Could it be that you will read Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude, a book that could change the entire course of your life for the better, without taking the time to understand, memorize, self-motivators, learn the principles that will guarantee success, and apply them? Your answer will be evident to you by your action. Now, it's not too late to learn. If you haven't learned by now, you might as well learn now. You will not succeed consistently unless you know and understand the rules. You will not continuously succeed unless you apply the rules. Therefore, take the time to understand and apply what you are reading in this book. PMA will help you. The home off to my dreams. Remember, the thoughts that you think and the statements you make regarding yourself determine your mental attitude. If you have a worthwhile objective, find the one reason why you can achieve it, rather than hundreds of reasons why you can't. Serafine de Serra Alzabi. One of the rules in obtaining what you want through PMA is to act once you have your sights on a goal. Another is, go the extra mile. W. Clement Stone tells of the following experience, which illustrates both rules. One April evening, while I was visiting Frank and Claudia Noonan in Mexico City, Claudia commented, "I wish we could have a home in the Jardins del Pedregal de San Angel. This is the most desirable section of that beautiful city." "Well, don't you?" I asked. Frank laughed and answered, "We don't have the money." "Does that make any difference, if you know what you want?" I inquired, and then, without waiting for a response, I asked a question that I might ask of you. By the way, have you ever read an inspirational, motivating book, like Think and Grow Rich, The Power of Positive Thinking? I dare you, TNT, Applied Imagination, Turn on the Green Lights in Your Life, Acres of Diamonds, or The Magic of Believing? No, was the response. Thereupon I told of several experiences of those persons who knew what they wanted, read an inspirational book, listened to its message, and then got into action. And I even told how years ago I purchased a new $30,000 home on my own terms with a $1,500 down payment, and how in due course it was completely paid for. I promised to send one of the recommended books. I did. Frank and Claudia Noonan were ready. It was the following December, while studying in my library, that I received a telephone call from Claudia, who said, "We just arrived from Mexico City, and the first thing Frank and I wish to do is to thank you." "Thank me for what?" "We want to thank you for our new home in the Jardins del Pedregal de San Angel." A few days later at dinner, Claudia explained, "Late one Saturday afternoon, Frank and I were relaxing at home. Some friends from the States telephoned and asked if we would drive them to the Jardins del Pedregal de San Angel. It just so happened we were both rather exhausted, and besides, we had taken them there earlier in the week." Frank was ready to beg off when an expression used in the book flashed through his mind: go the extra mile. While driving them through this man-made paradise, I saw the home of my dreams, even the swimming pool I longed for. Claudia is the swimming champion, Claudia Eckert. Frank bought it. Frank said, You might like to know that although the property cost in excess of 500,000 pesos, I only made a deposit of 5,000 pesos. It costs less for our family to live in the Jardins del Pedregal de San Angel than in our former home. Is this? I asked in surprise. Well, we bought the 2 homes that were on the property instead of one. The rent from the one house is enough to make payments on the entire enterprise. Now, this wasn't so surprising after all. It's quite common for a family to buy a duplex apartment and rent one and live in the other. What is surprising to a person without experience is how easy it is to get what you want by understanding and applying the success principles to be found in an autobiography or self-improvement book. Attract wealth with PMA, we say. You say, money makes money, and I have no money. This is a negative mental attitude. If you don't have money, use OPM. That's what the next chapter is all about. Pillow No. 12. Thoughts to steer by. 1. If you know your specific destination and take the first step, you're on your way. 2. The test of your faith is whether you apply it when you are not in difficulty, as well as at the time of your greatest need. 3. If you don't succeed when you finally read and study success through a positive mental attitude, with whom does the fault lie? 4. The house of your dreams, you can have it. Like Frank and Claudia Noonan, you may buy 2 houses and rent one to pay for both. 5. Do you need to be in an accident or get sick and land in a hospital to establish the habit of regularly engaging in study, thinking, and planning time regarding your personal, family, or business life? 6. Have you made a start toward achieving desirable goals by A. Writing down each goal, A. Setting deadlines for reaching them, A. Setting high goals, and A. Inspecting your written statements daily? 7. Where will you be and what will you be doing 10 years from today if you keep on doing what you are doing now? 8. The Richest Man in Babylon. This book gives you a proven formula of success. Just save 1 dime out of every dollar you earn. Each 6 months, invest your savings and the interest or dividend returns from these savings and investments. Before you invest, seek expert advice on safe investments. Place what you learned. If you need the money you are saving for living expenses or necessities, then work an extra hour or more so that you have no excuse for not saving 10% of your earnings. Chapter 13. If you don't have money, use OPM. Business? It is quite simple. It is other people's money, said Alexander Dumas the Younger in his play, The Question of Money. Yes, it's that simple. Use OPM, other people's money. That's the way to acquire great wealth. Benjamin Franklin did it, William Nickerson did it, Conrad Hilton did it, Henry J. Kaiser did it, Colonel Sanders did it, and Ray Kroc did it. And if you are wealthy, the chances are you did it too. Now, if you are not wealthy, learn to read what is unwritten. In fact, rich or poor, read what is unwritten into every platitude, axiom, or self-motivator. The basic unwritten premise in Use OPM is that you will operate on the highest ethical standards of integrity, honor, honesty, loyalty, consent, and the golden rule, and apply these in your business relationships. The dishonest man is not entitled to credit. And the self-motivator Use OPM implies repayment in full as agreed with an advantageous consideration or profit to those whose money is used. Credit and the use of OPM are one and the same thing. It is the lack of a satisfactory credit system within country that keeps backward nations back. Whereas it is the credit system as practiced in the United States that has developed such great wealth and progress in this nation. It has been singularly American. Now the person, corporation, or nation that does not have credit or does not use it for expansion and progress, if they do have it, is missing an important number in the combination for success. Therefore, take the advice of a wise and successful businessman like Benjamin Franklin. Plan. Good advice. Advice to a Young Tradesman, written in 1748 by Franklin, discusses the use of OPM as follows. Remember that money is of the prolific, generating nature. Money can beget money, and its offspring can beget more, and so on. End quote. Also, Franklin said, remember that £6 a year is but a groat a day. For this little sum, which may be daily wasted either in time or expense unperceived, a man of credit may, on his own security, have the constant possession and use of £100. Now this statement of Franklin's is a symbol of an idea. His advice is as good today as when it was written. You can start with a few cents and have constant possession of $500 by employing it. Or you can expand the idea and have constant possession of millions of dollars. That is what Conrad Hilton does. He is a man of credit. The Hilton Hotels Corporation obtained credit of millions of dollars to build luxurious motels for air travelers at large airports. The corporation's collateral, mostly Hilton's name for honest dealing. Honesty is one thing for which a satisfactory substitute has never been found. It is something which reaches deeper into a human being than most traits of personality. Honesty, or the lack of it, writes itself indelibly into every word one speaks, into every thought and deed, and often reflects itself in one's face, so that the most casual observer can sense the quality of sincerity immediately. The dishonest person, on the other hand, may announce his weakness in the very tone of his voice, the expression on his face, in the nature and trend of his conversations, or in the type of service he renders. Though, while this chapter might seem to be one about the use of other people's money, it also has strong overtones about character in it. Honesty and reputation, credit and success in business are all intermixed. The man who has the first of them is well on his way to gaining the other three. Make investments with OPM. William Nickerson was another man of credit and reputation who found, money can beget money, and its offspring can beget more, and so on. He tells about it in his book. The title tells what he did. The book tells how he did it. Nickerson's book is aimed specifically at how to make money with OPM in your spare time in the real estate field, but almost everything he has to say also applies to you in your efforts to acquire wealth by making investments with OPM. How I Turned $1,000 into $3 Million in My Spare Time is the title of the book. Show me a millionaire, he says, and I will show you almost invariably a heavy borrower. To back up his statement, he points to wealthy men such as Henry Kaiser, Henry Ford, and Walt Disney, and we will point to Charlie Sammons, who with bank credit developed a $40 million business in 10 years. But before we do, let's talk about the people who help men like Conrad Hilton, William Nickerson, and Charlie Sammons by loaning them the money they need. Your banker is your Tory end. Banks are in business to loan money. The more they loan to honest men, the more money they make for themselves. Commercial banks loan money primarily for business purposes. Thus, loans for luxuries are not encouraged. Your banker is an expert, and more important, he is your friend. He wants to help you, for he is one of the people eager to see you succeed. If the banker knows his business, listen to what he has to say. For a person with common sense never underestimates the power of a borrowed dollar or the advice of an expert. It was the use of OPM and a successful plan, plus the PMA's success principles of initiative, courage, and common sense, that resulted in an average American boy named Charlie Sammons becoming wealthy. Like some Texans, Charlie Sammons of Dallas is a millionaire. In fact, like some other Texans, he is a multimillionaire. Yet, at the age of 19, he was no better off financially than most teenage boys, except that he had worked and saved some money. One of the officers in the bank where Charlie regularly deposited his savings each Saturday took an interest in him, for the banker felt, now here's a boy of character and ability, and he knows the value of money. So when Charlie decided to go in business for himself, buying and selling cotton, the banker gave him credit. And this was the first experience Charlie Salmons had in the use of opium. As you will see, it was not the last. He learned then, and has seen it confirmed since, your banker is your friend. About a year and a half after he became a cotton broker, the young man became a horse and mule trader. It was then that he learned much about human nature. And his understanding of people, in addition to his knowledge of money, soon developed in Charlie Salmons a very sound philosophy of a brand commonly observed in persons who are, or will be, successful. Charlie learned this philosophy at an early age. He has never lost it. Today, he still maintains it. This brand of philosophy is known as common sense. After he had operated a few years as a horse and mule trader, two men came to Charlie and asked him to go to work for them. These two men had developed a reputation for themselves as being outstandingly successful in the sale of insurance. They had come to Charlie because they had learned a lesson from defeat. Here's how it happened. It seems that after these two salesmen had successfully sold life insurance over a period of many years, they were motivated to form a company of their own. They were good salesmen, all right, but they were poor business administrators. In fact, they were such good salesmen that they sold their company out of business. Now, it is not uncommon for salesmen to assume that financial success in a business is contingent only on sales, but this is a false premise. A poor administration can lose money as fast or faster than a good sales management and sales force can bring it in. Their trouble was that neither one of these men was a good administrator, but they had learned their lesson the hard way. On the day they went to see Charlie, one of the salesmen told their story of defeat and said, "Since our company went broke, we have paid off our losses from the commissions we have since made selling insurance. We also had to pay for our living. It has taken a mighty long time, but we have done it. We know we are good salesmen, and we also know now that we should keep to our own specialty, selling." He hesitated, looked into the eyes of the young man, and continued, "Charlie, you have your feet on the ground. You have good common horse sense, and we need you. Together we can succeed." Gold and silver. And they did. A plan, and OPM developed a $40 million volume. A few years later, Charlie Salmons bought all of the shares of the company he and these two men had formed. How did he get the money? He used OPM plus what he had saved. Where did he get the large amount of money that he needed? He borrowed it from a bank, of course. Remember, he had learned early that his banker was his friend. And then, in the year that his company had produced an annual premium volume of almost $400,000, the insurance executive finally found the success formula for rapid expansion that he had long been looking for. He was ready. It was this formula, plus OPM, that developed a $40 million premium volume in a single year. Salmons had seen that an insurance company in Chicago had successfully developed a sales plan through leads. Now, for many years, sales managers had used what is termed a lead system to promote a new business, and with sufficient good leads, salesmen often earn exceedingly large incomes. Inquiries from individuals who indicate an interest are called leads. These are generally obtained from some form of promotional advertising program. Perhaps you know from experience that with human nature being what it is, many salesmen are timid or afraid to try to sell persons whom they don't know, or with whom they have had no previous personal contact or communication. Because of this fear, they waste a lot of time that could be used in selling prospects. But even an ordinary salesman will be motivated to call on as many prospects as he has leads, for he knows that many sales can be made, even though he himself may have little sales training or experience, when he is furnished good leads. And besides, he has an address and a specific person to see there. He believes the prospect is somewhat interested before he interviews him. Therefore, he is not as fearful as he would be if he were forced to try to sell a person without any preconditioning whatsoever. Some companies build their entire sales program on such leads, and advertising is used to obtain them. But advertising costs money. Charlie Sammons knew where to go to get the money when he had a good bankable idea: the Republic National Bank of Dallas. For it is well known in Texas that this bank helped build Texas, and it is in the business to loan money to men of integrity like Charlie Sammons, who have a plan and know how to work it. Now, while it is true that some bankers won't take the time to learn their client's business, Orrin Kite and other officers of the Republic National do. Charlie explained his plan to them, and, as a result, he was able to employ unlimited credit to build his insurance business through the Freely system. You see, it was because of the American credit system that Charlie Sammons was able to build the Reserve Life Insurance Company, and under such a system, he was able to develop a premium volume from $400,000 to over $40 million within the short space of 10 years. Again, because he used OPM in his investments, he is able to invest and own controlling interest in hotels, office buildings, manufacturing plants, and other enterprises. But you don't need to go to Texas to use OPM. W. Clement Stone bought an insurance company with $1,600,000 in assets, using the seller's own money. He went to Baltimore. How W. Clement Stone bought a $1,600,000 company with the seller's own money. This is how he describes the purchase. It was the year end, and I was engaging in study, thinking, and planning time. I determined that my major objective for the following year would be to own an insurance company that was licensed to operate in several states. I set a deadline as to when this was to be accomplished: December 31st of the next year. Now I knew what I wanted, and a date was set for its achievement. But I didn't know how I could get it. This wasn't really important, for I believed that I could find a way. Therefore, I must, I thought, look for a company that would fulfill my requirements. 1, that it have a charter to sell accident and health insurance, and 2, that it be licensed to operate in nearly all the states. I didn't need established business, just a vehicle. Of course, there was the problem of money, but I would face that problem when it arose. Even then, it occurred to me that I was a salesman by vocation, and therefore I could, if it should become necessary, work out a 3-way deal: a contract to buy the company, reinsure the entire business with some large company, and thus own everything but the insurance in force. These other insurance companies were willing to pay a good price for established business. I didn't need established business. I had the experience and ability to build an accident and health business as long as I had the vehicle. I had already proved this by building a national insurance sales organization. And then I made the next step. I asked for divine guidance and help. While analyzing the immediate problems with which I might be faced, it occurred to me that I should let the world know what I wanted, and the world would help me. Now, this conclusion was not in conflict with the principles laid down by Napoleon Hill in Think and Grow Rich, wherein he states that you keep your definite objectives a secret except to members of your mastermind alliance. When I found the company that I wished to buy, I would of course follow his suggestion and keep the negotiations a secret from the world until I closed the deal. So I let the world know what I wanted. Every time I met a person in the industry who might give me information, I told him what I was looking for. Joe Gibson of Excess Insurance was such a person. I had met him on just one occasion. The new year was started with enthusiasm, as I had a big objective and I set out to reach it. 1 month passed. 2, 6 months passed. At last, 10 months had gone by, and although I had checked into many possibilities, none fulfilled my 2 basic requirements. Then one Saturday in the month of October, when I was seated at my desk with my papers pushed back, engaged in study, planning, thinking time, I checked off the list of my objectives for the year. All had been achieved but one, the important one. Just 2 months to go, I said to myself. There is a way. While I don't know what it is, I know I'll find it. For it never occurred to me that my aim could not be reached, or that it wouldn't be reached within the time limit specified. There is always a way, I said to myself. Again, as on similar occasions, I asked for divine guidance and help. As I turned back toward the room and reached for something to hold the book in place within, I heard a cry. Now, 2 days later, something unexpected happened. I was again seated at my desk. This time I was busy dictating. The telephone rang, a disturbing note at my elbow. I picked up the receiver, and a voice said, "Hello, Clem. This is Joe Gibson." Our conversation was short, and I will never forget it. Joe talked rapidly. "I thought you would be interested in knowing that the Commercial Credit Company of Baltimore will probably liquidate the Pennsylvania Casualty Company because of its tremendous losses. Of course, you know Commercial Credit owns Pennsylvania Casualty. There will be a meeting of the board of directors next Thursday in Baltimore. All the Pennsylvania Casualty Company's business is already being insured by 2 other insurance companies owned by Commercial Credit. The name of the executive vice president of Commercial Credit is E.H. Warheim." I thanked Joe Gibson warmly, asked him 1 or 2 more questions, and then hung up the phone. After a few minutes of thought, it flashed into my mind that if I could conceive a plan whereby Commercial Credit Company would accomplish its objectives more quickly and with greater certainty than under its proposed plan, it shouldn't be difficult to persuade the directors to accept such a plan. I didn't know Mr. Warheim and therefore was hesitant to call him, but I felt that speed was of the essence. And then 2 self-motivators forced me to act. Where there is nothing to lose by trying, and everything to gain if successful, by all means, try. Do it now. And without a second's further hesitation, I picked up the phone and placed a long-distance call to E.H. Warheim in Baltimore. "Mr. Warheim," I began with a smile in my voice, "I have some good news for you." And then I introduced myself and explained that I had heard of the possible action to be taken regarding the Pennsylvania Casualty Company, and that I thought I would be in a position to help them reach their objectives more quickly. Then and there, I made an appointment to see Mr. Warheim and his associates the following day at 2 p.m. in Baltimore. At 2 p.m. the next day, W. Russell Arlington, my attorney, and I met with Mr. Warheim and his associates. Pennsylvania Casualty Company fulfilled my needs. It had a charter permitting it to operate in 35 states. It had no insurance in force, as the business had already been reinsured by other companies. By making the sale, Commercial Credit Company accomplished its objectives quickly and with certainty. In addition, they received $25,000 from me for the charter. Now the company had $1,600,000 in liquid assets, negotiable securities, and cash. How did I get the $1,600,000? I used OPM. It happened this way, and was quiet. "What about the $1,600,000 in assets?" Mr. Warheim asked. I was ready for the question, and immediately responded. Commercial Credit Company is in the business of lending money. I will just borrow the $1,600,000 from you. Money, you're welcome. I do not grant money, but I know someone in your neighborhood. We all laughed, and then I continued, "You have everything to gain and nothing to lose, for everything I own will be behind the loan, including the $1,600,000 company that I am now buying. Besides, you are in the business of lending money, and what better security could you have than the pledge of the company you are selling me? In addition, you will receive interest on the loan. What is most important to you is that this way you will solve your problems swiftly and with certainty. When I hesitated, Mr. Warheim asked another very important question. How are you going to repay the loan? And I was ready for that question too. My response was, I will repay the entire loan in 60 days. You see, I don't need more than $500,000 to operate an accident and health company in the 35 states in which Pennsylvania Casualty Company is licensed. As the company will be wholly owned by me, all I need to do is to reduce the capital and surplus of Pennsylvania Casualty Company from $1,600,000 to $500,000, which I can then apply to my loan with you. You and I know that a businessman is faced with the matter of income taxes on any transaction involving income or expenditures, but no income tax payments will be required on this transaction, for the simple reason that the Pennsylvania Casualty Company has not made profits, and no part of the money I receive when I reduce the capital will, therefore, be from profits. And then another question was asked me. What about your plans to repay the balance of the $500,000? Again, I was prepared to answer and said, this should be easy. The Pennsylvania Casualty Company has assets consisting only of cash, government bonds, and high-grade securities. I can borrow the $500,000 from the banks with which I have been doing business by pledging my interest in Pennsylvania Casualty Company and my other assets as additional security to back the loan. When Mr. Arrington and I left the Office of Commercial Credit Company at 5 p.m., the deal was closed. Now, this experience is related in detail here to illustrate the steps one takes to achieve his aims through the use of OPM. If you will refer to Chapter 11 entitled, Is There a Shortcut to Riches?, you will see how the principles mentioned there were applied here. While this story indicates how the use of OPM can help a person, credit can sometimes be harmful. Warning. But that which is good can be harmful to a person with a negative mental attitude. Credit is no exception, and credit may make a person who has been honest become dishonest. The abuse of credit is one of the main sources of worry, frustration, unhappiness, and dishonesty. Now we are talking about credit given voluntarily by a creditor. He gives credit to a person who he thinks has the quality of being worthy, on whose truthfulness he can rely. The one who betrays such a trust is dishonest. Such a person is the one who will borrow money or purchase merchandise without the intent to make the payments agreed upon or to pay the loan in full. Likewise, the honest person can become dishonest when he neglects to repay the loans he makes or pay for the merchandise he buys, even though circumstances may prevent him from making a payment on the due date. For the man under the influence of the PMA side of his talisman will have the courage to face the truth. He will have the courage to notify his creditors as far in advance as possible when circumstances prevent him from making a payment, and then he will work out some satisfactory arrangement by mutual consent with his creditor. Above everything else, he will sacrifice until his obligation is finally fully paid. The honest man with common sense does not abuse credit privileges. The honest man who lacks common sense will borrow or purchase on credit indiscriminately, and then because he sees no way to pay his creditors, the enemy influence of his talisman exerts such a terrific force on him that he may become dishonest. He may feel his situation is hopeless, and he can do nothing about it. He realizes that he won't be thrown into jail for owing borrowed money, although he thinks he is not going to be punished. In reality, his worries, fears, and frustrations are a very real punishment. And he remains dishonest until he comes under the strong influences of the PMA side of his talisman. influences strong enough to cause him to clear his obligations in full. The abuse of credit privileges has literally brought on physical, mental, and moral illness. Remember Necessity, NMA, and Crime in Chapter 3, entitled Clear the Cobwebs from Your Thinking. Warning. Some of the keenest investors in the country lost fortunes when the stock market crashed the following year, all because they lacked the knowledge of cycles, or, if they had the knowledge, they, unlike the banker, failed to act. Tens of thousands of individuals engaging in all forms of business enterprises, including farming, lost their wealth, even though they were honest, prudent persons. Their wealth was acquired through OPM. As their securities increased in value, they borrowed more money to purchase more securities, farmland, or other assets. One last all-important distinction between a security and an asset. When the market value of their securities fell, they were unable to pay when the banks were forced to call in their loans. Cycles repeat with regularity. So, in the first half of the 1970s, thousands of honest, prudent persons again lost their wealth because they didn't clear their loans in time by selling a portion of their securities, or didn't refrain from going further into debt to make additional purchases. When you use OPM, be certain to calculate how you can and will pay the individual or institution that loaned you the money. Important. If you have lost a portion or all of your wealth, remember that cycles repeat. Don't hesitate to start over again at the proper time. Many wealthy persons today lost fortunes previously, but because they didn't lose their PMA, they had the courage to learn from their experiences and, subsequently, acquired even greater wealth. If you would like to learn more about cycles, refer to Cycles of the Forest, The Mysterious Forces That Trigger Events, by Edward R. Dewey and Og Mendino. You may find it exceedingly profitable. You can keep abreast of the theories and experiments on cycles by subscribing to Cycles magazine, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. In business, there are very few numbers necessary in the combination to success, but if one or more of the numbers are missing, you will fail until you find the missing numbers. The use of other people's money has been the means whereby honest men who were poor became rich. Money or credit is an important number in the combination to business success. The missing number. A young sales manager, whose yearly earnings are in excess of $35,000, wrote, "I have a feeling, the type of feeling one would have if he were standing in front of a safe which held all the wealth, happiness, and success in the world, and he had all the numbers to the combination, except one, just one number. If he had it, he could open the door." Often the difference between poverty and wealth lies in the employment of all principles in a formula but one. Just that one missing number makes the difference. This can be illustrated in the experience of another man who had been successful in selling cosmetics for a manufacturer before he went into business for himself. In his own business, Leonard Lavin, like any man who starts from the bottom, was faced with problems. As you will see later, that was good. It was good because he had to study, think, plan, and work hard before he found a solution to each problem. Bernice, his wife, and he formed a perfect mastermind alliance, and they worked together in perfect harmony. They manufactured one cosmetic item and acted as distributors for other companies. But they lacked working capital, so they were forced to do the work themselves. As their business grew, Bernice became an expert in office management and purchasing, and an excellent administrator. Leonard became a successful sales manager and efficient production manager, and when the business grew, they were wise enough to employ the services of a lawyer with good common sense, the kind that gets things done. And they also benefited from the services of an expert in accounting and taxes. The way to make a fortune is to manufacture or sell a product or service, preferably a necessity at a low cost, that repeats. They did both. Every dollar that could be spared was plowed back into the business. Necessity motivated them to study, think, and plan, make $1 do the part of many, obtain maximum results from every working hour, eliminate waste. Month by month, their sales moved forward as Leonard aggressively sought to break each previous sales record. He became known in the industry as a man who knew his business. To many, he became known as a man who learned to go the extra mile. Going the extra mile in 2 instances completely changed the course of his career for the better. In the one instance, his banker introduced him to 3 of the bank's clients who had made an investment in another cosmetic company. They needed expert advice from someone with good common sense, and Leonard took the time to help them. Leonard went the extra mile in doing a good turn for a buyer in a drugstore in Los Angeles. And then, one day, the buyer showed his appreciation by confidentially informing Leonard that the firm manufacturing VO5, a quality hairdressing, might be for sale. Leonard got excited, for here was a 15-year-old company with a quality product that had leveled off. He knew from his cosmetic experience and from the study of cycles and trends that all this company needed was new life, new blood, new activity. He acted on the self-starter do it now. In fact, that very evening he was in conference with the owner. Now, ordinarily in a transaction of this type, where the buyer and seller don't know each other, it takes weeks and sometimes months to negotiate before there is a meeting of the minds. A pleasing personality and good common sense on the part of the buyer or seller often eliminate unnecessary delays. Because of Leonard's pleasing personality and his good common sense, the owner agreed to sell the company for $400,000 that same night. Now, it is true that Leonard had been doing well, but it was also true that every dollar he could spare was being plowed back into his business. Where could he get $400,000? In his hotel room that night, he realized that he had all of the combinations to real wealth, but one. Just one. Money. End of poem. The next morning, as he awakened, he had a flash of inspiration. Again he reacted to the self-starter. Do it now. For he made a long-distance telephone call to one of the 3 men to whom he was introduced by his banker. He had helped them, and perhaps they could give him the right advice. For they knew more about financing than he. Perhaps they would invest in his. And because these men were experienced in investing, they employed a successful investment formula which made it necessary for Leonard to agree to a. Consolidate all his operations, e. Devote his entire efforts to one corporation, e. Have the corporation pay back the loan on quarterly installments over a 5-year period, e. Pay at the going rate of interest on the loan, and e. Give 25% of the corporation's stock as a premium for the investment gamble. Leonard did agree. He saw the value of the use of OPM. The 3 men used OPM too. They borrowed the $400,000 from their banks. The missing number. Now Leonard and Bernice had it. They worked long hours. They put then hearts into the business. They found it a thrilling game. 4 in the afternoon, 3 in the morning. Now Leonard and Bernice had it. They worked long hours. They put then into the business. They found it a thrilling game. It wasn't long before VO5 was being used in every part of the United States and in many foreign countries. December is usually the slowest month of the year for the cosmetic manufacturer, but in December, a year and a half after Leonard and Bernice took over the management of VO5 and another product which was acquired, Rinse Away had a dollar volume of more than $870,000. That was as much as VO5 and Rinse Away together had received during their past years under previous management. And Bernice and Leonard found the missing number. With it, they found the combination to acquire wealth. For it was only 3 years after the acquisition of VO5 that their equities in their company were valued in excess of $1 million. Now, the numbers in Leonard Lavin's combination for success were 4. Now, 1. A product or service that repeats. No. 2. A company that is making money with an exclusive product or trade name, but which has leveled off. No. 3. A good experienced production manager who operates the factory with maximum efficiency. 11. A testimonial should. No. 4. A successful, experienced sales manager who constantly increases sales at a profit to the company by adhering to a successful sales formula and simultaneously seeking better sales methods. And number 5. A good administrator with PMA. No. 6. An expert accountant who understands cost accounting and income tax law. And 7. A good lawyer with common sense and PMA who gets things done. No. 8. Sufficient working capital or credit to operate the business and expand it at the right time. You too can use OPM for business. It is quite simple. It is other people's money. Now, if you choose to learn the principles in this chapter as well as those in Chapter 12 entitled Attract, Don't Repel, Wealth, you, like Leonard and Bernice Lavin, can find the missing numbers to unlock the door to riches for yourself. But to be healthy and happy, you must find satisfaction in your job. When you read the next chapter, you will learn how. Pilot No. 13. They may suggest cognitive behavioral therapy. 1. Business? It is quite simple. It is other people's money. 2. OPM. Other people's money is the way to acquire wealth. 3. The basic unwritten premise in Use OPM is operate on the highest ethical standards of integrity, honor, honesty, loyalty, consent, and the golden rule. 4. The dishonest man is not entitled to credit. 5. Your banker is your friend. 7. When you want to make a deal with someone, develop a plan that will give him what he wants, and in doing so, get what you want. A good deal is mutually advantageous. 8. Credit used indiscriminately can hurt you. Abuse of credit is the cause of much frustration, misery, and dishonesty. 9. To unlock the combination to success, you must know all the necessary numbers. Just one missing number may keep you from achieving your goal. 10. You too can find the missing numbers and unlock the door to riches for yourself. 11. Learn about cycles in order to know when to expand and when to make and pay off loans. Chapter 14. How to find satisfaction in your job. No matter what your job may be, boss or employee, plant manager or factory worker, doctor or nurse, lawyer or secretary, teacher or student, housewife or maid, you owe it to yourself to find satisfaction in your job, as long as you have it. You can, you know. Satisfaction is a mental attitude. Your own mental attitude is the one thing you possess over which you alone have complete control. You can determine to find satisfaction in your job and discover the way to do so. You are more apt to find satisfaction in your job if you do what comes naturally, that for which you have a natural aptitude or liking. When you take a job that doesn't come naturally, you may experience mental and emotional conflicts and frustrations. You can, however, neutralize and eventually overcome such conflicts and frustrations if you use PMA and if you are motivated to gain experience to become proficient in the job. Jerry Assam has PMA, and Jerry Assam loves his work. He finds satisfaction in his job. Who is Jerry Assam? What does he do? Jerry is a descendant of the Hawaiian kings. The job he loves so much is that of sales manager for the Hawaiian office of a large organization. Jerry loves his work because he knows his work well and is very proficient in it. Thus, he is doing what comes naturally. But even so, Jerry has days when things could be a little rosier. In sales work, days like this can be disturbing. If one does not study, think, and plan to correct difficulties and to maintain a positive mental attitude. So Jerry reads inspirational self-help action books. Jerry had read such inspirational books and learned 3 very important lessons. 1. You can control your mental attitude by the use of self-motivators. 2. If you set a goal, you are more apt to recognize things that will help you achieve it than if you don't set a goal. And the higher you set your goal, the greater will be your achievement if you have PMA. 3. To succeed in anything, it is necessary to know the rules and understand how to apply them. It is necessary to engage in constructive thinking, study, learning, and planning time with regularity. Jerry believed these lessons. He got into action. He tried them out himself. He studied his company's sales manuals and practiced what he learned in actual selling. He set his goals, high goals, and achieved them. And each morning he said to himself, I feel healthy, I feel happy, I feel terrific. And he did feel healthy, happy, and terrific. And his sales results were terrific too. When Jerry was sure he himself was proficient in his sales work, he gathered about himself a group of salesmen and taught them the lessons he had learned. He trained the men in the latest and best-selling methods, as set forth in his company's training manuals. He took them out personally and demonstrated how easy it is to sell if one uses the right methods, has a plan, and approaches each day with a positive mental attitude. He taught them to set high sales goals and to achieve them with PMA. Every morning, Jerry's group meets and recites enthusiastically in unison, I feel healthy, I feel happy, I feel terrific. Then they laugh together, slap one another on the back for good luck, and each one goes his way to sell his quota for the day. Each man sets a goal, and he sets it so high that older, more experienced salesmen and sales managers on the mainland are amazed. At the end of each week, every salesman turns in a sales report that makes the president and sales manager of Jerry's organization smile big, broad smiles. Are Jerry and the men under him happy and satisfied in their jobs? You bet they are, and here are some of the reasons they are happy. 1. They have studied their work well. They know and understand the rules and techniques and how to apply them so well that what they are doing comes naturally to them. 2. They set their goals regularly and they believe they will make them. They know that what the mind of man can conceive and believe, the mind of man can achieve with PMA. 3. They keep a positive mental attitude continually by using self-motivators. 4. They enjoy the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. I too feel healthy. I too feel happy. I too feel territoic. Another young salesman in the same organization on the mainland learned to control his mental attitude through the use of Jerry Assom's self-motivator. He was an 18-year-old college student who was working during his summer vacation, selling insurance on a cold canvas basis in stores and offices. Some of the things he had learned during his 2-week theoretical training period were: 1. The habits that a salesman develops within the first 2 weeks after leaving the sales school will follow him throughout his career. 2. When you have a sales target, keep trying until you hit it. 3. Aim higher. 4. In your moment of need, use self-motivators such as, I feel healthy, I feel happy, I feel terrific, to motivate yourself to positive action in the desired direction. After he had a few weeks' selling experience, he set a specific target of achievement. He aimed to win an award. To qualify, it was necessary to make a minimum of 100 sales in a single week. By Friday night of that week, he had succeeded in making 80 sales, 20 short of his target. The young salesman was determined that nothing would stop him from achieving his objective. He believed what he had been taught. What the mind of man can conceive and believe, the mind of man can achieve, with PMA. Although the other salesmen in his group closed their week's work on Friday night, he was back on the job early Saturday morning. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he hadn't made a sale. He had been taught that sales are contingent upon the attitude of the salesman, not the prospect. Exercise 1. He remembered the Jerry Assam self-motivator and repeated it 5 times with enthusiasm. I feel healthy. I feel happy. I feel terrific. About 5 o'clock that afternoon, he had made 3 sales. He was only 17 from his goal. He remembered that success is achieved by those who try and maintained by those who keep trying with PMA. Again he repeated several times with enthusiasm, I feel healthy, I feel happy, I feel terrific. About 11 o'clock that night. He was tired, but he was happy. He had made his 20th sale for the day. He had hit his target. He had won the award and learned that failure can be turned into success by keeping on trying. Mental attitude makes the Detwain 20, Twendurance. So it was mental attitude that motivated Jerry Assam and the salesmen under him to find satisfaction in their jobs. It was a controlled, positive mental attitude which helped the young student earn the reward and satisfaction he sought. Just look about you. Notice those people who enjoy their work and those who don't. What's the difference between them? Happy, satisfied persons control their mental attitude. They take a positive view of their situation. They look for the good. And when something isn't so good, they look first to themselves to see if they can improve it. They try to learn more about their work so that they can become more proficient and make their work more satisfying to themselves and their employer. But those who are unhappy clutch their enemy tightly. Indeed, it is almost as if they want to be unhappy. They look for everything about which they can complain. The hours are too long, lunch hours are too short, the boss is too crabby, the company doesn't give enough holidays or the right kind of bonuses. Or maybe they even complain about irrelevant things, such as Susie wears the same dress every day, John the bookkeeper doesn't write legibly, and so on. And so on. Anything, just so they can be unhappy. And they succeed very well too. They are decidedly unhappy people. On the job and generally elsewhere too. NMA possesses them entirely. And this is true regardless of the type of work involved. If you want to be happy and satisfied, you can be. You will control your mental attitude and reverse your talisman from NMA to PMA. You will look for ways and means to create happiness. If you can bring happiness and enthusiasm into your work situation, you'll be making a contribution that few others could equal. You will make your work fun, and your job satisfaction will be measured in smiles and in productivity, too. The Detwainite tool made her enthusiastic. In one of our classes, we were talking about this principle of bringing enthusiasm into one's job, when a young lady in the rear of the classroom raised her hand. She got to her feet and said, I've come here with my husband. What you say may be all right for a man in business, but it's no good for a housewife. You men have new and interesting challenges every day, but it's not like that with housework. The trouble with housework is, it's just too darn daily. This seemed like a real challenge to us. There are a lot of people who have jobs that are just too darned daily. If we could find some way to help this young lady, perhaps we could help others who thought their work was routine. We asked her what made her housework seem so daily, and it turned out that she had no sooner finished making the beds when they were dirtied again, washing the dishes when they were soiled again, cleaning the floors when they were muddied again. You just get these things done so they can get undone, she said. It does seem frustrating, the instructor agreed. Are there any women who do enjoy housework? Well, yes, I guess there are, she said. What do they find in housework to interest them and keep them enthusiastic? Whether they find the true meaning of their life. After a moment's thought, the young woman replied, "Maybe it's their attitude. They don't seem to think their work is confining. They seem to see something beyond the routine." This was the crux of the problem. One of the secrets of job satisfaction is being able to see beyond the routine. It is knowing that your work is leading somewhere. This is true whether you are a housewife or a file clerk, a gasoline pump operator, or the president of a large corporation. You'll find satisfaction in routine chores only when you see them as stepping stones. Each chore builds a set as an object and leads to a degree of satisfaction. Use the stepstone theory. The answer then for this young housewife was to find some goal which she really wanted to achieve, and to find a way to make her routine daily housework lead to the attainment of that goal. She volunteered the information that she had always wanted to take her family on a trip around the world. "All right," the instructor said, "we'll settle on that. Now set yourself a time limit. When do you want to go?" "When the baby is 12 years old," she said. "That will be 6 years from now. Now let's see. This will take a little doing. You'll need money, for one thing. Your husband will have to be able to take off for a year. You'll have to plan an itinerary. You will want to study up on the countries you will be visiting. Do you suppose you can find a way to let bed making, dishwashing, floor scrubbing, and meal planning be stepping stones toward your goal?" A few months later, the lady in this story came to see us. It was apparent the minute she walked into the room that here was a woman who had succeeded proudly. "It's amazing," she told us, "how well this stepping stone idea has worked. I haven't found a single chore that doesn't fit in. I use my cleaning time as a thinking and planning time. Shopping time is a wonderful time to expand our horizons. I deliberately buy foods from other countries, foods that we will be eating on our trip. And I use the mealtime as a teaching time. If we are having Chinese egg noodles, I read all I can find about China and its people, and then at dinner I tell the family all about them. Not one of my duties is dull or uninteresting to me anymore, and I know they never will be again, thanks to the stepstone theory. So no matter how humdrum or tiresome your job may be, if at the end of it you see a goal that you desire, that job can bring satisfaction to you." This is a situation which confronts many persons in all walks of life. One young man may want to be a doctor, but he has to work his way through school. The job he takes will be decided by many factors, such as hours, location, rate of pay, and so on. Aptitude will have little to do with it. A very intelligent, ambitious young man may end up behind a soda fountain, washing cars, or digging ditches. Certainly the job offers him no challenge or stimulation. It is merely a means to an end. Yet because he knows he is going where he wants to go, to him, whatever strains the job may impose on him are worth the end result. Sometimes, however, the price to be paid on a given job is too high in relation to the goal which it will purchase, and, if such a job should happen to be yours, change your job. For if you are unhappy at your job, the poisons of this dissatisfaction spread into every phase of living. If, however, the job is worth the price, but you are still unhappy, develop inspirational dissatisfaction. Dissatisfaction can be positive or negative, good or bad, depending upon the circumstances. Remember, a positive mental attitude is the right mental attitude in a given situation. Develop inspirational, dissatisfied action. Charles Becker, former president of Franklin Life Insurance Company, says, "I would urge that you be dissatisfied, not dissatisfied in the sense of disgruntlement, but dissatisfied in the sense of that divine discontent which throughout the history of the world has produced all real progress and reform. I hope you will never be satisfied. I hope you will constantly feel the urge to improve and perfect not only yourself, but the world around you." Inspirational dissatisfaction can motivate persons from sinner to saint, failure to success, poverty to riches, defeat to victory, and misery to happiness. What do you do when you make a mistake? When things go wrong? When misunderstandings develop with others? When you meet defeat? When everything seems black? When it appears that there is no way to turn? When it looks as if a satisfactory solution to your problem is impossible? Do you do nothing and allow disaster to overtake you? Do you fold up, become frightened, run away? Or do you develop inspirational dissatisfaction? Do you turn disadvantages into advantages? Do you determine what you want? Do you apply faith, clear thinking, and positive action, knowing that desirable results can and will be achieved? Napoleon Hill says every adversity has the seed of an equivalent benefit. Isn't it true that in the past what seemed to be a great difficulty or an unfortunate experience has inspired you to success and happiness that might not otherwise have been achieved? Inspirational dissatisfaction is the belief that true action can motivate you to succeed. Albert Einstein was dissatisfied because Newton's laws didn't answer all his questions, so he kept inquiring into nature and higher mathematics until he came up with the theory of relativity. And from that theory, the world has developed the method of breaking the atom, learned the secret of transmuting energy into matter and vice versa, and dared and succeeded to conquer space. And all sorts of amazing things we very likely would not have accomplished if Einstein had not developed inspirational dissatisfaction. We hope you and anyone else finding this study interesting. Now, of course, we are not all Einsteins, and what results from our inspirational dissatisfaction may not change the world, but it can change our world, and we can move forward in the direction we want to go. Let us tell you what happened to Clarence Lancer when he became dissatisfied with his job. Lancer had tried for many months to transfer from the uncertainty and stress of his job to something else entirely, like writing history. Was it worth it? Now, Clarence Lancer had been a streetcar conductor in Canton, Ohio for years, and one day he woke up in the morning and decided that he didn't like his job. It was too much the same. He was sick and tired of it. The more Clarence thought about the matter, the more dissatisfied he became, and he seemed to be unable to quit thinking about it. His dissatisfaction grew almost to an obsession. Clarence was mightily dissatisfied. But when you have worked for a company as long as Clarence had worked for his streetcar company, you don't just quit because you decide that you are unhappy. At least, not if you are interested in whether or not your bread will be buttered. He sighed, then. Besides, Clarence had taken the PMA Science of Success course, and he had learned that one could be happy on any job if one wanted to. The thing to do was to adopt the right attitude. So Clarence decided to take a sensible view of the situation and see what he could do about it. How can I be happier on the job? He asked himself, and he came up with a very good answer indeed. He decided that he would be happier if he made others happy. Now there were many people whom he could make happy, for he met many folks on his streetcar every day. He had always been able to make friends readily, so he thought, I'll use this trait to make each day a little brighter for every person who boards my car. Clarence's plan was wonderful, the customers thought. They enjoyed his little courtesies and cheerful greetings immensely, and they were happier, and so was Clarence, as the result of his cheerfulness and consideration. But his supervisor took the opposite attitude, so the supervisor called Clarence in and warned him to stop all this unwanted affability. But Clarence paid no attention to the warning. He was having a good time making others happy, and as far as he and the customers were concerned, he was making a terrific success of his job. Clarence was fired. So Clarence had a problem, and that was good. At least, according to the PMA Science of Success course, it was good. Clarence decided that perhaps he had better visit Napoleon Hill, who was living in Canton at the time, and see how and why this problem was so good. He called Mr. Hill and arranged for an appointment the next afternoon. "I've read Think and Grow Rich, Mr. Hill, and I've studied the PMA Science of Success, but somewhere I must have gotten off on the wrong track." And he told Napoleon Hill what had happened to him. "Now what do I do?" he concluded. Napoleon Hill smiled. "Let's look at your problem," he said. "You were dissatisfied with your work as it was. You did exactly right. You tried to use your best asset, your friendly and affable disposition, to do a better job, and get and give more satisfaction on the job. The problem arises from the fact that your superior didn't have the imagination to see the value of what you were doing. But that's wonderful. Why? Because now you are in a position to use your fine personality for even greater goals." And Napoleon Hill showed Clarence Lancer that he could use his fine abilities and friendly disposition to much better advantage as a salesman than as a streetcar conductor. So, Clarence applied for and got a job as an agent for the New York Life Insurance Company. The first prospect Clarence called on was the president of the streetcar company. Clarence turned his personality loose on this gentleman and came out of the office with an application for $100,000 policy. The last time Hill saw Lancer, he had become one of New York Life's biggest producers. "Are you a square peg in a round hole? The characteristics, abilities, and capacities that make you happy and successful in one environment may create an opposite reaction in another. You have a tendency to do well what you want to do. You are called a square peg in a round hole when you work or engage in activities that do not come naturally and that are inwardly repellent. In such an unhappy situation, you can change your position and place yourself in an environment that is pleasing to you. It may not be feasible to change your position. You can then make adjustments in your environment to coincide with your characteristics, abilities, and capacities so that you will be happy. When you do this, you square the hole. This solution will help change your attitude from negative to positive. If you develop and maintain a burning desire to do so, you can even neutralize and change your tendencies and habits by establishing new ones. You can round the peg if you are sufficiently motivated. But before you achieve success in changing your tendencies and habits, be prepared to face mental and moral conflicts. You can win if you are willing to pay the price. You may find it difficult to pay each necessary installment, particularly the first few, but when you have paid in full, the newly established traits will predominate, the old tendencies and habits will become dormant. You will be happy because you will be doing what now comes naturally. To guarantee success, it is desirable that you try zealously to maintain physical, mental, and moral health during the period of such an internal struggle. In the next chapter, Your Magnificent Obsession, you will see how to neutralize your mental conflict. Pilotnoto 14. Thoughts to steer by. 1. Satisfaction is a mental attitude. 2. Your own mental attitude is the one thing you possess over which you alone have complete control. Sarah Voodoo. 3. Memorize. I feel healthy. I feel happy. I feel terrific. 4. When you set a goal, aim higher. 5. Know the rules and understand how to apply them. 6. Set your target and keep trying until you hit it. 7. See beyond the routine. Use the stepstone theory. 8. Develop inspirational dissatisfaction. 9. What do you do if you are a square peg in a round hole? Chapter 15. Your Magnificent Obsession. With the idea that we are about to give you, you can have riches far beyond your fondest hope. This idea will bring you a wealth of happiness, for your personality will expand, and you will receive affection and love, both of a quality and a quantity you have never before dreamed possible. This principle was expressed dramatically on many occasions by the author Lloyd C. Douglas. When Douglas retired from the ministry, he moved into a more extended form of inspirational teaching, the writing of novels. His ministry had reached hundreds, his books reached thousands, his movies millions. And to each he preached the same basic message, but it was never so clearly expressed as in the novel The Magnificent Obsession. The principle is so obvious here that those who need it most may not see it at all. It is simply this: develop an obsession, a magnificent obsession, to help others. Share yourself without expecting a reward, payment, or commendation, and above all else, keep your good turn a secret. And if you do this, you will set in motion the powers of a universal law. For, try as you will to avoid payment for your good deed, blessings and rewards will be showered upon you. No matter who you are, you can have a magnificent obsession. Every living person can help others by sharing a part of himself. You don't have to be rich or powerful to develop a magnificent obsession. Regardless of who you are or what you have been, you can create inside yourself a burning desire to be helpful to others. Take, for example, the sinner with a magnificent obsession. You'll never know his name, that's a secret. When he was asked to help the Boys' Clubs of America, an organization the sole purpose of which is the building of character in children, with a small donation, he refused. In fact, he was more than rude to the man who had called to interview him on this occasion. "Get out," he said. "I'm sick and tired of people asking me for money." As the representative was walking toward the door to leave, he stopped, turned around, and looked kindly at the man sitting behind his desk. "You may not wish to share with the needy, but I do. I'll share with you a part of what I have. A prayer. May God bless you." And then he turned swiftly and left. You see, with a flash of inspiration, the Boys' Club representative had remembered, "Silver and gold have I none, but such as I have give I unto you." And a few days later, an interesting thing happened. The man who had said, "Get out," knocked on the door of the club representative's office and asked, "May I come in?" He brought with him a part of what he had to share, a check for $500,000. As he laid the check on the desk, he said, "I am giving this on one condition, that you never let anyone know that I did it." "Why not?" he was asked. "I don't want my name to represent to boys and girls that I am good. I am not a saint, for I have been a sinner, and that is why you'll never know his name. Just he, the Boys' Club representative and the greatest giver of all, know the name of the sinner whose money was donated for the purpose of helping boys and girls avoid doing the wrong things he had done. Like the Boys' Club representative, you may not have money, but you can share by giving a part of what you have, and like him, you can be a part of a great cause. And you too, when you give, can give generously. Your most preciously valued possessions and your greatest powers are often necessarily invisible and intangible. No one can take them. You and you alone can share them. The more you share, the more you will have. Now, if you doubt this, you can prove it to yourself by giving a smile to everyone you meet, a kind word, a pleasant response, appreciation with warmth from the heart, cheer, encouragement, hope, honor, credit, and applause, good thoughts, evidence of love for your fellow men, happiness, a prayer for the godless and the godly, and time for a worthy cause with eagerness. If you do experiment by giving any one of the above, you will also prove to yourself what we have found is one of the most difficult principles to teach those who need it most: how to cause desirable actions within yourself. Until you do learn, you will fail to realize that what is left with you when you share it with others will multiply and grow. and what you withhold from others will diminish and decrease. Therefore, share that which is good and desirable, and withhold that which is bad and undesirable. Be a part of, to a great cause. We know of a mother who lost her only child, a beautiful, happy teenage girl who brought laughter and inspiration to all who were fortunate enough to know her. In attempting to neutralize the grief of her loss, this mother developed a most magnificent obsession and became a part of a great cause. Today, she is among the many thousands of American women who are making this world a better world to live in. Because of the wonderful work she is doing and the beauty of her magnificent obsession, we wrote and asked her if she would be land enough to share with us the inspiration which helped her develop her magnificent obsession. Her response was, "The searing agony of losing our beloved daughter is never far away in my mind. Conceived in love and nurtured with love, she held our entire future and all our hopes in every sense of the words. The Almighty took our only child from us at the age of 14 and a half. It is impossible to describe our loss. The bright promise of the future went dull, for the light of our lives had been snuffed out. Everything that we had lived to the full became empty. All that was sweet turned bitter. My husband and I reacted as does everyone. Our very existence was encompassed by the eternally unanswered question, why? My husband retired. We sold our home, and seeking an escape did extensive traveling. Only when we came face to face with the harsh reality that we couldn't run away from our sadness and our memories did we return. Slowly, ever so slowly, we recognized that our loss was not exclusive. We had sought solace and found none, for our motives were self-centered. It took months for my mind to begin to accept the fact that all the joys of children and good health and security are blessings the Almighty loans to each of us. These infinite mercies, which we finite persons presume to take for granted, should each be cherished for their true meaning and great and irreplaceable value. How could I earn the right to keep my other blessings? How could I show my appreciation and thanks to heaven for allowing me my husband's love, for living in this great nation of ours, for my friends and my 5 unimpaired senses, for all the good things that surrounded me? Now my efforts to find myself began to move in the right direction. Although bereft of my dearest possession, the Almighty had given me, in recompense, an empathy with people and a clearer understanding of the problems besetting each of us. Proportionately, my own understanding in relation to adjusting to my loss grew apace as my service in helping others increased. I sought to find the niche in social work that would ultimately give me the opportunity to leave my small heritage for humanity in lieu of my beloved daughter, and found the answer in City of Hope. Now, as surely as time passes, my peace of mind, call it a magnificent obsession if you will, gains in stature. It is my earnest wish that all who suffer loss of a loved one can find comfort and serenity in service to others. Today, the City of Hope National Medical and Research Center renders entirely free patient care. Its services are dispensed on the highest humanitarian level, in the belief that man is his brother's keeper. This wonderful mother found peace of mind in a truly magnificent obsession. The entire nation, in fact, the entire world, can be affected by the magnificent obsession of just one man who wants to share a part of what he has. Orison Swett Marden was a man who shared a part of what he had and developed a magnificent obsession that changed the attitude of people from negative to positive. The seeds ought to thought in a book grew into a magnificent obsession. At the age of 7, Orison Swett Marden became an orphan. He was bound out for his room and board. At an early age, he read Self-Help by the Scottish author Samuel Smiles, who, like Marden, had become an orphan as a young boy and had found the secrets of true success. His seeds of thought in self-help created a burning desire in Marden, which grew into his magnificent obsession, and made his world a better world in which to live. During the boom that preceded the Panic of 1893, Marden owned and operated 4 hotels. Since their operation was entrusted to others, he was devoting much of his time to writing a book. Actually, he was fulfilling a desire to write a book that would motivate American youth as self-help had motivated him. He was working diligently on his inspirational manuscript when an ironical twist of fate struck him and tested his mettle. Marden entitled his work Pushing to the Front, and he took as his motto, "Let every occasion be a great occasion for you. Cannot tell when fate may be taking your measure for a larger place." And at that very instant, fate was taking his measure for a larger place. The misfortune that struck him would have ruined many a man. What happened? The Panic of 1893 struck. 2 of the Marden hotels burned to the ground. His manuscript, nearly completed, was destroyed. His tangible wealth went down the drain, wiped out. But Marden had a positive mental attitude. He looked about him to see what had happened to the nation and himself. His first conclusion was that the panic was brought on by fear. Fear of the value of the American dollar, fear caused by the failure of a few large corporations, fear of stock values, and fear of industrial unrest. Those fears caused the stock market to crash. 567 banks and loan and trust companies, as well as 156 railway companies, failed. Strikes were prevalent. Unemployment affected millions of persons. Because of drought and heat, farmers experienced crop failures. Marden looked about him at the shambles in material things and human lives. He saw the great need for someone or something to inspire the nation and its people. Offers came to him to manage other hotels. He turned them down. A desire had caught hold of him, a magnificent obsession, and he combined it with PMA. He set to work on a new book, his new motto, a self-motivator: every occasion is a great occasion. If ever there was a time when America needed the help of a positive mental attitude, it is now, he told friends. He worked over a livery stable and lived on $1.50 each week. He worked almost unceasingly, day and night. He completed the first edition of Pushing to the Front in 1893. The book received immediate acceptance. It was used extensively in the public schools as a textbook and as a supplementary reader. Business houses circulated it among their employees. Distinguished educators, statesmen and members of the clergy, merchants, and sales managers commended it as a most powerful motivator to a positive mental attitude. And, in time, it was printed in 25 different languages. Millions of copies were sold. Marden, like the authors of Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude, believed that character is the cornerstone in building and maintaining success. He believed the highest and best achievements are noble manhood and womanhood, and that the achievement of true integrity and well-rounded character is, in itself, success. He taught the secrets of financial and business success, but he also entered a perpetual protest against dollar-chasing and overreaching greed. He taught there is something infinitely better than making a living. It is making a noble life. Marden showed how some men may make millions and still be utter failures. Those who sacrifice their families, reputation, health, everything for dollars are failures in life, regardless of how much money they may accumulate. He also taught that one may succeed without becoming a president or a millionaire, whether it is a man or a woman. Perhaps one of the greatest achievements of Marden's magnificent obsession was the awakening of men and women to the realization that they could experience success if they would only employ the virtues they would like their children to have. Perhaps fully as rewarding to Marden, Pushing to the Front was instrumental in changing the attitude of an entire nation from negative to positive. and that influence was felt throughout the world. Martin demonstrated that a burning desire can generate the drive to action that is imperative for great achievement. As you have seen, it took courage and sacrifice for Orison Swett Martin to bring his magnificent obsession into reality. A magnificent obsession does take courage. You may need to stand alone in combating and repelling the ridicule and ignorance of the experts. Like great discoverers, creators, inventors, philosophers, and geniuses, you may be termed crazy, nuts, or a crackpot. The experts may say what you are trying to do can't be done. With time, your burning desire and constant effort will bring your magnificent obsession into reality. When they say, it can't be done, find a way to do it. A magnetizing obsession will conquer in spite of the obstacles that stand in its way. Many years ago, a student at the University of Chicago and his friends went to hear a lecture by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle on spiritualism. They went for a lark. They meant to scoff. One of these students, J.B. Rhine, was impressed by the seriousness of the speaker. He began to listen. Certain ideas impressed him. He couldn't dismiss them from his mind. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle referred to men of great repute who were searching into the realm of psychic phenomena. J.B. Rhine decided to investigate and to engage in some research. In referring to the incident some time ago, Dr. Rhine, director of the Parapsychology Laboratory at Duke University in North Carolina, said, "There were things said there that I should have known as a college student. During and after the lecture, I began to recognize some of them. My education had omitted many of the things that were important, such as ways of seeking the unknown. I began to see some of the faults of the educational system of the day. He became interested in the freedom of all to secure new knowledge. He began to resent a system whereby seeking the truth in any form or on any issue became a taboo. He began to develop a burning desire to learn the truth scientifically regarding man's psychic powers. His burning desire turned into a magnificent obsession. Rhine had planned to devote his life to college teaching. He was warned that he would lose his reputation and that his earning power as a teacher would be impaired. His friends and college professors ridiculed him and endeavored to discourage him. Some began to shun him. "I must find out for myself," he told a scientist friend. The friend responded, "When you do find out, keep it to yourself. No one is going to believe." He did keep his discoveries to himself until he was able to develop confirmed scientific proof. Today, he is honored and respected throughout the world. Over the past 45 years, his battles have been, figuratively, knuckle fighting every inch of the ground in combating taboos, ignorance, antagonism, and ridicule. One of the greatest obstacles with which Dr. Rhine has been constantly plagued over the years has been the lack of the necessary money for expanding his research. At one time, for example, his only EEG machine was assembled from the remains of one found in a junk pile. It had been discarded by a hospital. Have you ever thought that you can develop a magnificent obsession by becoming a part of a great cause and by sharing a part of what you have? If you have, you already realize that there are many college and university professors today whose magnificent obsessions are to seek the truth in various fields so that all mankind may be benefited by their discoveries. Because such persons spend all their time in searching for these truths, they are almost always handicapped by the lack of money to buy necessary equipment, provide for their own livelihood and the livings of others engaged in working on the project, etc. You can become a part of such a cause and thus fulfill a magnificent obsession of your own. You can find such a dedicated person in almost any college or university. Money and a magnificent obsession. You might ask, how can we mention money in the same breath with a magnificent obsession? If you did, we would respond, isn't money good? Is money good? Is money good? Many negative-minded persons say money is the root of all evil, but the Bible says, Love of money is the root of all evil, and there is a big difference between the two, even though one little word makes the difference. It has been amazing to the authors to observe negative-minded persons react unfavorably to Think and Grow Rich and its contents. For these negative-minded persons might earn in a single year more than they now earn in a lifetime by changing their attitude from negative to positive. To do this, it would be necessary to clear the cobwebs from their thinking regarding money. In our society, money is the medium of exchange. Money is power. Like all power, money can be used for good or for evil. Think and Grow Rich has motivated many thousands of its readers to acquire great wealth through PMA. They have been inspired in Think and Grow Rich by the biographies of such men as Henry Ford, William Wrigley, Henry L. Doherty, John D. Rockefeller, Thomas Alva Edison, Edward A. Filene, Julius Rosenwald, Edward J. Bok, and Andrew Carnegie. Now, the men whose names you have just read established foundations which even to this day have, in the J, aggregate in excess of $1 billion. Money set aside exclusively for charitable, religious, and educational purposes. Today, expenditures and grants from these foundations total in excess of $200 million in a single year. Is money good? We know it is. The magnificent obsessions of these men will live in perpetuity. And the story of the life of Andrew Carnegie will convince the reader that Carnegie shared with others a part of what he had: money, philosophy, and something more. In fact, Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude would not have been written if it were not for Andrew Carnegie. That is why this book is dedicated to him and to you. Let's talk about him and you. Let's learn from his philosophy. Let's see how we can apply it in our lives. A simple philosophy grew into a magnetic wascent obsession. A poor Scottish immigrant boy became the richest man in America. His inspiring story and motivating philosophy are found in the autobiography of Andrew Carnegie. As a boy and throughout his life, Carnegie was motivated by a simple fundamental philosophy: anything in life worth having is worth working for. This simple philosophy grew into a magnificent obsession, and before he died at the age of 83, Carnegie had worked diligently for many years to share his great wealth intelligently with those then living and with future generations. While he lived, Carnegie was successful in giving approximately $500 million through direct grants, foundations, and trusts. His contribution of millions of dollars for the establishment of libraries is a well-known example of the application of his standard. Anything in life worth having is worth working for. Quote, and the books in these libraries have been and will continue to be of benefit only to those persons who work to get the knowledge, understanding, and wisdom they contain by reading and studying them. In the year 1908, Napoleon Hill, at the age of 18, while working his way through college as a reporter for a magazine, interviewed the great steelmaker, philosopher, and philanthropist. The first interview lasted 3 hours, and then the great man invited the youngster to his home. For 3 days, Carnegie indoctrinated Napoleon Hill with his philosophy, and they finally inspired the young reporter to devote at least 20 years of his life to study, research, and find the simple, underlying principles of success. Andrew Carnegie told Napoleon Hill that his greatest wealth consisted not in money, but in what he termed the philosophy of American achievement. He commissioned Napoleon Hill as his agent to share it with the world. And in this book, he is sharing it with you. While he lived, Andrew Carnegie helped Napoleon Hill by giving him letters of introduction to the great men and women of his day. He advised him. He shared his thoughts with him. He helped him in every way, with but one exception: money. For he said, anything in life worth having is worth working for. Now he knew that this self-motivator, when applied, would attract happiness and physical, mental, and spiritual health as well as wealth. Everyone can learn and apply Andrew Carnegie's principles. It is customary for a man to share a part of his tangible wealth with his loved ones as he goes through life, or he may do so in his will. This world would be a better world to live in if each person would live as an inheritance to posterity the philosophy and know-how that brought him happiness, physical, mental, and spiritual health and wealth. As did Andrew Carnegie. The writings of Napoleon Hill make available to you the principles whereby Carnegie acquired his great wealth. They are just as applicable to you as they were to him. Another wealthy man who had a magnificent obsession and shared a part of what he had was Michael L. Benedum. His close friend, United States Senator Jennings Randolph, told us Benedum started on a salary of $25 a week and became one of the richest men in America. He was worth over $100 million, and yet the turning point in his career followed a very, very minor incident. As a young man of 25, Benedum courteously gave his seat on a train to an elderly stranger. To Benedum, it was the obvious thing to do, and the elderly stranger turned out to be John Worthington, General Superintendent of the South Perm Oil Company. In the conversation that followed, Worthington offered Mike Benedum a job. Benedum accepted, and eventually became the discoverer of more oil than any other single individual who ever lived. Some people say you can judge a man by the philosophy by which he lives. Mike Benedum's philosophy about money went something like this: I'm just a trustee for it, and will be held accountable for the good I can accomplish with it, both in the community as a whole and in behalf of opportunities for people coming up, even as I was given an opportunity back when, like so many others with a magnificent obsession, Benedum lived to a ripe old age. On his 85th birthday, he said, I have been asked how I keep going at my age. My formula is to keep busy so that the years go by unnoticed. To despise nothing except selfishness, meanness, and corruption. To fear nothing except cowardice, disloyalty, and indifference. To covet nothing that is my neighbor's except his kindness of heart and his gentleness of spirit. To think many, many times of my friends, and if possible, seldom of my enemies. As I see it, age is not a question of years, it is a state of mind. You are as young as your faith, and today I think I have more faith in my fellow man, in my country, and in my God than I have ever had. You live longer with a magneto-vigilant obsession. Of course, it's the old story. The man who has something to live for lives longer. We realized this when we became well acquainted with men like the Honorable Herbert Hoover and General Robert E. Wood, who were doing so much for American youth when they shared their time and money with the Boys' Clubs of America. And they were long live because of their magnificent obsessions. They devoted their thinking and time to projects that benefited others, and because their lives were the good lives of men with magnificent obsessions, they experienced the pleasure and therapeutic value of the esteem and love of their fellow men. Of course, you may not have the material wealth of an Andrew Carnegie or a Michael L. Benedum, but that does not deprive you of building your own magnificent obsession. At least, it didn't Irving Rudolph. They are all in jail but my brother and me. Irving devoted his life to helping boys in blighted neighborhoods. This work was in gratitude for having been saved by a new boys' club in the rough neighborhood in which he was raised. How did Irving Rudolph get started in boys' club work? He lived in a poor neighborhood, North Avenue and Halsted Street in Chicago. He traveled with a tough crowd. There was plenty of trouble, plenty of things for boys to get into that they shouldn't, and not much to occupy their time to keep them out of trouble. One day, a boys' club was started in an abandoned church in the neighborhood. My brother and I were the only two fellows in our gang who visited the club, Irving explained. They're all in jail, but my brother and me, If it hadn't been for the Lincoln Unit Boys Club, we'd be there too. Irving was grateful for what the Boys Club did for him and his brother, and he devoted his life to helping boys in blighted neighborhoods. Through his enthusiasm and zeal, large donations were received to support the Chicago Boys Clubs. Through him, men and women of influence were attracted to this cause. I feel that my work is only a token payment of my gratitude to a higher power for bringing me and my brother under this influence, Irving explained. Then he added, "Just visit a boys' club. See for yourself the good work that is being done. You will then feel a part of what I feel for the kids who have the need I had." Now there are thousands of men and women who are fulfilling their magnificent obsessions in sacrificing time and money to help the Boy Scouts of America. Your life has benefited from their magnificent obsessions. If you do your best to try never to violate your honor by lying or cheating, and always try to fulfill the responsibility with which you are entrusted. Open. If you keep clean in thought and body, if you exemplify clean habits, clean speech, clean sport, if you associate with a clean crowd, if you stand up for the rights of others against the undesirable influence and coaxing of friends and threats of enemies, if defeat inspires you to try to succeed, if you have the courage to face danger in spite of fear, if you work faithfully and make the best of your opportunities, if you don't wantonly destroy property, if you save money so that you can pay your own way in this world, and yet be generous to those in need and give financial help and time to worthy causes. Each creature is a builder's artifact for the society. Each stroke of its clay is a building block for the solidarity and fertility in the domestic arena. If you do a good turn each day without expecting compensation, if you are a friend to all and a brother to every living man, woman, and child, regardless of race, color, or creed, except benevolent, if you are prepared to learn to know dangers, to avoid negligence, and to know the remedies necessary to help injured persons and save human lives, to share the duties and responsibilities in your home and place of business, if you are polite to all, especially to the weak, helpless, and unfortunate, if you will not kill or hurt any living creature needlessly, but strive to protect all living animals, blah. If you smile when you can, do your work promptly and cheerfully, and if you never shirk or grumble at responsibilities or hardships, and if the job helps to make you happy, your life will prove the same. If you are loyal to all to whom loyalty is due, to the members of your family, the firm for which you work, and your country, if you respect duly constituted authorities and obey that which does not violate your moral code, she added, if you do your best to do your duty to God and your country, to help other people at all times, to keep yourself physically strong, mentally awake, and morally straight, then you live and act in response to the imprint in your subconscious mind of the oath and law of the Boy Scouts of America. What kind of a person would you be if you lived up to these standards? America is great because its people live by a great philosophy. It can be symbolized in the phrase, the great American heart. Henry J. Kaiser was another with a magnificent obsession. He did so much to make his world a better world to live in. A quotation that hung on the wall of a blacksmith's shop in England inspired him, as it may also inspire you. It is, "What? Giving again?" I ask in dismay. "And must I keep giving and giving away?" "Oh no," said the angel, looking me through. "Time to do your part. Just keep giving till the master stops giving to you." In reading up to this point, you started where the road to achievement began. You were awakened by 5 mental bombshells for attacking success. And you have been given the key to the citadel of wealth. Now, get ready to succeed. That is the purpose of the following chapters. Billet number 15. Thoughts to steer by. 1. To develop a magnificent obsession, share yourself with others without expecting a reward, payment, or commendation. Keep your good turns a secret. 2. Regardless of who you are or what you have been, you can create inside yourself a burning desire to be helpful to others. You can develop your own magnificent obsession if you have PMA. 3. When you share with others a part of what you have, that which remains will multiply and grow. The more you share, the more you will have. Therefore, share that which is good and desirable, and withhold that which is bad and undesirable. 4. You can develop your own magnificent obsession by becoming a part of a good cause, as did the mother who lost her only child. 5. Character is the cornerstone in building and maintaining success. But how can you improve your own character? Success, through a positive mental attitude, will help you find the right answers. You have been listening to Accessing the Writer's Mind. 6. There is something infinitely better than making a living. It is making a noble life. Do you believe this? If you do, what will you do about it? 7. A burning desire can generate the drive to action that is imperative to great achievement. To develop a burning desire to achieve a specific goal, daily keep the goal before you and strive to achieve it. 8. It takes courage and sacrifice to develop and maintain a magnificent obsession. You may need to stand alone against the ridicule and ignorance of others, as did Dr. Joseph Banks Rhine. 9. 10. Men like Andrew Carnegie, Henry Ford, Michael Benedum used the power of their money to establish charitable, educational, and religious foundations. The good that has been done by the magnificent obsessions of such men will live in perpetuity. 11. Anything in life worth having is worth working for. 12. When you are asked to give money or time to a worthy cause, repeat to yourself, "Wow, what is this? I have used this up to 40 pounds, and I think now I have quite a few days left until I can get it back, so that it doesn't make me gain." I ask in dismay. And must I keep giving and giving away? "Oh, no," said the angel, looking me through. "Just keep giving till the master stops giving to you."